We are live. What's up? Hey guys, I'm a little bit early, 10 minutes early. You gotta give it to me there. For somebody that's usually always late. I would have been actually a lot earlier if my freaking screen didn't freeze again, but we got her done. We got it early. So, a little bit of change in case here. We've been talking about the Shonda and Paul. So it's going to be kind of refreshing to get on a new case. This wasn't the case that I had in mind. I still have another one on the back burner. I have two more on the back burners that I need to that I have files that I want to talk about. But this all exploded, and I've been following like this stuff for like my fun watching. I call like anything I watch that doesn't have to do with my channel is my fun YouTube watching. And I've always had my eye on like what was going on with Puff Daddy or whatever because there's been a lot of freaking things being said about him, So I'm always like caught up on that kind of stuff for some reason. I don't know why. I just something that interests me. Um, so when this exploded, like it kind of merged with true crime. I'm like, dude, I got to talk about it. I got to get the documents and read it. And I haven't even read all the documents yet. I have like 6 documents. I'm going to read the main one that's 75 pages. And I kind of skimmed through it. It's going to be, I think we need to do a trigger warning for this first document. Definitely trigger warning. Um, so almost for like a trigger in a different way than what we're kind of used to. And, usually it's more true crime, like trigger warnings, more like the murder, you know what I'm saying? This is more like the sexual types trigger warning. Oh, my thing just came up. But it definitely is a true crime. I mean, this guy is there's gonna be this is like the Epstein with hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Like Epstein was more all the political figures. This is more like celebs, hip hop, like a bunch of even celebrities in general are going to be named. I mean, some of them are already named, and I don't know who's all named in the document. I've heard like some of the ones that they've said, like Cuba Gooding Jr., Jennifer Lopez, but I haven't got to read it all yet. So we're going to read it all together. And there's pictures in this document. It's a really, it's a different type of document than usually our true crime documents. There's really not pictures in them. This has got pictures laying out like who everybody is and stuff. So it's really going to be interesting. So, but before, oh wait, what? You know, Lee? What are you guys saying? Hey, Mark. Hey, Lady Justice. Ashley, Peaches. So before I start, and plus I actually have like little shorts I want to play, videos. I'll probably like when I would take a break in reading, since it's going to be a lot of reading, I'll play like some of the videos. They raided his house basically, Puff Daddy. They raided like was it like 3 of his properties? It's going to be like a trafficking type possibility that they're looking for tapes because there's been this talk has been going around for years about stuff that he does. He has a party, he throws huge parties where there's big celebs there, a lot of hip hop, but I mean just anybody. It could be any kind of celebrity there. And he has cameras everywhere, and he likes to get like supposedly he likes to get like compromising videos of people, and then he could blackmail them, get them to do what he wants. Plus he'll take upcoming new artists and then use them as his like slave types, you know what I'm saying, make them do whatever because he's like a big name, he's got a lot of money, big business, they want to make it. We've heard about child stars and things. They're desperate, they want to make it. They're young, impressionable, they don't know, so they do things that they probably wouldn't do as adults, but they do things to make it up in the industry. So he uses that, takes these little kids, he kind of, I don't know about Justin Bieber. There's some been talking about Justin Bieber because Usher signed Justin Bieber. Puff Daddy had like a legal guardianship of Usher when Usher was like a minor. Puff Daddy like basically raised him, and was his legal guardian and made him who he is. I mean, he has a lot of talent. He probably would have made it anyway, but I mean, he had a lot of power, okay? And these young kids coming up, willing to do things for the power. So, I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have been following this for years, just different things. Cat Williams just came out. I watched that when it first came out. We'll watch a clip of that. I have all these videos that I'll do it in breaks after, we'll read some and then I'll take breaks and show up. But Cat Williams, he called it out, dude. He's a comedian. If you guys know who he is, he's a comedian. And he even said 2024. But I think his interview might have been 20. It was just a few months ago. He did that interview. It like blew up because he was talking about Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. So those of you, Puff Daddy's real name is Sean Combs. So when you see him in the document, that's who we're talking about. But yeah, Sean Combs' ex-wife, we have her document. I mean, girlfriends, how he abused them, and he's just not a good person. Like, more than not a good person, like evil, lawbreaker, predator. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sunshine on a rainy day. I love your name, Sunshine on a rainy day. He's way worse than R. Kelly, though. Oh, wait, let me show you this. Hold on. I found this on, I think it was Twitter. It just kind of made me laugh in a weird, like, I guess it would be dark humor. I don't know. So hopefully we don't have people that are going to get mad at me for thinking this is kind of funny. Hold on. But yeah, how do you guys want to do this? I was planning on just going to get right into the document because I don't think I've really seen anybody just read the document straight through. I've seen a lot of people, put up the clips, but I do want to show clips, but I figured I would start reading the document and during breaks, I'll start playing like little short clips. What do you think? Or do you want me to play some videos now? I do want to read a quick article that kind of sums up his family. So you guys can kind of get a grasp of some of the people in his family. So then when we read the document, you could kind of have a feel for who's in his life, so that's going to take like a couple minutes to read, but I just want to, hold on. I just want to show you this. Hold on one second. This picture, I don't even know who did it. I think it was on Twitter. I don't know who to credit because people were just reposting it. So I don't know who made it, but look at this. Hold on. So we have Jeffrey Epstein, P. Diddy, The Shawshank Redemption, directed by Dan Schneider, soundtrack by R. Kelly. It's like kind of funny in a sick way. I mean, it's not, I'm not laughing because I think it's funny what they did. I'm laughing because of the fact that it's kind of like making fun of them, That's how I look at it. That's why it's funny to me because it's kind of making fun of them. But yeah, it's basically Epstein on the hip hop side. And celeb side. Epstein was more the political side, but it's as big as this, dude. So they raided his house. They were looking for tapes. I guess P. Diddy has like a bunch of tapes on people. A lot of it has to do with sex, like it's like trafficking. I don't want to say the two words together because those are going to be the triggers, but the trafficking is what supposedly they're looking for. Proof of that. He already has. I mean, we already know he's an abuser. He's beat the crap out of. Oh, you'll see. We have some documents. I mean, he's the one document. I don't know if we'll get to today. We'll probably have to do this in two parts because the first document's the big 75-page document that is the Rodney Jones document, and then the second one is the one where it talks about how he beat her up. I haven't even got to read through all these. Like I said, so we're going to be reading it together. I didn't have time today. I had to watch my grandma and I wanted to do a live today and talk about it. So I kind of try to skim through it. But from what I did see, we do need a trigger warning out there for this. And I guess we'll just get into the document. Thank you, PG Stutch. Yeah, it's sick. It's sick that how people use their power, to take advantage of these young upcoming artists that actually probably do have talent. Like, as much as I'm not like a huge Justin Bieber fan, but he does have talent. He has a voice. He has a pretty good voice. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that have good voices, but he does. He has something that connects the way he does his songs and his voice to the younger generation, or now they're not even younger probably. So, I mean, he is talented. I don't think you could deny that. I know at first he was like more of a joke. People made fun of him. But the more that I hear him, I'm like, he actually does have a good voice. Like, he's one of those people that could sing on the spot and he could sound actually the same way he sounds on his album. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people, they use the auto tune and they sing and they don't even sound like they do on the album. Like I mean, I've seen like interviews with him or whatever where he sings right on the spot and he actually does sound like he really sounds. So he is, you know, he's not bad, but it's just, well, no, we have those coming though. Those got sent out yesterday, but the phone calls. But I figure we switch it up a little bit. This is going to be a couple parter, probably 2 or 3 parter, because I want to get through the documents. That's the important. I mean, I think it's important. Yeah, me too. I thought he was like almost looked at as a joke Bieber, but then I think he's proved himself. He actually does have talent. Like I feel like, and I never realized it when he was younger until like older. Then I've seen him on like talk shows and I've seen him like sing on the spot, and I'm like, wow, he does sound good. You know, he sounds just like he does on his albums. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, he's getting rated, so it's S trafficking, and we're gonna read the abuse thing of his. Wait, hold on. Let me take this down and let me put it up real quick. Let me take that down. 1 second. 1 second. Let me put up my documents real quick, and then we could. You know, Cassandra, she's a singer, I guess. There's a 35-page document, but I want to read the big one, the main one that everybody's been talking about first. And then we might have to do part 2 for the Cassandra document. That's 35 pages, but that is his ex that supposedly he used to abuse like crazy. Like, I mean, and it talks about it in the document. So yeah, so that's a whole nother thing that he's going to get charged for. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of things coming at him. There's a bunch. There's actually, when I was looking up his stuff, there's more than that. There's like a bunch of other lawsuits, but I'm going to focus on the more criminal type stuff. Since it's like true crime, and I'm just, because I would never be able to get through all the stuff that he's getting sued for and everything. Okay, so let's start. Here we go. Trigger warning, guys. There's pictures, like I said. There's yeah, it's definitely heavy stuff in a different kind of way, but than what we're used to. Hey, Misty Free. So real quick, I was afraid that if I just got right into the document, people that didn't know what was going on is going to be confused. Did I give you enough information to understand what we're reading now, or no? I mean, you guys kind of get the gist where I don't need to show like a bunch of videos, right? So it's Rodney Jones as the plaintiff versus Sean Combs, Justin Dior Combs. They will go through on this document and even put pictures of who and explain who every one of these people are. So don't worry if you're like, who's that? Who's that? It explains who they are. You have Ethiopia Habitarum. I'll probably suck these names. Like I don't know how to say some of them. Habtamarium, Lucian Charles Grange, Christina Coram, Chalice Recording Studios, Love Records, Motown Records, Universal Music Group, Combs Global Enterprises, John and Jane Doe's, ABC Corporation. So, but remember, there's other people that get named in this. Prince Harry gets named. I think it's Harry. I don't think William. I don't know. There's pictures of him and Harry and William, but I think Harry's the one that's named. Cuba Gooding Jr., which I didn't realize he was in some crap. He's like a predator. Like some of the stuff, he already had another lawsuit that I didn't even know about. Yeah. Okay. Let's just get into it. Okay. Here you go. Trigger warning. This document contains highly graphic information of a sexual nature, including SA. Additionally, there are graphic images of the aftermath of a shooting, redacted images of sexual. See, if I feel like if I don't use 2 words together, I'm going to be careful how 2 words you put them together, just because YouTube, you know how they are. Redacted images of minors, S workers, prostitutes, details of the illegal distribution of guns and drugs. Okay, let me take a sip of coffee. All right. Plaintiff Rodney Lil Rod Jones, Mr. Jones, hereby alleges as and for his complaint against defendant Sean Combs, Mr. Combs, which is Puff Daddy, P. Diddy or whatever. I'm sure all you guys know who that is. Defendant Justin Dior Combs, J. Combs. That's actually Puff Daddy's son. Defendant Lucian Charles Grange, Mr. Grange. So remember, when you hear Mr. Combs, that's Puff Daddy. When you hear J. Combs, that's his son. Mr. Grange is Charles Grange. Defendant Ethiopia is Mrs. Habtemariam. Defendant Christina Coram is Miss Coram. Defendant Chalice Recording Studios is CRS. Defendant Love Records is LR. Defendant Motown Records is MR. Defendant Universal Music Group is UMG. Defendant Combs Global Enterprise is CGE. John and Jane Doe 1 through 10. ABC Corporations 1 through 10 as follows. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has personal jurisdiction over the defendants under and consistent with the constitutional requirements of due process, and that the defendants acting directly or through his agents or apparent agents committed one or more of the following. Actually, let me take these headphones out until I play something, because it's making me like, okay. The transaction of any business within the state. B, the making of any contract within the state. C, the commission of a tortious act within this district, and the ownership, use, and possession of any real estate in this state. From September 2022 to the date of this filing, defendants have consistently and purposefully availed themselves of the privilege of conducting activities within New York, thus invoking the benefits and protections of New York law. In return for these benefits and protections, defendants must submit to the burdens of litigation in New York. This litigation arises from or relates to the torturous activities defendants visited upon defendants in the state of New York, California, Florida, and the United States Virgin Island. This torturous conduct violated United States federal RICO laws. And real quick, just like I did on the reading of the texts, everything gets starred, super chats, members. So when I take breaks, I'll chat with you guys for a little bit and thank everybody, and then I'll read some more. But I won't be able to do it until I will see them all, so don't worry. But anyway, this litigation arises from or relates to the torturous activities defendants visited upon. I already read that part, sorry. Requiring defendants to litigate these claims in this district does not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. Plaintiffs' claims arise from some conduct occurring by defendants in New York. So parties. Plaintiff Rodney Jones is an American artist and music producer. This is who, he's the plaintiff, Mr. Jones, okay? So he's against everybody else. Mr. Jones resides in the state of New York and California. Defendant Sean Combs is a rapper and record executive popularly known by his stage names as Puff Daddy, Puffy, P. Diddy, Diddy, Brother Love, or Love. Mr. Combs came to fame in the early 90s with his record label Bad Boy Records. He rose to prominence in the music and entertainment industry over the decades and is regularly referred to as a hip-hop mogul. Mr. Combs resides at 200 South. I'm going to skip that. So here's a picture of him. So he's one of the defendants, Sean Combs. Defendant Justin Dior Combs is the son of Mr. Combs and Misa Hilton. Jay Combs was born on December 30th, 1993. Jay Combs is a producer and actor. He has appeared on TV series like Catfish, the TV show Wild and Out, and Hip Hop Squares. Defendant Justin Dior Combs resides at, so I skipped that, even though they are public figures, major public figures. So they're rated, their stuff is all over. Anyway, so here's a picture of him. Justin Dior Combs. Defendant Lucian Charles Grange is the CEO of Defendant Universal Music Group. Defendant Lucian Charles Grange resides, so he's Universal Music Group. Okay. You know what I'll do? Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute, guys. Because I didn't realize they were going to have everyone. So just, even though they are really all public, but just for the heck of it, because just give me 1 minute. How's everybody doing though? Ooh. Oh. Hold on. I have to draw. Draw. Okay. So just I'll give people the time to come in anyway. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, so we have defendant Ethiopia Habdataram is the former CEO of defendant Motown Records, the parent company of defendant Love Records. So that is okay. So this is the Lucian Charles Grange. That's his son. He's the former CEO of Motown Records. She is chief staff of Sean Diddy Combs Global Enterprises. Christina Coram is chief of staff to Sean Diddy Combs. Defendant Chalice Recording Studios is a popular recording studio located at. So that's. I think I think it's her that they're referring to as the same as Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever. I forget which one they compare her to. I think it's her. Like basically did the same thing in the Epstein as she did. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, hold on 1 second. How did I miss that? How did I miss it? Sorry, guys. Do you like my my background? What do you think of it? Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so Defendant Motown Records is a record label with a principal place of business located Ethiopia Habdamaran. I'm just going to say Ethiopia, that last name. Habdamariam, maybe. Was the chairman and CEO of Universal Music Group's Motown Records. Defendant Universal Music Group is a record label with a principal place of business located. Lucian Grange is the chairman and CEO of Universal Music Group. And then Defendant Love Records is a record label with a principal place of business. I think it's the location of the business. I know it's the business, so I didn't really have to, it's all public, but oh well. Defendant Love Records was founded by Mr. Combs and Defendant Motown Records. Defendant Combs Enterprises is a diverse portfolio of businesses and investments that includes music, fashion, fragrance, beverage, marketing, film, television, and media properties. They have a principal place of business located in New York, New York. So now we are talking about Rodney Little Rod Jones. He's the plaintiff, okay? Says Rodney Little Rod Jones Jr. is from Windy City, Chi-Town. He was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Jones is the second oldest son and fourth child out of 9 siblings. Wow. It's a big family. Mr. Jones comes from a long line of gospel music influencers. Mr. Jones started playing instruments at the age of 5. He began playing drums in church, and at the age of 13, he picked up playing the guitar. From 13 to present day, Mr. Jones has taught himself to play over 13 instruments. That's him right there. Mr. Jones is considered a music prodigy. His talents have led him to produce and create a commercial marketplace for music that has been recorded by some of the most prestigious and highly acclaimed artists in the music history. Throughout the duration of his career, Mr. Jones has worked the South Side of Chicago music scene, playing with the following legendary greats: Georgia Mass Choir, Donald Lawrence, the Clark Sisters, and the Smoky Norfolk. On or about August 2022, Mr. Jones received a call from Mr. Combs requesting that he produce several songs on a rhythm and blues album titled The Love Album, Off the Grid Love Album. Mr. Jones agreed, and his life has been detrimentally impacted ever since. All right, before I get into the summary, let me just thank the people real quick. That new member, Sunshine. I did already, but I love that name, so you deserve another one. PJ Such, I did thank you earlier, but there you get another one. Unstart, thank you so much. Then we have Lydia J, thank you, $10 super sticker, thank you so much. And then Vanessa Miller, new member, thank you, welcome. I got some good stuff coming up on different cases too, so I'll try to get some member stuff out. Thank you. All right, so summary of events. From September 2022 to November 2023, Mr. Jones produced 9 songs on Mr. Combs' Love album. Mr. Jones lived with Mr. Combs for months at a time, spending holidays, birthdays, and missing major family events. Mr. Jones resided at Mr. Combs' residence located in Los Angeles, New York, Miami. So he has 3 different things because they rated all 3 of them. Mr. Jones also spent several weeks on a yacht rented by Mr. Combs in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones witnessed, experienced, and endured many things that went far beyond his role as producer on the Love album. The claims raised in this complaint have been corroborated through witness statements, video and audio recordings, and images that Mr. Jones has in his possession. Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to record him constantly. On several occasions, Mr. Combs took Mr. Jones' cell phone and began recording himself. As a result, Mr. Jones has secured hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Mr. Combs, his staff, and his guests engaging in serious illegal activity. Mr. Jones has secured irrefutable evidence of the acquisition, use, and distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, the displaying and distribution of unregistered illegal firearms, Mr. Combs providing laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his homes in California, New York, and the Virgin Islands and Florida, Mr. Combs' Chief of Staff, Christina Coram, KK. So when you see KK, that's Christina Coram, instructing her staff to retrieve drugs so she can provide it to Mr. Combs for his consumption. Christian Combs drugging and essaying a woman. Mr. Combs detailing how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop T.D. Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit, which we're going to read. That's the next document we're going to read, is her lawsuit. Young Miami's cousin and or assistant essaying Mr. Jones. Actor Cuba Gooding Jr. essaying, or I should say, harassing and assaulting Mr. Jones. So instead of the essaying, it's harassing, if that makes sense. So it's probably not, as I think the essaying is on a level higher, you know. But still, it's bad because it does say harassing and assaulting. Rapper, redacted, On Mr. Combs' yacht, consorted with underage girls, sex workers, and then it's just like we'll have to look at these where it has the little notes somewhere probably, right? An R&B singer, redacted, in Mr. Combs' Los Angeles home, consorting with underage girls and sex workers. Chalice Recording Studio shooting. On or about September 12, 2022, Mr. Combs held a writers and producers camp at Chalice Recording Studio. Present at this camp were Mr. Combs, his son Justin Combs, and Justin's friend named G. Mr. G is a 30-year-old tall African-American male. In addition to these individuals, other musicians were present at the camp. This writer has spoken to several musicians who attended the camp. One evening during this camp, Mr. Combs, J. Combs, and G were in a heated conversation. That conversation was moved out of the studio and into a restroom adjacent to where Mr. Jones was sitting. Mr. Jones was approximately 2 feet away from the bathroom when gunshots rang out. Mr. Jones recalls hearing multiple shots. Oh, here's some of the stuff. So these are the little side notes. So that rapper that was redacted, it says he is a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. And that other one, this one, the R&B singer that was redacted, the little note says he is a Grammy award-winning R&B singer who had trouble with law enforcement after assaulting a Bajan billionaire. And then 1 and 2. I don't know. Sometimes these could be interesting. Like that one that was on the Delphi thing was huge that we all missed. The little, I don't know where it came from, but I'll just read it. Number 1. Oh, here's 2. A complaint forthcoming. I want to find 1, the little 1. Hold on. There it is. U.S. Virgin Islands. Says this writer spoke with several employees of the yacht rented by Mr. Combs in the U.S. Virgin Islands who personally witnessed defendant Coram instructor staff Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Buon spike bottles of champagne with ecstasy. Man. Anyway. Mr. Jones immediately went into a state of shock and feared that he would be shot next. So now we're going back. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I'll do that differently. Now when we see a little note, I'll go down to it right away so we're not confused. So back to the shots, right? So they were in the bathroom, right? Mr. Jones was approximately 2 feet away from the bathroom when the gunshots rang out. And it was, hold on, it was the conversation that got moved out of the studio into a restroom. And it's saying that it was Mr. Combs, which is P. Diddy, J. Combs, which is his son, right? And G, which is that tall African-American they labeled him as, right? So Mr. Jones immediately went into a state of shock and feared that he would be shot next. Mr. Jones genuinely believed that he would be shot through the door due to how close he was. After the shooting ended, a crowd gathered around the restroom. When the door finally opened, Mr. Combs and J. Combs exited. G was lying on the restroom floor in a fetal position, holding his stomach and bleeding out of his leg and hip area. Wow. Ugh. Everyone stood around looking upon G. Frustrated by the lack of aid to G, Mr. Jones dropped everything, ran to G, and immediately began placing pressure on G's gunshot wound to his stomach. As he was applying pressure on his stomach, Mr. Jones realized that G was gushing blood from another area near his leg hip. He decided to lift G and place him to sit on the toilet. Mr. Jones asked the crowd to call the ambulance. Mr. Jones lifted G and brought him to the ambulance at the studio's front. At this time, Mr. Combs and Justin disappeared to another part of the studio. Mr. Combs gave strict instructions to inform the police that he had nothing to do with the shooting. He also forced Mr. Jones to lie to the police by telling them that G was shot standing outside the studio by a drive-by assailant. This guy's, he's horrible. And here is article by CBS News, man shot outside party at Hollywood recording studio. So this is how it was portrayed then. Let's see. At least one person was shot at a party at a Hollywood recording studio, police said Monday. Officers were called to the 800 block of North Highland Avenue at Willoughby to check into reports of a shooting at about 3 a.m. According to the LAPD, at the location, they found a man had been shot after stepping outside the studio. The man in his 30s was taken to a hospital in stable condition. He was reportedly shot in the abdomen. Sky 2 was over the scene early Monday, spotted several people sitting outside the location being questioned by police. No information was released about the suspect, and it's not known if the shooting was gang-related. Here's the thing. If Mr. Jones didn't step up and call an ambulance and help this guy, that guy probably could have died, right? That would have been murder. And yet, now it is portrayed, you see in the news, it's just like Sean Combs wanted it. Oh, it's portrayed as being like a drive-by, right? After stepping outside, he got shot. Bullcrap. The man in his 30s was taken to a hospital in stable condition. He was reportedly shot in the abdomen. Already did that one. Okay. No information was released about the suspect, and it's not known if the shooting was gang-related. Oh, I just read that. Where did... Oh, it's the same thing. Look, so I'm not losing it. They have it twice here. Okay. Mr. Jones has several corroborating witnesses who spoke with this writer anonymously due to fear of retaliation from Mr. Combs. Wow. They have agreed to speak publicly when subpoenaed. So here, trigger warning, there's going to be a little bit of blood here. This is the bathroom that he was shot in. So... yeah, I mean, if he just sat there and bleeding and nobody helped him, he would have died. He would have bled out. It's bullcrap. That is so bullcrap that he thinks because he has all this power and money that he could just get away with murder and then just lie about it. Oh, everybody would just cover for me. Oh, I hate people. Anyway, Mr. Jones has the clothing he wore that day and believes it may still have the stains and DNA of G's blood. The following are screenshots of the aftermath of the restroom where G was shot by either Mr. Combs or Jay Combs. So he's getting his sons to take part in this illegal activity. And a lot of people, like, you know, people that are reporting it, like, you know, lawyers and people in that field, they think that there's a good chance that his sons are going to probably end up getting arrested too. You know, I think they're not arrested. Nobody's detained yet. They raided the house. They're looking for stuff. Nobody's been arrested yet, but I guarantee they will be. For sure, Sean, his time's coming, but they don't know where he's at because he was allowed to leave. He could go wherever he wanted. He has a plane. We'll get all into that when we watch some of the videos, but some people think, I don't know, that he could be where he could be. I don't know. Aftermath of the shooting of G. Clearly, G was not shot outside of the studio as Mr. Combs instructed his team to report to law enforcement. Mr. Combs and defendants LR, MR, and UMG and CRS provided private security for the writers' camp at defendant CRS. Man, all these initials. Yeah, it's horrible, Kathleen. You're right. It's not just that. It's horrible. All thanks, Abellis. You and you're gifted. You are so awesome. Are you guys able to read okay, the document? Is it big enough? Because if I zoom in anymore, it'll go off the screen. Okay. The security was porous and lackluster at best. The fact that Mr. Combs and Jay Combs were allowed to enter CRS with guns, and those guns were not confiscated by security, is a clear breach of duty by Mr. Combs' defendants LR, MR, and UMG to protect Mr. Jones and the other attendees of this writers' camp. As a result of this shooting, Mr. Jones is severely traumatized. Mr. Jones now suffers from PTSD, severe anxiety, depression, and insomnia. Okay, now Mr. Jones was sexually, I'll take a little pause before so that the words aren't together, harassed and assaulted by Mr. Combs. Throughout his time living with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was the victim of constant, unsolicited, and unauthorized groping and touching of his anus by Mr. Combs. He's sick. He's sick for the fact that it's unsolicited, unauthorized, non-consensual, okay? That's what's sick about it, is what I'm saying. That he's a predator, and he's taking advantage of his power, his money, his connections, knowing he could do whatever, and he has dirt on everybody, and he can blackmail them, or he has power. He knows that he has so much power, he's gonna get away with it. He thinks. Finally, it's coming down. It's all coming down. But these people that don't have as much power are probably afraid, to even report it because of what, his connections. But anyway, these events took place in LA, New York, Florida, and the United States Virgin Islands. In addition to the unsolicited and unauthorized touching, Mr. Jones was forced by Mr. Combs to work in Mr. Combs' bathroom as Mr. Combs walked around naked and showered in a clear glass enclosure. As a heterosexual Christian man, Mr. Jones was uncomfortable with Mr. Combs' advances and expressed his discomfort to Mr. Combs' Chief of Staff, Christina Karam, KK. KK responded to Mr. Jones' complaint with, Sean will be Sean. KK also attempted to downplay Mr. Combs' groping of Mr. Jones' anus and genitals as friendly horseplay, stating that those acts were Mr. Combs' way of showing that he likes you. Mr. Jones, you gotta be kidding me. Despite these assurances, on several occasions when Mr. Combs began to undress and walk around his house naked, KK would say, "Okay, I am leaving now," and she would disappear. KK's hypocrisy is breathtaking at best or enabling at worst. Mr. Jones believes that KK aided and abetted Mr. Combs' sexual essay of him and was working with Mr. Combs to groom him into accepting a homosexual relationship. Through these sexually deviant acts, one would say Mr. Combs has a pattern and practice of engaging in such nefarious activity. This ongoing context shows that Mr. Combs cannot be rehabilitated. Mr. Combs attempted to groom Mr. Jones into engaging in gay sex. Mr. Combs was aware that Mr. Jones looked up to and idolized music producer Stephen Aaron Jordan, Stevie J. Stevie J is an American DJ, record producer, and television personality. Stevie J was a part of the Bad Boys Records production team in The Hitmen. In 1997, Stevie J won a Grammy Award for his work on Puff Daddy's debut album. Throughout the late 1990s, Stevie J produced for several artists, including Mariah Carey, Tevin Campbell, the Notorious B.I.G., 112, Jodeci, Faith Evans, Jay-Z, and Eve. Stevie J was one of the producers on the Love album. Mr. Combs used access to Stevie J and his knowledge of Mr. Jones' admiration of Stevie J to groom and entice Mr. Jones to engage in homosexuality. Mr. Combs went so far as to share a video of Stevie J anally penetrating a Caucasian male without a condom. This was done to ease Mr. Jones's anxiety concerning homosexuality. According to Mr. Combs, this is a normal practice in the music industry. Look, even Stephen J is doing it. Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with rapper Redacted, R&B singer Redacted, and Stevie J. Here, I want to see what the 5 and 6 are. Hold on. Sometimes this could be interesting stuff. So the Redacted R&B and... Okay, hold on. He is a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj, that same guy, huh? He performed at the Super Bowl and had a successful Vegas residency. Usher? Are they talking about which Super Bowl? Wait, let's see what this says. Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with rapper, that same one that dated Nicki Minaj, and R&B singer, I think it's Usher. What do you guys think? how they describe it is he performed at the Super Bowl and had a successful Vegas residency. Oh, Meek Mill. We know Meek Mill. That's another guy. There's actually audio of him and Meek Mill. I don't know if it's legit. That's why I'm tempted not to share it, because once we play the videos, because I can't confirm it's real. But anyway, but we know, like I said, Usher used to spend the night when he was younger. Puff Daddy was his like legal guardian when he was a minor. He brought him up. He was a kid basically. So there was probably maybe something going on with them too, because he is a freaking predator, manipulator, groomer. He would do that with Usher, right? So I don't know. What do you guys think? It's Meek Mill? Did Meek Mill play at the Super Bowl though? I know Usher did. I don't know, but I thought it was Usher. But I guess there's a lot of people that probably did a Super Bowl. But he is an R&B singer too. Anyway, so number 7. We didn't get to 7 yet. Okay. Mr. Combs promised to make sure that Mr. Jones wins Producer of the Year at the Grammys if he engaged in homosexuality. See what kind of power and pull he probably has? Because he's probably legit. He probably can make sure that he wins that too. That's the horrible thing about people like this. They have all this power and can get away with it. The following are screenshots of the video of Stevie J. I'm not going to read all. You see what he's doing, because YouTube's a little bit, you got to be careful, because I don't even know. Here's the thing with YouTube. I don't know exactly what we're allowed to say. So it's like we guess, because they won't give us a list of it. So you kind of have to guess. And so I'm guessing that maybe I shouldn't read that. I don't know. Sometimes you're surprised on stuff that they're okay with and then stuff they're not. But we can never learn as creators, because they won't tell us. So it's like, how are we supposed to learn? What we're allowed to say or do. So we won't do, so we know, but there's no way they don't tell us. Anyway, back to this thing. Okay, so here's trigger warning. There is screenshots. They're kind of blurry, but it's of this, what he just said. Stevie J, a Caucasian male that Mr. Combs provided to Mr. Jones. So Thanksgiving 2022, Mr. Jones is essayed by Young Miami's cousin. On Thanksgiving Day 2022, Mr. Jones was in Mr. Combs' house located in Miami, Florida. Young Miami and her female cousins were also present. Wait. Okay. Thanks, Ashley. Hey, Wolfpack. Oh, Abella, thank you. Did you gift more? Is that the same one and I forgot to unstar it? Well, either way, thank you. You're awesome. All right. Mr. Combs was intoxicated and offered cocaine to Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones rejected him and proceeded to walk to the restroom. While using the restroom, Young Miami's cousin burst into the bathroom and began groping Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs sent her in there to essay Mr. Jones. As she entered the bathroom, she dropped to her knees and began performing oral on Mr. Jones, exposed his... You guys could read this good, right? If I, leave out some words and you guys just read them just because of YouTube. Because I want to be able to, read this document. So in order to be able to read it, I might have to not say some words, is my point. So hopefully you guys could read it okay when I don't say them. Anyway, Mr. Jones pushed her away and exited. Mr. Jones pushed her away and exited the bathroom. Young Miami's cousin did not accept Mr. Jones' rejection. As she proceeded to follow Mr. Jones out of the bathroom, she started undressing and attempted to straddle him and have sex with him in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. Once again, Mr. Jones pushed her off. The following are images from a video of young Miami, her cousin, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Combs. So this is, I think it's pretty sure this is Mr. Jones. That's Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. So this is, yeah, Mr. Jones and Mr. Combs on Thanksgiving Day, right before Mr. Combs invites Mr. Jones into the restroom and attempted to force him to take cocaine. So this is right before they're talking. This is young Miami and her female cousin, who essayed Mr. Jones on Thanksgiving Day. So I don't know which one's young Miami, because I don't know who young Miami is. I'm sure I think they'll end up showing a picture of. So my point is then the other one is the cousins, but I don't know which one young Miami, because I don't know a lot of the hip hop creators or whatever. Oh, yay. Thank you, ASB for 12. I'm glad you found it too. Cool. Are you new here? But welcome. Thank you. Okay. Miss Stewie in the house. What up? Okay. So yeah. Trafficking and Victims Protection Act. Throughout his time, Mr. Jones was transported from California to New York, Florida, and the United States Virgin Islands. Oh, no, it says, sorry, I missed a word. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was transported from California to New York, Florida, United States Virgin Islands. He was going everywhere with them. During this time, Mr. Jones was forced to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. On or about February 4th, 2023, Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to bring prostitutes and sex workers back to his home in Miami, Florida. This was just, oh, that was last year. Never mind. I was like, wait, February, but yeah, that'd be last year. Man, something else. Oh, look at this. Wait, I forgot to read that. Hold on. I want to see where that little note came from. Hold on. 8. Here it is. So the following are images from a video of young Miami and her cousin. That note says, this writer is in possession of the video and will provide a copy to the court. Okay. All right. So there's a picture. It's got the face blurred out. You can see it. The person's wearing a shirt that says Love Record. Love is the company, right? And the record. Wasn't there a company too? And then his new record, wasn't that called Love? I think it said. I don't know. It's hard to keep track. The sex workers that Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to bring back to his home, I guess, are these two, right? On or about February 2nd, 2023 incident, Mr. Jones believes Mr. Combs drugged him. So Mr. Jones is saying he thinks that Puff Daddy drugged him. Mr. Jones recalls waking up naked, dizzy, and confused. He was in a bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. Oh. Wow. He also recalls aimlessly wandering around the house with no clothes on. He does not take no for a freaking answer. He's breaking so many freaking laws. What a predator. I can't tell. I mean, that looks like somebody sleeping. That looks like somebody sleeping like on their side. That's their shoulder, but I can't tell what this is. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't really even look like any body part. Or it could be with like somebody with a really big stomach, but that doesn't really look like, I don't know, I'm not seeing that wrong. Maybe I'm just not looking at it right, but sex workers in Mr. Jones' bed the morning after being drugged. So this is the morning after being drugged. God. On another occasion in Miami, Florida, on Thanksgiving night of 2022, Mr. Combs asked Mr. Jones and DeForest Taylor to enter the studio bathroom. He asked them for a $100 bill because he wanted them to do cocaine with him. Mr. Jones was scared, but luckily he didn't have a $100 bill. So Mr. Combs waited a little later to do coke with young Miami. Later that evening, he required Mr. Jones to solicit sex workers from Booby Trap on the river. Mr. Jones did, And Mr. Combs forced him to engage in unsolicited acts with these workers. Wow. Here's the booby traps. Booby Trap is, I guess, a company that does that, right? Wow. This is crazy. Oh, Donna, thank you. Oh, you are the most generous person, I swear. Thank you. Don't think I don't see all your donations. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. What up, Carol? Say hi to a few people in the meantime. Riscobo, what up? I don't know. I'm channeling. What does the live keep knocking off? It's crazy. It does? Wait, what do you mean? Ashley, is the live knocking off? I don't know what you mean by that. Is everything good? I keep checking just to make sure. That's why I keep looking at chat, because I want to make sure that it's going fine. Okay. All right. So booby trap on the river. As a part of Mr. Jones' sex worker recruitment tools, Mr. Combs provided Mr. Jones with an exclusive Bad Boys baseball cap and required him to wear it to booby trap on the river as a signal to any sex worker he approached that Mr. Combs was in town and had sent Mr. Jones to recruit them. Mr. Jones had no desire to visit booby trap on the river. Mr. Jones had no desire to solicit sex workers from booby trap on the river. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to intimidate and force Mr. Jones into soliciting workers from booby trap. As detailed below, Mr. Combs used many tactics to maintain dominion and control of Mr. Jones. Apparently, these workers were accustomed to servicing Mr. Combs and would know that he is in town by the sight of the Bad Boys baseball cap. The following are Instagram profiles of two of the workers. So I'm going to leave out, now that you guys see, I mean, you could read, I might leave out like certain words. So I'll say workers instead of, because I just want to make sure that this gets heard, so it's not worth it. So you guys could, when I say workers, I'm sure in certain things like that, I leave out. Anyway, so yeah, so here's the two Instagram profiles of workers that Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to solicit and have sex with at his home in Miami. So here are the two Instagram workers. Faces are blurred out though. Mr. Jones had no desire to solicit and or have sex with individuals in the previous paragraph. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to intimidate and force Mr. Jones into soliciting and sleeping with these women. The following is the phone number of another worker that Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to solicit and perform acts with at his home. So that's redacted. Booby trap Miami. Mr. Jones had no desire to solicit and or have sex with the individual in the previous paragraphs. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to intimidate and force Mr. Jones into soliciting and sleeping with individuals above. Mr. Combs used many tactics to maintain dominion and control of Mr. Jones. Am I saying that word right? Dominion. Doesn't seem right for some reason, but yeah. I get what it, the meaning. It feels like I'm saying it wrong. Hey, Miss English. I know. Yeah, right. I know. I mean, I agree. Nancy. So he promised him a Grammy for Producer of the Year for the Love album. He offered him $250,000 to purchase all the instruments he wanted. He promised him ownership of his $20 million property? Wow. She's like, One Star Island in Miami, Florida. So he promised ownership of that. He promised access to record label executives like defendants Lucian Charles Grange and Ethiopia Habtemariam. Oh man, see, that's how he gets it. Like these people are like, they get manipulated like this. Mr. Combs would often switch up his approach. He would go from promising Mr. Jones the world to threatening Mr. Jones with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat Mr. Jones' face and informed Mr. Jones that he is willing to kill his mother if he must, in order to get what he wants. So Mr. Jones is saying he's willing to kill his own mother, Janice Combs. So Miss Puff Daddy's own mother. So he's saying, like, I'm willing to kill my own mother. So he's showing, like, you don't think I'll do something to you? I'm willing to kill my own mother in order to get what I want. So he wouldn't think twice to harm Mr. Jones. Wow. Ugh. I hope his mom sees this. Mr. Combs and J. Combs solicits drugs and engages in illicit acts with minors and workers. This is unbelievable. Like, it's disgusting. Abuse of power, like crazy. On or about July 2nd, 2023, in California, Mr. Combs had a listening party at his home. Present at this party was R&B artist. Let me see if it's that same one. I bet you it's the one. Yeah, it's that same one. We got to figure this out. In my head, I keep going to Usher. That's who I'm going to be picturing. I don't know. Grammy Award-winning R&B singer who had trouble with law enforcement. Oh, wait, no, that's a different one. Never mind. This is a different one. So this is a Grammy Award-winning R&B singer who had trouble with law enforcement after assaulting a Bijan billionaire. Does anybody know who that is? Anybody? Somebody look that up for me real quick. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Watch this. You guys, hold on one second. Watch. I have that, look. It's right on this page. The Ask Copilot, sorry, where you could ask him, watch, let's see if they know. Who is the R&B singer? Wait, hold on. Who is the Grammy Award? Let's see what it will get. What was it? Bijan billionaire. Assaulted? Is that what it says? Hold on. Oh, here we go. They're assaulting. Let's see what it finds. The Grammy Award-winning R&B singer who faced legal issues after assaulting a Bijan billionaire is none other than Sean Combs. No, it's got to be somebody else. Because they're naming him. They wouldn't just... What? It can't be, right? It's him. I think there's somebody else. I don't know. Well, let's just read and see if that even makes any sense that it could be him. No, because the other one, I think it said it was with him at one point. Let me see. Where are we at? That was number 9. I just want to see to see if it would even make sense that it's him. I don't know. We'll just continue. I don't even know where oh, here it is. Present at this party was... No, because they're naming him. Why would his name be redacted? I don't think, but... So it's saying whoever that is redacted. J. Combs, which is his son, right? Workers, and some underage girls. The event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs request... Yeah, because look, his name's not redacted right there. So it has to be another one, too. Maybe he was a part of it. So much for the AI co-pilot. So I'm saying I don't trust those things. When Anthony was like talking about how awesome it was, like I was getting like wrong information. I would just have to double check it. It wouldn't save me time because I would fact check it and it would take me just as much time to look it up myself. Anyway, the event began at 7. Mr. Combs requested female S workers and required Mr. Jones to solicit them. An hour later, several workers appeared. In addition to workers, there were at least 5 women in the crowd that were under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the women to drink laced De Leon liquor. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. Mr. Combs did not check the identification of any of these underage girls. The presence of these underage women made Mr. Jones very uncomfortable. He attempted to leave, and Mr. Combs forced him to stay. Mr. Combs went so far as to take Mr. Jones' car keys to prevent him from leaving. After being forced to drink laced De Leon shots, Mr. Jones began feeling lightheaded and recalls passing out and waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning naked with a sex worker sleeping next to him. Screenshots of the video from that night is embedded below. So let's just do a trigger warning because I don't remember which ones these are going to be because like I said, I had to skim through this. Oh yeah, it's not too bad because they have it blanked out, but okay. So that looks like Puff Daddy, Combs, Sean Combs. That looks like him right there. It looks like him right there, right? So they're saying this is underage right here. He's with an underage female, and they're saying under 16, the ones that are redacted out their faces. And then this is Justin Combs, his son, with an underage female. Mr. Combs attempts to pass off Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. I used to think he was a good guy until this all came out. I didn't realize he was a predator too. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. He seems like I was so surprised. Wasn't surprised about Puff Daddy, but was surprised about Cuba. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs was grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became a reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. while they were on Mr. Combs' yacht. During the introduction, Mr. Combs suggested that Cuba get to know Mr. Jones better. He then left them alone in a makeshift studio on the yacht. So Mr. Jones suggested Cuba get to know. Okay, so that looks like Cuba and Puff Daddy. So this is the yacht. It's probably Mr. Combs and Cuba moments before Mr. Jones assaulted. Or before Mr. Jones is assaulted by Cuba Gooding. This is moments before on the yacht, okay? As evidenced by a video of which screenshots are embedded below, Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones' legs, his upper inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks, and his shoulders. Mr. Jones was extremely uncomfortable and proceeded to lean away from Mr. Gooding Jr. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away. The following is a screenshot of the encounter with Cuba Gooding Jr. And then I want to find 11. The writer is in possession of the whole video. Okay, yeah. They'll provide a copy to the court. So this is Cuba Gooding Jr. forcibly touching Mr. Jones on Mr. Combs' yacht. Oh, so up here I said it the wrong. Oh, no, it does say Mr. Combs. Never mind. Sorry, guys, at a moment. Okay, so this is Cuba with Mr. Jones. And he's like, coming on to him. And I'm sure Mr. Jones is feeling very uncomfortable. It's making me want to, The Love Album. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was under an implied work-for-hire agreement. He was not compensated for his time living with Mr. Combs or for the songs he produced. As evidence, he was listed as a producer for the following songs on the Love album's final release: Deliver Me, Stay, Part 1, Reaching, What's Love, Stay a While, Moments, Need Somebody, Homecoming, and Tough Love. Mr. Combs and defendants LR, MR, and UMG all benefited from Mr. Jones' work product. They failed to compensate Mr. Jones for his work. As a result, Mr. Combs and defendants LR, MR, and UMG were all unjustly enriched at the expense of Mr. Jones. Let me take a sip of this water real quick, guys. Thank you, Callie. Callie Dean. It's Chris Brown who was assaulted a billionaire. Oh, okay. Thank you. I could see that because he's Sean Combs is associated with Chris Brown. He was another one that he brought up, like Usher. You know, he denied him at first. I don't. There's an interview with him, but yeah, he's another one that's associated with him. Okay, so that makes sense. So that's one of them. There was the other R&B singer that was different. The one that performed at the Super Bowl. I think those are, it seems like those are two different people. So the one that assaulted is, you're saying Chris Brown, but the one at the Super Bowl, I think that's a different one, right? So that might be Usher. I don't know. But thank you, Kelly. Mr. Jones attempted to work with Mr. Combs to secure his publishing and royalty rights for the work he completed on the Love album. Mr. Combs only offered Mr. Jones $29,000 for 13 months. Thousands of hours of work, and 9 songs that made it to the Love album. Ironically, Mr. Jones was willing to take $50,000. His publishing and royalties. Oh yeah, his publishing and royalties. Mr. Combs' self-serving greed would not allow him to pay Mr. Jones an additional $21,000. Oh, it's making me mad. It's making me mad. So this says on number 12. Where was this? I keep missing it because I want to do it as it comes up right here. Okay. It says Mr. Gooding has a storied history of essaying and forcibly touching individuals against their will. And that is true. I just learned that with this. I didn't realize he had another account. So yeah. And where there's one and where there's two, you know, there's probably many that haven't been, you know, people just don't talk because of who he is. So I guarantee there's more than 2. That he freaking was a predator. Oh, anyway. And we could get all into that little side thing like sometime, but because I'm going to make this into like a bunch of parts because there's a lot to go through. Anyway, this writer has retained other creative artists and writers who have experienced the same treatment from Mr. Combs and will file suit in the coming weeks. So that was right here, where it says Mr. Combs' self-serving greed would allow him not to pay Mr. Jones. And it says this writer has retained other creative artists. So yeah, they have other people. Now that one person spoke up, just like, what was the one, what's his name? The producer, the movie that took advantage of all the women, the celebs. I can't think of his name, not Epstein, but the other one where once one came out, it made other people comfortable, other victims to come out. I think that's what's going to happen here. It's going to make other people feel comfortable, especially when he's arrested and that they see that, whoa, his power's over. Now I could safely come out and I won't have any repercussions. Watch how many people come out. Harvey Weinstein, thank you. Yes, Rand. Anyway, so now we're right here. Mr. Combs' deceptive business practices became so bad that Mr. Jones was left with no choice other than to make a public plea on social media for Mr. Combs to pay him for his work. After publicly requesting that Mr. Combs do the right thing and pay him fairly, Mr. Jones received an onslaught of threatening messages from Stevie J and Love Records A&R DeForest Taylor. Oh, let me see what 14 is real quick. As the A&R of Love Records, DeForest Taylor did not require Mr. Jones or any of the other creatives, musicians, or artists to sign an NDA. Okay. So here, what are we looking at? this says DeForest Taylor threatening Mr. Jones. So this must be DeForest Taylor, or wait, I don't know. It says, you playing? Somebody says, I'm in the studio. And then there's a voice message and it says, LOL, you 100% lair and weirdo. Good luck. Number still the same. Run into, I'm not going to say that word. Come talk to me in public on a public podcast and forum. Wait, so which one is DeForest? Is it this one? Because why am I not seeing the threat? Hold on. I don't know. Mr. Combs has used his power and influence to threaten and intimidate Mr. Jones. According to Mr. Jones, Mr. Combs is very forceful and demanding. Mr. Combs does not take no for an answer and would often threaten to inflict bodily harm on Mr. Jones if Mr. Jones did not comply with his demands. As detailed above, Mr. Combs threatened to eat Mr. Jones' face. On another occasion, while standing in Mr. Combs' bedroom, Mr. Jones was forced to watch as Mr. Combs displayed his guns and bragged about getting away with shooting people. That's another thing I'd be scared. Seeing how he got away with that. We know that whole club shooting with the Jennifer Lopez that we'll get into. Nobody ended up dying in any of those, but they could have, and he would have got away with it still, I'm sure. Mr. Combs shared that he was responsible for shooting in the nightclub in New York with city rapper Shine. That's the one I was talking about. He was dating Jennifer Lopez, and she's the one that carried the gun in for him. And because if somebody would have died because murder doesn't have a statute of limitation there, she could have got charged with murder. I mean, I guess it would be like I don't know. I mean, it would have been somewhat of a charge. I don't know. They could have charged her with a few options, I would say. But anyway, because the person didn't die, she's good. Because how long ago was this? So it says, Diddy's former bodyguard accuses the rapper of snitching on Shine over 1999 shooting. So it's 25 years ago. So wait, Diddy's former bodyguard accuses the rapper. As the story goes, bad boy artist Shine was jailed for attempted murder, assaulting, and reckless endangerment charges after a shooting incident at New York club. Oh, didn't he pay him like a bunch of money to take the fall? Gene Deal on Puffy snitching. Yeah, we'll get into some videos later. He shared that artist and Mr. Combs' girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Lopez, a.k.a. J-Lo, carried the gun into the club for him and passed him the gun after he got into an altercation with another individual. Sean Combs, Jennifer Lopez arrested after New York shooting. Sean Puffy Combs and Jennifer Lopez were arrested and charged Monday with criminal possession of a weapon after a gun was allegedly found in their car as they left I swear, didn't he pay somebody to take the blame, like millions of dollars? The shooting in Chalice recording studios confirmed Mr. Combs' statement. These statements reinforce Mr. Jones' fear of Mr. Combs and strengthen Mr. Combs' dominion and control of Mr. Jones. Wait, what? Alicia, you're not new. I've seen you way back. I've seen you around. What do you mean? You've been in here before. What, am I not reading good? I think I'm reading just fine. I don't understand what that is. And you're definitely not new. You've been in here. So why are you saying this is my first time? That's not accurate. I've seen you here. I mean, I've seen you here like it was a while ago. Hey, Crispy Tree. Yeah, I think I'm doing all right, actually. Now, I'm the first to admit if I feel like I'm not doing good. I'm not, and once I start getting tired, but I'm doing good right now. I'm fine. What do you guys think? Put a 1 if you think I'm reading fine. Anyway, okay. Because I think I am. The shooting in Chalice. Oh, wait. I already read that part, right? Yeah, so it's just reinforcing the fear because look, got away with 2 shootings. Um, so it says Mr. Jones was terrified of Mr. Combs. He felt like he could not tell him no. I get that. I know I saw a couple people in chat saying, "Well, he's an adult," but think about the power and the influence. I could see being caught up and afraid to tell him no. Like fear not only of your life, fear of your reputation, fear of your career, like everything. Thank you guys. I see those ones. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Combs consistently made it clear that he has immense power in the music industry with law enforcement and law enforcement. Mr. Combs made it clear that his head of security, Fahim Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed, had the power to make people and problems disappear. And here is Mohammed. Mr. Combs instructs his staff to always contact Mr. Mohammed if they are ever pulled over by the police in Miami or California. So Mr. Mohammed is a head of security. Okay. Does he have any title in law enforcement, I wonder? It says if you're ever pulled over by police. Upon information and belief, Mr. Mohammed spoke with the LAPD after G was shot at CRS. The LAPD was in the CRS and witnessed the blood in the restroom, and they went with the bogus claim that the shooting of G occurred outside of the studio. This was all thanks to Mr. Mohammed's connections with law enforcement. Mr. Jones had no reason to disbelieve Mr. Combs, as he had seen firsthand through shooting of G and the subsequent silence of the LAPD and the media that Mr. Combs indeed had the power to harm him. The LAPD spent hours in CRS after the shooting of G. Yet there were no arrests. Mr. Jones witnessed the LAPD in the restroom picture above, yet no arrests were made. The morning after the shooting, Mr. Jones and several others arrived at CRS, and G's blood was still on the floor of the restroom, and Mr. Combs hired a cleaning crew to clean it up. It should have been a freaking crime scene, I think is the point he's trying to say. But yet Mr. Combs is having a freaking cleaning crew to clean it up. Defendants Ethiopia Habetarium. Now the names I don't read good. Lucian Charles Grange, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group, aided, abetted, and profited off of Sean Combs' RICO enterprise. Mr. Jones recalls seeing defendant Grange. Let's see, so 15, no side note. TikTok is one of the most important short video platforms in the world. It has a significant impact on the spread of global music. Today, it is believed that artists are paying more and more attention to producing music suitable for dissemination of on TikTok. Due to failed contractual renewal negotiations between Universal and TikTok, a lot of music, where's the rest of it, had to be removed from TikTok. This comes from the alleged lack of protection TikTok takes to ensure UMG artists' rights and creativity is preserved, as well as fair compensation. On the contrary, it has been alleged that the renewal failed due to UMG's own financial agenda and putting their interests first before the artist. This move has cost artists affected huge opportunities. So all the artists that were affected, it cost them a lot. To further their growth and development within their art, as well as huge financial loss. However, UMG will still continue to profit off these artists, whether their music will be released back to TikTok or not. That's bullcrap. But yeah, it's saying that Mr. Jones recalls seeing defendant Grange visiting Mr. Combs in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California. I don't know why that side note was there. It's kind of weird. Well, it's because he's that part of that company, but still, I don't know. Okay. So, according to Mr. Jones, whenever defendant Grange visited Mr. Combs at his homes, it would be in the evening, and he and Mr. Combs would disappear for hours in Mr. Combs' bedroom. Defendant Grange sponsored and attended several Love album listening parties at Mr. Combs' home in Los Angeles. These parties were sponsored by defendants MR, LR, and UMG. As evidence above, these parties had S workers and underage girls present. During these parties, defendant Grange knew or should have known that Mr. Combs was drugging the attendees through lace bottles of De Leon tequila and Ciroc vodka. It's sick. It is no secret that Mr. Combs has specific bottles of alcohol designated for females and other bottles designated for his staff, his artists, and himself. This fact was detailed by former artists and bodyguards of Mr. Combs. As a sponsor of these events, defendant Grange had a duty and obligation to ensure that S workers and underage girls were not present, and that Mr. Combs was not spiking the alcohol with date R drugs. So, since he was a sponsor, he should have. It was his duty and obligations to make sure that, right? But did he? Doesn't look like it. On YouTube channel The Art of Dialogue, former bodyguard Gene Deal exposed Mr. Combs' pill mixing method used to spike cranberry juice and orange juice. According to Mr. Deal, Mr. Combs would place ecstasy and other date R drugs in the juices. Unfreaking believable. Let me take a sip of my coffee. This is making me mad, though. It's like I have so much hate for this because, like I said, I've been following this for years with all the allegations, and I was just waiting. It's like, is this guy gonna? I mean, come on! It's only a matter of time, and I'm so glad that they're coming down on him. But actually, hearing the accounts, it's making me really mad. Okay. Wait, what does 16 say? Hold on, I want to see the note. Oh, wait, hold on. Where is it? Oh, it just has a link to the video. Okay. On YouTube, The Art of Dialogue, former artist Mark Curry exposed Mr. Combs spiking bottles of Moet champagne in the VIP section of nightclubs. Mr. Combs would have a set of Moet champagne bottles for his artist and a set for women. Oh, my Lord. This writer has spoken with several former employees of Mr. Combs who witnessed defendant Karam instruct her staff to lace Champagne de Leon and Ciroc liquor bottles with ecstasy and other illicit drugs. She is like the Maxwell of the Epstein case. Mr. Jones recalls seeing defendant Habtemariam visiting Mr. Combs' home in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California. According to Mr. Jones, whenever defendant Habtemariam visited Mr. Combs at his home, it would be in the evening, and she and Mr. Combs would disappear for hours in Mr. Combs' bedroom. According to Mr. Jones, defendant Habtemariam visited Mr. Combs at defendant CRS during Mr. Combs' writing camp. Defendant Habtemariam sponsored and attended several Love album listening parties at Mr. Combs' home in Los Angeles. These parties were sponsored by defendants MR, LR, UMG. As evidence above, these parties had S workers and underage girls present. During these parties, defendant Habtemariam knew or should have known that Mr. Combs was drugging the attendees through lace bottles of De Leon tequila and Ciroc vodka. As a sponsor of these events, defendant Habtemariam had a duty and obligation to ensure that S workers and underage girls were not present and that Mr. Combs was not spiking the alcohol with date R drugs. Defendant Christina Karam, the Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs, Jeffrey Epstein. Or Maxwell to Sean Combs, yeah, that's right. So that's them. Well, we know who that is. Epstein and Maxwell, and then that's Sean and Karam. According to Mr. Jones, during the 13 months he lived and traveled with Mr. Combs, he witnessed Mr. Combs display and distribute guns from his bedroom closet in Miami, Florida, Los Angeles, to questionable individuals dressed in all black. So he would see him distribute guns to these individuals that are dressed in all black. What the heck? According to Mr. Jones, during the 13 months he lived and traveled with Mr. Combs, he witnessed defendant Karam openly order her assistants to keep Mr. Combs high off gummies and pills. Defendant Karam required all employees from the butler, the chef to the housekeepers to walk around with a pouch of fanny pack filled with cocaine, GHB, ecstasy, marijuana gummies, and Tucci, which is a pink drug that is a combination of ecstasy and cocaine. Wow, dude. No joke. Dang it. So wait, he's saying all employees from the butler, the chef to the housekeepers would walk around with a pouch or fanny pack filled with cocaine, GHB, ecstasy, marijuana gummies, and this Tucci or Tukey, I don't know, I think it's Tucci, right? Pink drug is a combination of ecstasy and cocaine. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Let me think. Oh, right. Okay. It was important to defendant Karam to have Mr. Combs' drug of choice immediately ready when he asked for it. Defendant Karam ordered S-workers and prostitutes for Mr. Combs. Defendant Karam ordered and distributed ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms to Mr. Combs and his celebrity guests who were present on his rented yacht and in his homes in LA, New York City, and Miami. On multiple occasions, defendant Karam forced Mr. Jones to carry Mr. Combs' drug pouch against his will. As the chief of staff, defendant Karam was instrumental in organizing and executing the RICO enterprise. Defendant Karam had the following individuals execute the following tasks for the RICO enterprise. Stevie J. Recruits sex S workers and attends and participates in freak-offs. Justin Combs solicit prostitutes, underage girls, S-workers would engage in freak-offs. Whatever a freak-off. Oh, here's 19. I have to go back. Oh, here. The freak-offs. Here, there's a little side note here. So freak-offs. We have a video of Mr. Combs, Stevie J, and plaintiff Jones at a strip club. Mr. Combs is recording the video while coaching and training plaintiff Jones how to recruit S-workers. Wow. Anyway, so we have Brendan Paul works as Mr. Combs' mule. He just got arrested, right? I don't know when the date was, but he got caught with drugs, which we'll get into that sometime in one of these parts. But yeah, he works as Mr. Combs' mule. He acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. So this is Brendan Paul and Mr. Combs. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Frankie Santilla. Interrogation files. Hey. Thank you for coming. You guys, Interrogation Files has an awesome channel too, so go check him out. He's got a lot of good, like, body cam interrogations. Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming. All right. So where are we at here? So we have, I skipped this. Okay. Frankie Santilla works alongside Brendan. While Brendan acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns, Frankie carries the money and pays for the guns and drugs. So here's Sean and Frankie. So wait, Brendan acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. So and then Frankie carries the money and pays for the guns and drugs. Okay. Okay. Moy Buon hires S-workers, attends and participates in freak-offs. And this is a little note. It's the Vice President of Music Management and Strategic Partnership, Vice President of Music Management and Oh, it said the same thing twice. All right. Okay, I got you. Interrogation files. Thank you. Sent me an email. Thank you. I will definitely check it. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now we have Moy Buon Thanksgiving 2022 when Mr. Combs offered Mr. Jones cocaine. So I'm trying to see. This looks, here's Sean. Is that Mr. Jones? I can't tell. Or is that, I don't know. I've seen pictures, but he looks sometimes different from picture to picture. But this is, okay, when he offered it to him. Mr. Combs funded and used his affiliation with local gangs and gang leaders who would frequent his homes in LA and Miami to secure the drugs and guns he obtained and distributed out of his homes in LA and Miami. Let's just read that note real quick. Plaintiff has intentionally left the names and images of these individuals out of the pleading out of fear of retaliation. Oh, so that's why he's not naming the gang leaders and gangs, because he's out of fear of retaliation. Okay. I don't blame him. Defendants executed their RICO enterprise with threats of violence, threatening to eat plaintiff's face, displaying and distributing guns in plaintiff's presence, bragging about having law enforcement under control, bragging about murdering people, bragging about bribing witnesses and jurors in the criminal case concerning the 1999 New York nightclub shooting with Shine. Defendants executed their RICO enterprise with threats of isolation from the music and entertainment industry, parading powerful music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habit Mariam, at his parties filled with S-workers, minors, and illegal drugs such as ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. Defendants executed their RICO enterprise with threats of non-payment for work completed, fake promises of cash payments, $250,000, producer of the year Grammy Awards, and guaranteed access to future projects and a $20 million home on Star Island in Miami. So how would you guys handle this? Like if you were Mr. Jones right now, because not only like if you're like, I could give up all that stuff, but then you have the fear part where like the fear of your life and the threats. So even if you could be like, it's not that important. Money's not that important to me. But the rest of your life is, right? I mean, that'd be hard. And plus, you're afraid then he's drugging you. I mean, it's crazy, dude. How like things could get like out of control when you have somebody like that. Fear for your life, Dang it. So now we have Mr. Combs allowed to wreak havoc. While living and traveling with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones discovered that Mr. Combs has hidden cameras in every room of his homes. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs has recordings of defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia, as well as other celebrities, music label executives, politicians, and athletes. Upon information and belief, these individuals were recorded without their knowledge and consent. And as is the case with homosexual S-tape of Stevie J that Mr. Combs provided to Mr. Jones, remember when we saw those screenshots? Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that has attended his freak-off parties and his house parties. So he has it all videoed. So either like illegal activities, embarrassing things, he could use them to bribe for power. Upon information and belief, due to this treasure trove of evidence he has in his possession, Mr. Combs believes that he is above the law and is untouchable. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs employs Jose Cruz as his IT director. This writer has spoken to several former employees of Mr. Combs who confirmed that Jose Cruz is gatekeeper to all Mr. Combs recordings. Wow. So he's gatekeeper to all those recordings. Upon information and belief, Jose Cruz intentionally hides behind the camera and from social media and the internet due to all of the incriminating acts he was required to record for Mr. Combs. So they think he hides behind it because he's Puff's tech guy, Jose. First cause of action: conduct and participate in a RICO enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, violation of Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, codified at 18 U.S.C. Against defendants Lucian Grange, Ethiopia, Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Karam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and re-alleges them as if set forth fully herein. As respondent superior, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia, Combs Global, Motown, Love, UMG are 100% liable for the actions of Sean Combs, Justin Combs, KK Karam, as they were acting in their capacities as the respondent superior collective's employees when they committed the acts detailed below. The respondent superior collective failed to adequately monitor, warn, or supervise the actions of Sean Combs, Justin Combs, and Christina Karam. Defendants are individuals and or entities within the meaning of person, as defined in 18 U.S.C., because each is capable of holding and does hold a legal or beneficial interest in property. The association is composed of Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia, Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Karam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, UMG, John and Jane Doe's ABC corporations. It's a lot of power here. Section 1962 makes it unlawful for any person who has received any income derived directly or indirectly from a pattern of racketeering activity or through a collection of unlawful debt in which such person has participated as a principal within the meaning of Section 2, Title 18, United States Code, to use or invest directly or indirectly any part of such income or the proceeds of such income in the acquisition of any interest in or the establishment or operation of any enterprise which is engaged in or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce. Unlawful for any person employed by or associated with any enterprise engaged in or activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce to conduct, participate indirectly, blah, 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 same kind of stuff here, through a pattern of racketeering. Makes it unlawful for any person to conspire to violate Section 1962 and among other provisions. And defendants are associated with each other as an enterprise within the meaning of enterprise. Let's see. The defendants have unlawfully increased their profits by luring and deceiving producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists such as plaintiff to transport drugs, ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, transport firearms, solicit minors, exotic dancers, S-workers, and to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. The RICO enterprise, which all defendants have engaged in, and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, is comprised of an association, in fact, of persons including each defendant and other unnamed co-conspirators. That association, in fact, was structured by various contracts and non-contractual relationships between the defendants, by which defendants assumed different roles in agreeing to carry out a mail-and-wire fraud scheme to acquire drugs, firearms, prostitutes, minors, S-workers, and the labor of producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists such as plaintiff, to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. And the members of RICO enterprise all share a common purpose: to enrich themselves financially and sexually at the expense of producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists by maximizing defendants' revenues through fraudulent means. As set forth herein, defendants benefited financially from their scheme to defraud plaintiff by intimidating plaintiff with threats of violence, threatening to eat plaintiff's face, displaying and distributing guns in plaintiff's presence, bragging about having law enforcement under control, bragging about murdering people, bragging about bribing witnesses and jurors in the criminal case concerning the 1999 nightclub shooting with Shine, threats of isolation from the music and entertainment industry, parading powerful music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange, and names all those. I'm going to name that all again. The illegal drugs, non-payment for work completed, fake promises, cash payments, producer of the year, Grammy Awards, guaranteed access to future projects, that $20 million home on Star Island, which defendants would not have done but for the existence of the scheme. And this kind of is saying the same stuff too. I'm not going to read through all this. It's kind of the same stuff. But it does add a little bit extra here. It says access to famous celebrities, access to famous athletes. That's a little bit different, or a little bit add on there. Soliciting prostitutes by engaging in homosexual acts, by distributing and transporting firearms, by distributing and transporting drugs. Here we go. This is different. Upon information, the belief this RICO enterprise has existed for at least 20 years, dating back to 1999 nightclub shooting in New York, when Mr. Combs required his then girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, to transport his illegal firearm into the New York nightclub. Mr. Combs forced his then artist, Shine, to assume responsibility for the shooting of several individuals. Mr. Combs used his power, money, and influence to bribe jurors and witnesses, such as the friend of the shooting victim, Natanya Rubin, who reported to law enforcement that she saw Mr. Combs and not Shine pull the trigger and shoot her friend in the face. Wow. Natanya Rubin later testified at Mr. Combs' criminal trial that she was tying her shoe and may not have seen who shot the gun. Paid off, you know. She later confessed that Mr. Combs paid her. Wow. The RICO enterprise continued throughout the years, including during Mr. Combs' 10-year relationship with his girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura. According to Miss Ventura's civil complaint, this RICO enterprise continued in her relationship when Mr. Combs forced her to carry his gun in her purse, forced her to engage in unwanted sexual acts with male prostitute and ass workers, forced her to consume dangerous amounts of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and alcohol, and paying a member of the security team $5,000 to blow up the vehicle of Kid Cudi because he was jealous and insecure of their relationship. Wow, wow, wow. That's ridiculous. Oh, Shelly Bernie, thank you for joining. Wait, why didn't that, hold on a second. That didn't show up in my starred. Wonder why. Thank you. Huh. Usually they get starred. But thank you so much, Shelly Bimmy. I'm glad I saw it, because usually it'll get in a starred section so that I could thank everybody that I miss if I'm not looking. Huh, that's weird, but thank you. I hope I didn't hit something and then it's going to stop doing that. Anyway. All right. No, I still have it checked. Okay. All right, we'll continue here, but thank you so much. How crazy. So he blew up Kid Cudi's car. Wait. The vehicle, yeah, car or vehicle, because he's jealous of his girl's relationship with him. That's just messed up. And we're going to read her suit too, her story, her charge against him and stuff. So I think that's 25 pages. So I don't know if we'll get to it today. We'll see. So where are we at? So we have the RICO enterprise continued from September 2022 to the present day, as evidenced by the hundreds of hours of video and audio recordings in plaintiff's possession. Defendant Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Karam, His assistants and staff all orchestrated, participated, managed, and executed the RICO enterprise by purchasing and distributing ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, by purchasing and distributing firearms, by requiring the solicitation of sexual encounters with prostitutes, as workers, and minors, and forcing artists, creators, musicians, producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. That's messed up, dude. Ugh. Hold on. See if we could skip some of this because there's a lot of repeating on this part. Yeah, this is all kind of the same thing. Wait, this says the dissemination typically used interstate telephone wires, social media messages, and electronic mail. Huh. Oh, shoot. Hold on. The true nature of defendant's scheme was left undisclosed, was omitted, and or was affirmatively misrepresented, all to fraudulently increase defendant's profits, at least some of which were used to expand the enterprise, causing further injury to plaintiff Jones and other unwitting artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. Wow, this says, defendants profited from the enterprise and plaintiff Jones suffered because the enterprise diminished plaintiff Jones' finances due to 13 months of non-payment and diminished plaintiff Jones' health through consistent drugging and forced sexual encounters with prostitutes and S workers. Defendants used the proceeds from this scheme to advance the scheme by funding and operating their marketing machine, including through the use of the mail, social media, word of mouth, and interstate wires to sell the illusion that Mr. Combs was serious about the talents and skills of the artists, creatives, musicians, producers, and wanted to use those skills to make music when nothing could be further from the truth. Defendants provided their artists, creatives, musicians, and producers with this misrepresented information, including via email all over interstate wireline communication systems, and obtaining free labor, the distribution of drugs and firearms, as well as prostitutes. They obtained revenue via wire transfers, documents, and banking transactions that were exchanged via electronic means over interstate wires, thereby growing the enterprise and causing further injury to plaintiff Jones. It's a lot of the same stuff. I just want to move past this part to something new. Let me see who's all here. Say hi to a couple people here. Roxanne, thank you for joining. Michelle, why are they not? Hold on a second. Why is that not showing up? That's so weird. Hold on, let me see something. 1 second. Okay, so auto star super chats. Oh, I guess it doesn't do the members. Oh, it did before. Anyway, thank you, Shelly, Roxanne, and Michelle Lalonde, Roxanne Scott, and Shelly Burney. Or wait, Bimmy. Thank you so much. What do you guys think so far? What crispy tree? Wait, what do you mean? That's funny. A roller? Did you say a roller coaster? Zav always sounds like she's on a roller coaster when new people subscribe. I wish you could explain that to me because I don't get what you're saying, but that's funny. Because I'm like imagining some stuff, but I don't know exactly what you mean. But hey, I'll take it. Hey, Elevated Soul, I can't believe everything he's involved in. I know. And this is only this plaintiff's account. You guys just wait. So many people are going to come out of the woodwork, because now they're not going to be afraid. And I think because I think an arrest is inevitable. He is he's going to get arrested for some degree. He can't. I guarantee he will. It's only a matter of time. So I think a lot will come out when he's arrested and people feel safe that they could come out and okay, I'm not going to have any repercussions. I think there'll be a lot of people because he's influenced and took advantage and manipulated and screwed and more than one way, a lot of freaking people. And a lot of people won't come out. That's the thing. I think you'll have a lot of people come out, but there'll be hundreds of more that don't say anything because a lot of it's guys that he took advantage of too. Some guys, their pride, they don't want to admit, what they did to rise. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them don't want to admit that. They want to, I'm not going to admit that, so because you know how guys are sometimes. I'm not saying all guys, but some guys, and I'm not saying and judging anybody, but some people just wouldn't even want to admit it or feel ashamed or feel like it's their fault or feel like they brought it on because manipulators are good at making people feel like it's their fault. And they're the ones that, that brought it on and made it happen. So yeah, there'll be a lot that don't come out too, but at least he'll go down. All right, let's see what else here. And we'll play some videos after. Actually, here, let's take a break from the because we're only halfway through the document. I'll try to skip through the repetitive stuff, but let's play a couple videos that I had. Just news and stuff that has been going on with it. So let me put on my headphones real quick. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, what do we want to play here? Oh, let's play there's a Cat Williams clip. There's a whole podcast, but I'm just going to play the part where he talks about 2024 here. Let me know if you guys could hear. So the Cat Williams, he's a comedian. So like I said, it's a whole podcast, but somebody made a TikTok and just clipped this part out. And it says, since P. Diddy is being raided right now, allow me to play this recent Cat Williams clip. This was just a couple months ago. He did this podcast. Okay, sorry. I forgot to share my audio then. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Dang it. Sorry. I thought I usually just share it anyway, but since I was reading the document, I just forgot, I guess. Okay. No, it should. Let me know now. Hopefully it. Hold on. Let me know real quick if you could hear it. If it should be, but it takes a.
I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn.
Can you hear it now or no? I want to make sure before I get too far. Okay, you can hear it. Okay, cool.
It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. Period. All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
And have the
This is 2024. It's a couple months ago. Bam. Now look what's happening to Biddy. And he talked about Diddy a lot in this. And he was talking about how, this stuff. He exposed a lot of it. So that's just crazy that came out. So I wanted to play that for you. Let me see what else I got for you. Here's the video. Oh no, this one's good, dude. So this is a clip I found on TikTok, or no, it was on Twitter. It was on Twitter. It's with Lil Wayne and Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. Listen to what Lil Wayne says. Just listen closely. Basically called him out, if I'm understanding right what he's saying here. So it says, Lil Wayne been trying to warn us about Diddy. So I think this was a few years ago. I don't know. It's definitely at least a couple years ago. Now listen.
I just had a question. I'm
sorry.
I just had a question. I'm just trying to tell all these young cats out there trying to come up, like, where do you think they gotta go to? From your point of view, what I'm saying? What is the best advice you could give them? Because I be telling them, like, my best advice is they gotta do it a whole new way, a different way, like they from another planet. But coming from the man of men right now, tell them something good.
I mean, first of all, you gotta stay away from these Diddy Bop motherfuckers. Motherfuckers dancing all on motherfucking stage and shit. They want your ass. Call them astronauts. So be afraid. Be very afraid.
You really ain't built for the game.
Or something.
Something like that.
Don't be trying to be famous, or you gonna run into a motherfucker like that.
I just had a question.
I don't know. To me, I feel like he was warning us about him and them. He called them Diddy Bops or whatever. He's like, I don't know. I don't know if it went over. I think he caught it because he said, "Oh, you're just not built for the game" or something, or whatever he said. Okay, because he's not a freaking predator like you are. Yeah, right? Makes me sick. I'm so glad that they're getting him. I'm so glad. And here's a little clip from him and Justin when Justin was younger. Hold on one second. Let me see what this is real quick. Whoa. Oh, wait, that's another good one. That's right. Okay, let me do the Justin one first, and then we'll go back to there's pictures TMZ put out after the raid, what his house looked like after the raid. We'll go to that in a minute, but let me do the Justin one first. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Oh, now it's popping. That's what it is. It's on a delay. The stars. Okay. It stars it on a little bit of a delay. I'm glad, though, that it's doing that because I don't want to miss any. But thank you again, Leilanda, Michelle, for joining. Oh, Trissy here. What's up? Haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Hey, MD. Okay, let me play this. Justin Bieber and Puff.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. I have been given custody of him. He signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So and we gonna go full crazy. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours?
That's scary. Now listening to that and knowing all what he does, especially to these young upcoming underage even, saying that I got him for the next 40 hours. We're gonna go. What do you say? Like, but I don't know. Whatever he said is just, ugh, he's sick. I'm sorry. Okay, so here is TMZ. Credit to TMZ. These pictures of after the raid, of how they just kind of like went through his house. There's like, hold on. There's a few pictures here. Whoa, that was loud. The TMZ. All right, here. So you could see because they're looking for videos, cameras, all the video stuff and tech, computer. Save. I hope they found it. So there's like a rumor that because his plane was like linking to like on the way out to, what is it, Antigua or whatever, like an island. There's a rumor, or not, people are wondering if that was actually, because Puff Daddy's wasn't on that plane, right? Supposedly. So there was people saying that what if they were transporting all the evidence out? You know what I'm saying? What if they got it out in time? But that's why they got them all at once. They got all the search warrants at once, so they didn't have time to like move stuff. So they had braided all, a few of his properties. So hopefully that there's some kind of evidence that they missed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because he could have got word, since he has a lot of connections and power, he could have got the word that it was about to happen and he could have got rid of everything. But I don't think, with everything that he had and how many years that he was doing it, I feel like he probably missed some things. He had to. He probably forgot about some things. I hope they got some good evidence. I hope. Okay, so let's play. Hold on, let me get another one. So the next one, got a bunch of shorts we can play. Oh, here's a good one that shows the raid. It's just a quick raid one.
Raids on homes in Florida and California linked to music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. At the same time the raids were taking place, Combs was spotted pacing at an airport. But where was he going? Here's Jim Murray.
I'm outside the hip-hop mogul's estate in the exclusive Holmby Hills section of Los Angeles. This is where federal agents conducted the surprise raid, which is reportedly tied to an ongoing investigation involving allegations of sexual assault and sex trafficking.
Whoa, no. Oh, shoot. Copyright. Dang it. Did they have to play that? Hold on. Let me make sure there's no more. Okay.
So, the civil suit was settled in just one day. He denies all allegations of wrongdoing. When you saw the size of these multiple raids, what did that tell you about the potential for charges being filed soon, and an arrest impending.
Based on the size of the raid, I expect charges in a matter of days. This may be the beginning of the end for Diddy.
Today, we spotted private security at the estate with handguns.
All right, they just made their way in.
As the LA raid unfolded, 2 of Combs' sons were handcuffed and detained, routine in a raid like this. They were released without charges. As the feds swooped down on the LA mansion, a simultaneous raid took place at his waterfront estate on Star Island in Miami. Agents were seen loading a van with boxes.
Okay, so it was 2. I thought there was 3 properties, but it looks like there was only 2 properties that got raided, huh? I don't know why I thought there was 3. They should have got the Virgin Island one. Doesn't he have... Dang it. Okay, so let's play. Let me get another one up. Oh, shoot. I copied the wrong thing. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Oh, come on. It's not copying. The way I did on a document, and it freaking... I shouldn't have done it that way. You got to copy and paste it instead of just a link. I like it though, because you get to put a bunch just right there. Okay, so look, this is an overview of his, what is $20 million property? Right?
Combs' luxury mansions across the country raided by Homeland Security agents, and 2 of his kids put in handcuffs for a brief time. Law enforcement sources saying it's all part of a sex trafficking investigation. So where is rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs tonight? Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay live outside Combs' Holmby Hills mansion with what we have learned so far. Sophie.
Mark, so much interest in this federal investigation. We saw neighbors coming out, even buses full of tourists stopping by to try to get a glimpse of the action happening outside of Diddy's home. But as to where he was during these raids is still unclear. Homeland Security agents surrounding Sean Diddy Combs' home in Holmby Hills today.
I didn't even know he lived here, to be honest. I didn't know that until now I heard about this.
Raiding the mansion as part of a federal investigation into sex trafficking, according to law enforcement, being led out by the Southern District of New York. A similar raid seen at his home in Florida on exclusive Star Island, located in Biscayne Bay, known for its star-studded residents over the years like Shaquille O'Neal and Gloria Estefan. This comes as Diddy faces legal troubles, including a lawsuit filed by ex-girlfriend singer Cassie, accusing him of sex trafficking and sexual assault. Diddy has denied those claims. This raid bringing tons of people to the wealthy neighborhood, even buses full of tourists.
It's crazy. I don't know what to think right now.
Neighbors describing a lot of wild late-night parties at Diddy's home.
I drive by a lot, and I see that a lot of girls, maybe 5 or 6 girls outside, some leaving, some not, some going in, black Suburbans. Never know. I never thought anything of it, but now this is crazy.
Dozens of HSI agents in Miami and Los Angeles seen assisting the search today, entering his Holmby Hills home just before 1 p.m. Those agents detaining for a time his 2 sons, according to law enforcement, saying they are not under arrest, but it's customary while a search warrant is being executed. According to Homeland Security, this investigation has been going on for months. And Mark, as you can see, the yellow tape is now gone and the Homeland Security agents have gone home for the day, but this investigation is still ongoing.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC.
So yeah, that's that one. Crazy. Let's do another couple more right now. And then we'll see if there's any more new stuff in that document. Skip over the repetitive stuff. Okay.
C7 content.
Wait, why did it bring the same thing? Hold on a second. It brought the same thing. Hold on, guys. Why does it keep bringing the same thing? Well, just give me 1 minute. I think I know what I did. I picked the wrong one. Backspace. There we go. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. Sorry, guys.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Federal investigators raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami today as part of a human trafficking investigation here in New York City. ABC's Kana Whitworth has the developing details.
Tonight, heavily armed federal authorities raiding homes belonging to legendary rapper and entertainment mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Agents from Homeland Security Investigations seen in fatigues and body armor entering his home in the wealthy LA enclave of Holmby Hills. Drones flying overhead, Combs' 2 sons reportedly detained at the scene, and more agents at his mansion in Miami. The Department of Homeland Security confirming to ABC News that they executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation. Law enforcement sources telling ABC News that this case is being handled out of the Southern District of New York, and the investigation involves allegations of human trafficking. Combs had multiple lawsuits leveled against him in recent months, with allegations of sexual assault and sex trafficking. Allegations he denies. A lawyer for 2 of the alleged victims told us in a statement that they welcome today's law enforcement activity, adding they hope this is the beginning of a process that will hold Mr. Combs responsible.
Actually, I have a statement here, a statement from Sean Combs, Puff Daddy's lawyers. Let me read that real quick for you guys. God, I want to play a couple more shorts too after that. Okay. Okay, here we go. Says, statement on behalf of Sean Combs. Yesterday, there was a gross overuse of military-level force as search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' residences. There is no excuse for the excessive show of force and hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated. Mr. Combs was never detained but spoke to and cooperated with authorities. Despite media speculation, neither Mr. Combs nor any of his family members have been arrested, nor has their ability to travel been restricted in any way. This unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced coordinated media presence, leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs and is nothing more than a witch hunt based on meritless accusations made in civil lawsuits. There has been no finding of criminal or civil liability with any of these allegations. Mr. Combs is innocent and will continue to fight every single day to clear his name. No, Mr. Combs talking about excessive use of show of force. That's because look at your excessive use of your power, and you know what I'm saying? No, I think it was proper. There's some major crimes that happen with him and a lot of people. It's bullcrap. Bullcrap. It just makes me mad when every time I think about it. It just makes me sick. Okay, so let me do a couple more videos. So this one that I'm going to play next, the channel, they point out how he looks like jealous and mad. Watch this with it's Cassandra. Somebody like tells her like she's beautiful, and they're like shaking a hand at an event. It's like, you're psycho. Like, he's just dang it. All right. Oh, why do I keep doing it? Okay, watch. So this is channel Celebrity Business.
Must pay close attention to his body language and the way he rolled his eyes at her simply for shaking another man's hands.
You know what? I can't play. I'm scared sometimes for copyright. Hold on. Let me take off the sound. Oh, I guess I didn't even remove it. Okay. So just watch his facial expression. Watch this. Sweet. There was another one. Dang it. There was another video that does it better at. You see how he like glares? Are you guys seeing that? Let me zoom in because it's very subtle and you really have to. Oh, it's like that evil, like she's gonna get it when she gets home for doing absolutely nothing. Just because he ends up saying like, "Oh, you look beautiful tonight" or something, and shakes her hand. And then, how can we get a email? I'm gonna email it to you. I don't know. It's like a jealousy, almost like he's jealous, insecure. This, I think, this channel says, it almost seems like he's insecure. What do you guys think? I don't know. It just it creeps me out, that look. Okay, so let's do. I'm gonna have to play this next one on mute too because there's just music in the background. But wait, let me play this first. Okay. No, actually, it's with Chris Brown. So I guess he has this big bed at in his yard or whatever in one of his properties. And so we're going to watch this, and then we're going to watch another video of this young rapper that says that he basically bent him over on this bed. And, well, you know what happens after that. But this is him pulling Chris Brown up on the bed, this huge bed he has. Look, this enormous bed at Diddy's birthday party. And there's just music in the background. So it's like I said, it's going to be muted. But that's P. Diddy or Sean Combs, and then that's Chris Brown. But look how he keeps it, almost like at one point almost looks like he checks him out like from behind. But look, he's just like, ew, I don't watch him go back over there. I feel like he almost looks like he's like right here. Like, what's he doing? I don't know. Okay, so this big bed. Now the next video we watch, they're talking about this bed. I gotta take some water, drink some water. Imagine like how many people he's taken advantage of on that bed and drugged them, and I just can't. I can't with this guy. So angry. Okay, so here's the one. Actually, we could turn this off.
The reports about his clashing sexuality. 25-year-old Jay Versace has quite recently added to the tales with claims that while visiting Diddy at his home months prior, the rapper bent him over on his monster outside bed, guaranteeing that Jay's vague remarks affirms Diddy's secret gay exercise.
I hope
Jay Versace is an American social media personality who is known for his comedic content and as being the funniest teenager on the internet.
I changed the music a little bit.
When he was at the peak of his fame, Diddy invited him over to his
talk a little bit over this because the music.
A gathering of some female TikTokers posted a throwback pic showing them playing on Diddy's outdoor bed. That's when Jay crept into the comments and made a few touchy charges towards Diddy, revealing Diddy had him bent over on the bed. Jay did not explain the circumstances around him being folded over with Diddy.
Crazy, huh? I mean, look at that young kid. And still, even if it seemed like it was consensual because he's getting these kids high, the power and the promises he's promising them, that's taking advantage. That's still like not, that's still a predator actions. I don't care. It's still a predator. Even if they aren't even, I don't know. It's just gross. He used it for gross reasons. Like, all right, so let's do. Here's the one with Usher. I forget what this one says. I recommend there's an interview that I'm not sure. Do you guys know if Howard Stern copyrights? Because there's like one with Usher and Howard Stern I would like to be able to play. Where he talks about, he doesn't really say anything bad about P. Diddy, but he talks about like him meeting him and hanging out with him and living with him and stuff. Usher, I mean.
To talk to Shannon Sharpe, and this is what he had to say about Diddy and the role he played in making him the star he is today.
You mentioned L.A. Reid sent you to New York and you live with P. Diddy. They call it Flavor Camp.
Flavor Camp. Yeah.
So what was that experience like and how did that help Usher's career?
I don't think I would be the artist that I am today without the experiences that I had in New York City. That man helped me understand life. He helped me understand what it was to be an artist. He helped me understand what it was to be passionate about something. He helped me understand culture. He helped me understand business on a different level because I'm seeing him go from his independence to then becoming Puff Daddy. You know what I'm saying? And I got a front row seat looking at that. Thank God that I had that experience.
Usher pulled up to Club Shay Shay to talk to Shannon Sharpe, and this is what he had to say about Diddy.
So Shannon Sharpe. So he was the one that did the Cat Williams, and then this. And I haven't watched this whole interview. I watched the Cat Williams one, so I definitely would recommend checking it out. The Cat Williams, if you're interested in this this case and this stuff. Okay, so yeah, so did Usher had to see some illegal stuff? Is he like so like manipulated and brainwashed by this guy that he thinks it was good and nothing was wrong with it? Or is he afraid because he's talking publicly, so he thinks he has to say good things because that's his career? Like he can't go against him? I don't know. It's not cool. Here's one more, and then we'll finish reading the document. And then we'll take another break in a little bit, and then watch a little bit more.
When it was 2016, you know, the game has been elevated. As we can tell, there's no expense being spared. We had a Black Billionaires lunch. Yeah. You understand? Right. And we here together, and we're gonna keep staying together. We getting tighter. You know what I'm saying? And united we stand, and ain't nothing else to us. Black excellence. It's 2020, y'all. Yeah. And it's different than.
So we got Sean Combs, Jay-Z, Meek Mill was somewhere back here. I don't know who these other people are. Do you guys? All right, let me see what else I have real quick. So I played all of these. Hold on. Trying to keep track of which ones I played so I could play one. Okay. Let's do one more short.
Do not think that you're the only one that's having a hard time, okay? I'm having a hard time at my level. There's always different levels to it, and there's different levels to the hard time, but we all having a hard time achieving what we want to achieve. People in our raid, bureaucracy, red tape, hit that button, get to it, and get it done. My entrepreneurs, all my hustlers.
I don't know. You know what? I'll do just a couple more. Are you guys liking watching just little shorts here for a minute?
Burnt out. I will be saying something about it. I'm in amazement on what's going on in the world.
Diddy goes on to say that he needs to have a one-on-one conversation with Dave, but that will have to wait until he regains control of his wits.
And believe me, when I get my thoughts together, I'm gonna figure out a way to articulate myself. Because this conversation ain't even for the whole world to hear. It's just for us.
But what has Dave Chappelle said or done that seemed to aggravate Diddy to such a dangerous degree? Well, we all know how Dave Chappelle loves to make fun of anything and everything, but he goes overboard when it comes to speaking about the LGBTQ community. We have witnessed that on various occasions. For example, once in his show, he talked about how sensitive the trans community is and even joking about the queers can land you in serious trouble.
In our country, you can shoot and kill, but you better not hurt a gay person's feelings.
I'm not even saying nothing about it because I'm just so burnt out.
Huh. One more, and then it'll be a good ending. So this is paparazzi. They catch him after he's working out, and they.
Hey, what's up, Diddy? How you doing? Hey, is it true that Cassie's pregnant? Hey, you looking good, Diddy, man. You getting buff, man. How was Pilates? You gotta take them. So,
Yeah, just jumping out on a motherfucker like that. Please, man. It's just like a mutual respect.
Okay.
I'm always cool with y'all.
Okay, that's cool, man. All right. Hey, well, that's cool, man. Yeah, just everybody wanted to know about Cassie. They were happy for her about the pregnancy. So, all right, man. Well, good seeing you, Diddy, bro. Take care. Hey, what's up, Diddy? How you doing?
Okay, so let's continue now. But I still do have more videos that we'll play on the next break. Do you guys like watching those videos too, or no? Are they entertaining, or do they add stuff to the, just kind of putting a visual everything together with it? Let me take another sip of water. Oh, thanks, MD. Yes, I know. That's why I was debating if I should have played some of those news clips before I started reading it. I probably should have. And then I kept thinking, well, most people probably already seen the raid and stuff, but maybe I should have. Oh, well. I always regret. It's always like, should I do it this way? And then I end up doing it away, and then I regret it. It's like, man, I should have done it like this. Like as far as the order of how I do things or what I play. Because sometimes I have it planned in my head, and then I end up not doing what I had planned. And then I'm like, why didn't I do that? I should have done it. Okay, so let's continue. Read a little bit more, and then we'll watch a couple more videos. Let's try to skip through the repetitive. Let's see where we're at here. Because, we're only halfway through, so I know there's got to be still new stuff. But a lot of this is kind of repeating some of the stuff. Let me take this out while I'm reading. Okay, so now we have Robin Greenhill, the accountant, would ensure the wiring, fund transfer, or cash payments to S workers. Frankie Santella, Moy Bon, Brendan Paul, and KK would also be responsible for ensuring payment to S workers in cash. Young Miami Jade and Daphne Joy were paid a monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs' S workers and received payment via wire transfer from Robin Greenhill, which outlined defendant's ongoing criminal operation. During the 10 years preceding the filing of this action into the present, all defendants did cooperate jointly and severally in the commission of 3 or more of the predicate acts that are itemized, okay? Beginning at an exact date unknown to plaintiff, but within 10 years preceding the filing of this action, defendants have knowingly, willfully, and unlawfully participated in a pattern of racketeering. I just realized I didn't even really talk to chat. What's up, Thomas? Hey! There's just so much to read and go through that you can't read and read chat at the same time. So, hey, Melanie. The acts set below had the same pattern and purpose to defraud plaintiff for the benefit of defendants. Wait, hold on. 10 years preceding. Okay. Each racketeering act involved the same or similar methods of commission and participants. Without the repeated predicate acts, the ability to conduct their fraud using the mail and telecommunication wires in the money laundering, the defendant's business would not have succeeded. Hold on, my grandma's knocking. What? Yeah? Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, guys. Living with, my grandma. She's got dementia, and oh my Lord, trying to explain. Oh, it's so frustrating. The last couple days have been really hard with her. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I'm like at my last straw with it right now. Okay, well, let me get back into. Okay. The separate racketeering acts all relate to each other in that they were part of concerted action by defendants to use the endorsement and channels of the enterprise to operate their business to fraudulently induce plaintiff Jones. This is all kind of saying the same thing again. Let's see. Talking about like how he's been affected and stuff, going over all that. Okay, let's see. So, defendants committed multiple acts of mail fraud. So let's see the mail fraud. Defendants voluntarily and intentionally devised and participated in a scheme to defraud plaintiffs out of money in their reliance on the mail. Defendants committed these acts with the intent to defraud plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. Defendants used the mail for the purpose of executing the fraudulent scheme herein. Specifically, defendants agreed to each of the acts of mail fraud described throughout this complaint. In addition, defendants agreed to rely on the mail to secure wire frauds. Wow. Cash payment. Man, I'm like sidetracked now. Hold on a second. She got me all flustered. Hey, Jen, let me just talk to you guys for a minute. Mitzi, what up? Oh yeah, she's not. She was even kind of, forgetting stuff then, but now it's like 1,000 times. Like you can't even explain things to her. Like I was trying to explain because she was like, all she wants to know is what Zeke. Well, Zeke, do you want him up here? But she gets so frustrated. She like is whining and like, I don't know. It's just like, it's frustrating because she makes like a small thing this big ordeal. It's like, Grandma, we're talking about Zeke. Yeah, go ahead. I'm working. You could sleep with him. He's in your bed. Like you made it into this thing like somebody died or something. It's frustrating. But you can't explain things. Like she can't understand things. So not only does she not remember, she can't understand. You could explain like, oh, I'm drinking coffee, and you have to explain it 10 times because what's that? Coffee? Well, what is it? She doesn't understand. It's like, what's the purpose of even talking to her? Because you're not understanding anything. It's very hard. Oh, sorry guys. I don't usually complain about her, but this is like a couple days of really, it's been horrible here the last couple days. Is Soul here? I've been like venting to Soul about it, Stacy, because it's just been, oh my Lord, I'm ready to pull my hair out. Okay, so oh yeah, so I was just talking about my grandma. It's like I've been venting to horror. Have I not been like losing it to you about it? Oh my Lord, it's been hard. For some reason, it's getting harder, you know. My mom's like saying, like, man, she's been so mean, like extra mean, because she's been mean anyway. But like, she's like, but man, she's like really mean the last, like, my mom said that to me like last week, like she's getting really mean. I don't know. No, because she can't read. Like, we write her notes and she has no idea. And she's like, my mom will write her the time that she's going to be home. She can't tell a time. She'll like say it's a time and we can't understand where she's getting the time. Let's say it's like 4. She'll be like, oh, it's 10. I'm 10 or whatever. It doesn't make any sense where she's getting the time. Like, where? No, it's not. Oh yeah, right here. And it's, yeah, so she can't tell time. She can't understand notes. We try. No, it doesn't. Hey, Petty. Oh, yeah, you got gifted. Okay, so where are we at? So, yeah, mail fraud. Defendants use the mail for purpose of executing fraudulent scheme. They agreed to each of the acts of mail fraud described throughout this complaint. In addition, defendants agreed to rely on mail to secure wire frauds, cash payments from purchasers of illegal firearms, and drug defendants required others to distribute. Wow. They used defendants either individually or in combinations with themselves, used and caused to be used the U.S. mail by both placing and causing to be placed cash, letters, marketing materials, advertisements, agreements, and other matters in depositories, and by removing or causing to be removed letters and other mailable matters from depositories in violation of the mail fraud. Then the thing without compensation, defendants committed multiple acts of wire fraud. Okay, that's kind of saying the same stuff. Wire transfers, credit cards, bank cards. God, they were just doing so much illegal stuff. It's not even funny. Everything. The thing is there's people that are in jail for life, like drug charges, and just if you pick out just the drug charges here, when there's more than drug charges, there's other stuff too. But if you just pick that out, there's people in prison for like lifetime amounts of time for drugs. It's crazy. So it's like, if you just take that out, he needs to be arrested. But the stuff that really bothers me is the, drugging people without their consent or knowing, the manipulation of grooming younger people or people of lower power, even like people that, lower financial amount, like financial means, power. There's like a power, what do you call that? Like difference. I can't think of the word right now. Oh, help me out, guys. But yeah, that's a thing too, where they use that to persuade and manipulate. All right, let's see. Yeah, acts or omissions were actuated by actual malice and or willful and wanton disregard for the consequences suffered by the plaintiff and or with the knowledge of a high degree of probability of harm of the plaintiff and reckless indifference to the consequences of their acts or omissions. It's just, yeah. Okay, let's see. Punitive damages, entering judgment. So second cause of action, SA and SH, the harassment. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as set forth fully herein. As described above, Mr. Combs frightened and placed plaintiff in apprehension of harm when he physically and essayed him from October 2022 to October 23 in Mr. Combs' home in Miami, New York, in the Virgin Islands, in Los Angeles. Mr. Combs forcibly touched, attempted, and or threatened to touch plaintiff's intimate areas and touched plaintiff with his own intimate body parts. He violently gripped and palmed Mr. Jones' anus and crotch without consent. What the heck? Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to work in Mr. Combs' bathroom and watch Mr. Combs as he showered. Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to work in the studio while Mr. Combs stripped naked to get his body massaged. Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to work while Mr. Combs walked around naked. As a result of Mr. Combs' conduct, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including physical injury, severe emotional distress, humiliation, anxiety, and other consequential damages for which he's entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. The conduct of Mr. Combs described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs acted with conscious regard for plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that his conduct was certain to cause injury and or humiliation to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury, and or pain and suffering but to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damage. Third cause of action, California's bystander negligent infliction of emotional distress against Mr. Combs and defendant Justin Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as set forth. Mr. Jones brings this claim against Mr. Combs and J. Combs for the CRS shooting of G. The elements of bystander nide are, and that's it stands for the negligent infliction of emotional distress, NIED, is closely and related to the injury victim, is present at the scene of injury producing event at the time it occurs, and is then aware that it is causing injury to the victim. As a result, suffers serious emotional distress, a reaction beyond that which would be anticipated in a disinterested witness, and which is not an abnormal response to the circumstance. As detailed above, Mr. Jones was 2 feet away from G as either J. Combs or Mr. Combs shot him multiple times in the restroom of CRS. As detailed above, Mr. Jones was the only individual that aided G as he laid on the bathroom floor in a fetal position, bleeding out. As detailed above, Mr. Combs and J. Combs orchestrated a cover-up and through Fahim Mohammed lied to the LAPD and forced Mr. Jones, all of the other attendees of the writers' camp, to lie to the police as well. So you've basically made them all lie or forced them. Mr. Combs and J. Combs knew that they shot G in the restroom and that G was shot as he was leaving the studio. Wait. Mr. Combs knew that they shot G in the restroom and that G was shot as he was leaving the studio. I think they missed it. Mr. Combs and J. Combs intentionally deception. Mr. Combs and J. Combs' intentional deception caused a delay in G receiving immediate medical care as the ambulance parked 3 blocks away from CRS out of fear that there was an active shooting. Mr. Jones had to run down the block and convince them that the shooting had ended. These events traumatized Mr. Jones. It caused Mr. Jones to suffer from insomnia, PTSD, severe anxiety, and depression. I would be too, because you don't know if, for some reason, since Mr. Jones isn't really given in, like Sean wants him to, like, could he be Mr. G? You know, could they just go and shoot him because they're afraid? Wait a minute, he's not giving in. We're suspecting he's not doing. And G would have died, dude, if Mr. Jones didn't help him. Additionally, the fear and silence from the remaining witnesses aided in the reinforcement of Mr. Combs' statement that he is untouchable. And the more that Sean kept getting away with, the more he would try to get away with. Think about it. The more he thinks he's invincible. So you know what? I could keep him. I could just keep killing, shooting people even more and make sure they die. And hey, everybody, they'll believe me. I'll be able to pay off people. Not anymore, Sean. Your time's up. As a result, Mr. Combs and J. Combs' conduct, plaintiff Jones has suffered and continues to suffer harm. emotional distress, anxiety, consequential damages. So they think he should, entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. Fourth cause is the essay against Jane Doe, which is Young Miami's cousin. Mr. Jones incorporates, I guess that same thing. So we remember she forced herself in the restroom. I don't think I have to go through all this. She attempted to have intercourse with him. And then the fifth cause is Jane Doe, liability for the essay committed by Jane Doe. So it says Mr. Jones was legally on the premises as a guest and invitee. Jane Doe was legally on the premises as a guest. Mr. Combs owned the premises and had dominion and control over the premises. So basically, Mr. Combs had a duty to protect Mr. Jones. Okay. So then the next one is that Cuba Gooding Jr. So he's doing essay committed by Cuba Gooding Jr. It says on the yacht rented by Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs was present while Mr. Jones was being assaulted by Cuba Gooding Jr. Mr. Jones was legally on the premises. Goes through that same words about the legal and about how he should have protected him. How Mr. Combs had dominion and the actions of Cuba Gooding Jr. failed to step in and stop him from essaying Mr. Jones. Okay. The next one is the Trafficking and Victims Protection Act against defendant Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Karam, and Combs Global. This one is the participated and perpetrated, assisted, supported, facilitated in the S trafficking venture and affecting interstate foreign commerce. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then, wow, concealed its delivery of hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash to Mr. Combs and his associates. So it says between September 2022 to November 23, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Karam, and Combs Global concealed its delivery of hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash to Mr. Combs and his associates as part of a perpetrating TVPA violations. Defendant Sean, Justin, Christina, Combs Global also willfully failed to file required taxes with federal government. And then the same people also affirmative conduct was committed knowing and reckless disregard of the facts that Mr. Combs would use cash and financial support provided by defendants and all the defendants. It names all the the companies, Motown, Love Records, etc. As a means of defrauding, forcing, and coercing sex acts from plaintiff Jones as well as others. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the damage, physical, psychological, emotional, financial, reputational. It would be. I could see all of that. Okay, the eighth cause is California premise liability and adequate or negligent security against defendants LR, MR, UMG, CRS, and Sean Combs. So this is the one that's, let's see. Let's see, consent, representation of others, and with the knowledge of consent, direction, approval. Provide adequate security. Yeah, the security part. What else? As a proximate result of the negligence of defendants, each of them Plaintiff was hurt and injured in his health, strength, activity, sustaining injury to their nervous system and person, all of which injuries have caused and continue to cause plaintiff great mental, physical, and nervous pain and suffering. Wait, injuries to the nervous system? What is... Says as a result of such injuries, plaintiff have suffered general damages in the amount according to proof. Thanks, Michelle. That was a while ago, huh? Hey, Ian Salami, a very confusing case. It's hard to tell what's true and what's made up. See, I mean, we've been hearing about this going on, if you guys have been following, and people have been hitting and making references to this for so long. So, I mean, I believe it. I believe there's going to be many more people come out too. People are just afraid. Are you doubting it, Ian Salami? Ian Selmy. And sell me. I almost called you Aunt Salami, like the salami of the lunch meat. Anyway, okay, so let me skip. The 9th cause is aiding, abetting, and inducing S trafficking venture in violation of the trafficking victims. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I believe all of these. Just because I've been following this for years, I've been watching everybody, like even like different celebs just hinting to the stuff that's going on. Okay, so let's skip through here. Talks about that Brendan Paul, which we're gonna get into in one of these videos. The mule, they call him. Yeah, it's basically saying a lot of the same stuff in the rest of this. There's just, stuff they have to be thorough. 10th cause is the SA against Jane Doe, the other Miami's cousin. The 11th is SA against Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones, let's see what they say. Mr. Combs' conduct created an unreasonable risk of causing emotional distress. Should have known that such conduct was likely to result in emotional distress. Okay, and the next one is Jane Doe, another one, SA. Mr. Combs. This is, yeah, there's a bunch. She's, yeah, not looking good. I'm just trying to like skim over this to see if there's some stuff that we could add, that'll add to what we already know. But it seems like it's just, very thorough, going over kind of the same stuff in different ways and different laws, separating it by the laws. Yeah, that's just something else, dude. What page are we on? We have 10 more pages, but I have a feeling that we could probably go to the next, the one against Cassandra, or the one that Cassandra made. So this is from February. So last month is when it was 2/26/24. Yeah, look, it's talking about like, hold on. About Epstein, it says, from the federal prosecutor's arrest and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein on about July 8th, 2019. It says they should have known that it would end in a criminal investigation because of that. It says on or about that date, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York indicted Epstein and an unnamed associates for violating the TVPA. Later on, about June 29th, 2020, the same office indicted Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, for conspiracy to entice minor victims to travel to be abused by Epstein. Mr. Combs, defendants J. Combs, Karam and her direct reports, Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Buon, all engaged in the same activities as Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell. In fact, Mr. Combs' defendants, Jay Combs, Karam, and her direct reports, Brendan Paul, Frankie, and Moy, may have done worse. Wow. By providing financing for Mr. Combs' trafficking organization and concealing its actions thereafter, defendants Grange and Ethiopia, Motown, all of them, prevented the state and federal government enforcement of the TVPA against Mr. Combs. It says they obstructed, interfered with, and prevented the state and federal government enforcement of the TVPA against Mr. Combs and the rest of the defendants. To the extent that the federal government was able to ultimately charge Mr. Combs, the defendant. Hold on. Where is it? To all of them with TVPA violations. The filing of those charges was delayed by defendants. And the names of the defendants. Because of the delay, Mr. Jones was coercively caused to engage in commercial sex acts. Dang it. Okay. Let's try to move on here. Wait, concealed from state and federal governments, numerous cash payments to co-conspirators. Here's a new name, Jonathan Odie. Wait, hold on. I want to make sure I'm not missing any names that are named. It says, wait. That were public. Several named co-conspirators. They were made aware of this through complaints made by Cassandra Ventura in the lawsuit by former Diddy worker Jonathan Odie. Defendants, all the defendants, I'm not going to name them. There's a lot to keep naming them, but they concealed from state and federal government. It's numerous cash payments. This is his associates, so that he can make those cash payments to his co-conspirators with knowledge that the cash transaction did not produce a clear paper trail. And then it also says that all the defendants knew and intended that its relationship with Mr. Combs would go far beyond a normal music industry relationship. And they knew that it was a decision to go beyond a normal music relationship with Mr. Combs, obstructed the ability of law enforcement and prosecuting agencies to enforce the TVPA. Huh. Wow. Okay. 5 more pages. Let's see. I hope I'm not missing anything. I'm trying to skim as fast as I can, but it just seems like it's kind of the same stuff. I just hope I'm not missing anything important. So then we have prayer for relief. So wait. Plaintiff prays that the court enter judgment in her favor. His favor, maybe, and against defendants containing the following relief. A declaratory judgment that the actions, conduct, and practices of defendants complained herein violate the laws of the state of New York, and award of damages against defendant in an amount to be determined at trial, plus prejudgment interest to compensate plaintiff for all monetary and or economic damages, including but not limited to loss of past and future income, wages, compensation, seniority, and other benefits of employment, an award of damages against defendant in an amount to be determined at trial, plus prejudgment of interest to compensate plaintiff for all non-monetary and or compensatory damages, including but not limited to compensation for her mental anguish. Wait, who's her? I thought we were talking about Rodney Jones here. He's the plaintiff. And what am I missing? Why does it keep saying her? Let me see what you guys are thinking. Is that just a mistype? Because the plaintiff is Rodney Jones. No, I have Cassie's. This isn't the one for Cassie. Unless if, wait, hold on. Unless if they're talking about that specifically on this. Hold on a second. What's this one? Let me. It's not making sense. Prayer for relief. No, this isn't the Cassie one yet, guys. We're going to get to that, but I don't know if it's a mistype. But you would think it wouldn't happen one time, but they keep saying it. So that's why I'm thinking, what am I missing? I mean, I know Rodney Jones is the plaintiff in this, but that's weird. No, I have Lily, I have the ex-employee one too. Hold on a second. I have the one ex-employee, but we haven't even got to that yet. But let me see something. The plaintiff in this is Rodney Jones. So that's why I'm a little bit confused on something. Let me see. See if I can figure out. Oh, well, I don't. It's not a big deal. I mean, I think we got the point. I mean, it's definitely, we're talking about Rodney for this, but see, I mean, this is this one, Rodney Jones. But anyway, so let's move on. We finished this, man. That was long, 75 pages. Like we skipped a lot of the last because it was just a lot of repetitive stuff that you got to do for legal. I think it's a typo because I mean he definitely is the plaintiff in this document, and this is the cost that plaintiff have incurred, as well as plaintiff's reasonable attorney fees. But okay. So let's watch a couple more videos, and then we'll move on to you guys want to wait on the Cassandra for part 2 or do it now? Cassandra's is 35 pages. Which I'm sure it'll be the thing like at the end we'll probably be able to skip a lot of the last few pages because it'll probably be a lot of repetition. I'm looking at it real quick. Let me see how much that we really need to read. This is interesting. Yeah, it looks like this one's going to be pretty interesting and sad what he did to her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's set up the same. So probably the last, 10 pages we could probably skip. So it's probably going to be it's probably going to be more like 25 pages. What do you guys think? And then there's these two are the most interesting ones. And then there's one with the current chef lawsuit. There's one, the respondents of Jane Doe has a response document of like her saying, this paragraph's false, this is false, like her legal response, which those are kind of boring. I don't think all it does is it names like paragraph 5, paragraph 6, paragraph this is false, this isn't true, she didn't, so I don't know, that might be boring to read, but the Cassandra one. No, that's definitely the next one we're going to read is definitely interesting. And then we have one against wine and spirits. All right. Let me play a couple shorts and then we'll put a 1 if you want a now, or 2 if you want a part 2 and read it later. If that makes sense. Like 1 if you want me to read it now and 2 if later. Just curious. I'll probably read it now since I feel like it, but I just want to see what majority wants. Let's see. Kim. And we'll watch this. This is about the plane. I thought it was kind of interesting. Hold on, let me play it. Okay. I'll have to put on my earphones. Hold on 1 second. What is this? Hold on. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I think I missed a page. Hold on. I just saw something that somebody 54. I think there's one that I shouldn't have skipped over. Hold on 1 second. That had a couple extra names that weren't right here. Where is it? Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to find this part. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Just watch just a little bit of this. All right. Oh, no audio. See, it was sure. Wonder if it must go away after. That's so weird. It must like end up stop working with audio after I play because it's the same audio I had shared from before. It's so weird. I just got a text message. Sorry, I didn't know there was no audio. I was trying to find something else that I wanted to show you guys, but so I wasn't looking at chat for a minute. Okay, sorry. It's making me mad though that it changes. Dang it. All right. Now I have to listen to this again. Because I could hear it. All right. Can you guys hear it now? Wait, now I can't hear
front
it.
on this
Oh, there
story
we
as
go.
well. So big question, where's Diddy? Ollie, where is Diddy tonight?
You seem to know
Can you hear
about
it?
as much as we do, actually, at the moment. As you say, he seems to be, you know, in touch with his lawyers.
Oh, no?
But aside from that, yeah, he's either in my. I suspect he's somewhere on the East Coast, but yeah, they're keeping his whereabouts pretty close to their chest.
So what I always love about the internet and hate about it at the same time, and if you're a privacy, you know, guru, you're not going to like this. We can track people's planes. There's a kid who's got a website that tracks celebrities' planes. He's been sued by all of them. What's the story on Diddy's plane?
So as much as you can track those things, you can also, if you go to some trouble and black yourself out of them. So on this occasion, his plane sort of disappeared, been gone kind of gone private, as it were. So that's not much of a clue right now.
Yeah, you know.
So how do you go private? Like, can the owner of the plane, because I know that, you know, lots of celebrities have tried to keep their, you know, their flight path private, and it doesn't always work. But can you, if you're the owner of the plane, can you do something about that? Can you get off FlightAware?
Yeah, I mean, my pilot usually takes care of that for me, so I don't know. It's not something I handle on my own. But no, I think it's yeah, it's something. Clearly, you cannot do it over a prolonged period of time, or as you say, everybody would do it all the time. But yeah, in instances like this, it's possible to be removed from it.
But the word is that the owner made the request to be removed from FlightAware. I find that super fascinating. I got to ask you also about this tweet from 50 Cent today. I follow 50 Cent. I usually see stuff about liquor and women and all the rest, but today it was very, very specific. And it speaks to what, like, the voices that have not come out in support of Diddy. Quite the opposite. This is what 50 Cent tweeted. Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case. What else are we seeing about people in the entertainment industry, the hip hop industry, you know, people who came to his defense many times before? Is that happening now?
Yeah, I mean, 50 Cent's a slightly unusual case. I mean, he and Diddy have a long history, on and off friendship, rivalry, and I actually broke a story right after the lawsuit started coming out in November, saying that 50 Cent he has a pretty major production company, and he was producing a documentary on this subject. But yeah, I mean, I think that you know, we've seen with so many powerful people, you know, once the cracks start to show, at some point, a lot of people want to make sure that they're kind of on the right side of the story, right? So, you know, for a long time, the sensible thing to do would be to support Diddy. He's a powerful man. He has a lot of people's careers riding on his say-so, you know, and then at some point, the sensible thing is to say, oh, well, you know, of course, I always, you know, had my doubts about him. And we saw that with, you know, think about Meryl Streep with Harvey Weinstein, right? You know, one minute he's God, and the next minute he's like, oh, well, I'd always heard. And, you know,
Yeah, there comes a
I
time,
always
yeah.
had my suspicions.
There comes a time when lots of people pull the lever and they jump ship before they or their brands go down with that ship. I'm not saying that's happening here, but Ollie Coleman, thank you for taking the time tonight to jump in on this breaking news. I really appreciate it. I'm going to call you again.
Okay, so I thought that was kind of interesting to share because that plain information where it's like, you know, black or whatever you call it for a minute. Let me erase that. Hold on one second, guys. Play a couple more before we get into the Cassandra one. But we're going to have to keep doing trigger warnings for the Cassandra one too, because that one's pretty intense. Like, what about here? Watch this. Hold on.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
This is what he had to say about what he just said in that last video.
Party, and I don't really remember what I was saying. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like a reminder?
Yeah, sure.
Play some.
Hey, yo, listen, yo, I love it all. I love it all,
Bro, he
man.
low-key look like
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
That was you.
Scrambling.
What? You said, I like when you do it like that, Daddy. When you scrambling and scraping for shit.
Hey, man.
Hey.
Yeah, I love this drink. I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
This is what he had to say about what he just said in that last.
Okay. So we heard that part. All right. Now we have. So Kim is. So I just found out it said Kim died, and so his first. Well, I don't know if it's his first wife, but he had a wife. He was married to this lady named Kim. He had some kids with her, and it said that she died from pneumonia when I was reading up on this just today. One of his ex-wives, I guess. She young said died from pneumonia. It's the mother of, it would be, do I think he has 3 kids with her, if I'm remembering or doing the calculations right? Because he has a few baby mamas, but I think he was married. They separated, they got back together. And I think he has the twins are with her, I'm pretty sure. And then I think he has a son with her, and then he adopted her son that she had. Pretty sure. But it says that if you look her up, it says she died from pneumonia. But you're saying it's mysteriously? Wait a minute. Could it have something to do with him? Oh, dang. I wouldn't put it past him.
She dumped Diddy, I feel like in a statement to the
This is
TV
her.
show. The Insider, she says, she decided to end what she calls her on-again, off-again relationship with Scene Diddy Cole. He loves the ability to manipulate and control people. Why? Most likely because he was victimized by his mentor, who loved to control people, and his mentor was Andrew as well. Kim know all his deepest secret, you understand. Kim knew why he was using the butt Kim Porter allegedly filmed Diddy and his late instructor Andrew Harrell engaging in sexual activity. And the truth has now come to light: the whole entertainment business has been shaken by this startling turn of events. Despite his highly public phony partnerships, Diddy has been the subject of LGBT rumors. Perhaps delving into their covert activities will provide light on Diddy's seemingly endless success. And did UBSC? Kim Porter said she dumped Diddy, I feel like, in a statement to the TV show The Insider. She says she...
All right. Actually, I'm going to put on this one when I add it. Okay. So they got that. So that was Kim, the one that I'm going to have to do a little bit more research on her. Maybe that's a case that we need to look into. You know? Here's a 50 Cent one. This one's going around a lot. So a lot of you guys following up probably seen this one about him wanting to buy him clothes or whatever.
You know what he's saying is like fruity. He said something fabulous and he goes, yo, no, but me and you, we ain't party. Like, we need to party. What are you talking about? And when people say that to me, I get a little uncomfortable. Like, when you see Jada Kiss put his head down, like, while we stuck here right now, and the cameras is rolling, everybody see, don't make like it's just me, man. Fluffy do some like a little fluffy stuff
Now
going
you guys
on. Like he said something to me one time, a long time ago. He told me to take me shopping. I looked at him like, what you just say? Let me move, man, before I do something. You gonna make me mess up the wedding. Let me get out. No, take me. That's what a guy says to a girl.
I asked 50 about that. And he said you did the same thing to him. You asked him to take him shopping.
Yeah, I thought he needed some clothes. What? I'm a nice guy. I don't have no beef.
Sure.
With Fifth. He loves me. Y'all can't see that he loves me? But see, you really, hold on, you really think that's hate? You know he loves me. I don't think he likes it. You know he loves me. I don't think he says things, he doesn't even know what he's saying.
Oh, so that's classic rap shorts. Did that video. So, but it's on a podcast. Who's the original? I don't know. So what was I gonna say? I forget. I forget what I was gonna say about that. All right. So, okay. There's this have you guys seen the one where it's like a couple seconds? It's probably like 10 seconds, 5 seconds. I don't know. It's supposed to be him and Meek Mill having sex, I guess. It's on a short. I don't know if it's legit, but I wanted to say that because this video right here is supposedly supposed to be sometime after that, where he's talking to Meek Mill. Here, I'll show you. Oh, dang it. Never mind. This has I can't play this because it has this loud music that I think I would definitely get copyrighted. Dang it. Well, he's just basically talking to me. He's just like, oh, you, good job. Or he says, hold on. He's just saying like, you doing it. You deserve it, daddy. Calling him daddy. So, yeah. All right. Let me get another one. All these have to have like these loud music in the background. Oh, and then 50 Cent, I think it was was it a tweet or Instagram? I don't know. He posted something like, oh, she wrote, News Nation, she read it. Something like, it's not P. Diddy did it, it's P. Diddy done or something like that. Because he knows what was going on. He knows it's true. I guarantee. At least some of it. I mean, there could be like exaggerations, but it doesn't mean like that there wasn't horrible things, just because the way the law is. That, I mean, I guarantee people are going to be coming out of the woodwork, man. It's real. It really is. All right, let's do. I want to see. I have a couple more shorts I emailed myself. You know what? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that one because it's. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to decide which ones to play because. So let's see. This was kind of interesting. This is Benny Johnson.
24 hours, is Diddy getting raided by the feds for a sex trafficking operation? And now the question is, where the hell is he? There's only been one sighting of this man, and he was at the airport in Miami. The feds stopped him from leaving on a jet that wasn't his, and nobody knows now where he's gone. Diddy's jet was tracked at the time his houses were being raided in LA, tracked to Antigua, an island in the Caribbean. Now, what does this mean? Diddy wasn't on it. That means that he's bringing evidence to that island.
Maybe.
He's taking the evidence. Apparently, he was the Jeffrey Epstein of the music business. And he's taking that evidence and he's removing it from the United States.
It's definitely a possibility, guys.
The island, and now he's disappeared. He apparently wasn't arrested or detained. He was just stopped at the airport by the feds, and now he's disappeared.
Wow.
So
that music's yeah, it's crazy. And hold on, there might be one more, and then we'll read the Cassandra thing. You guys will want to stick around for that. It's pretty interesting. Let me see what this one is. Oh, here's him and Bieber. Now he's getting older here. I mean, Bieber's older than that first one we watched. Okay. But back then it's like, oh, cool. He's got power. He's got money. He's got pull in the music industry. So it's like now people that I bet you they're like, don't want to be associated with him now. They want to probably be farthest away. Like, don't show videos where I'm associating with him. Everybody's going to want to be like away. No association because he's going down. There's going to be more than him's going down. His son was taking part in this crap. He's going down too. Looks like both sons. They're gonna get charged. He'll get it worse. But the son, drugging underage, one of his son was named in that, dude. Nah, it's not good. All right, so let's do. I'll save the longer ones for the end. We could watch like the 20-minute ones we could watch after we read this document. But I wanted to bring up a couple pictures so we know. I got a bunch of pictures. Hold on. Let's see. So we have the videos. I played all those. Here's the pics. Let's see what I have. I think I have some of the family. I have him and Usher. Why aren't I zooming in? Oh, it did this stupid way where it saved Harry, Kanye and Harry. P. Diddy. What should I call him? Sean. So you guys know now. I keep wanting to say Puff Daddy so you guys know who I'm talking about, but I think we're all familiar that his name's Sean Combs, right? Because I don't even want to call him Puff Daddy for some reason. Because like when you're talking, and I read this somewhere and it's so true. When you hear the real name, when they're using his real name, it's like legal stuff. They're using his birth name, instead of like Puff Daddy or his stage name, Sean Combs, because nope, it's over. Okay, so I hate how it saves them like this where I can't go over and I have to do them like this. Look how old, he's kind of looking now. I lost total respect from him. I had no idea he was like that. Gross. No idea, Cuba Gooding Jr. That came out weird. Disappointment. I thought you were a nice guy, dude. Show me the money. Oh my God, I love that movie. Jerry Maguire. Oh, now I won't even be able to watch that the same anymore. Government name. Yeah, government name. Not that's what I meant to say. Government name. I guess it's birth name too, but government name. Yes. That was what I meant to say. You're right. All right. So then we have, I know I have some of the family. That's why I wanted to show the pictures, because I have some of him and Cassandra. I want to show you the pictures. She's a musician. She sings. I don't really know her music. She was on a couple of those videos that I played. That's the other one, Kim. Wait. My God, I just went blank. We were just talking about her, the one that died. I want to look into that. Look at, now I just look at them different now. Him and Usher. Usher was so young when he took him in. I guarantee there's a lot of grooming going on there. Sick. Sick man. Kim Porter, thank you. Prince Harry named in Sean Diddy Combs sexual assault. Wait, see, he is named in there. I feel like that was one of the parts we skipped. Right? I don't remember reading it. It's just basically named it, you know, he was at like parties. I mean, he was with them. I forget how they named him, but did we skip that part? This says, from left, Prince William, Kanye, Prince Harry, and P. Diddy at a reception after a London concert in memory of Diana, Princess of Wales. It says the Duke of Sussex has been named in a $30 million U.S. lawsuit alleging that Sean Diddy Combs, the rapper, used his name to give trafficking parties legitimacy. Oh, I see. Okay, so he used his name to make it seem. I swear I don't remember reading that when I read it to you guys. I hope I didn't skip over that part, because that's one of the things that everybody's talking about. Look at that. Ugh. See you behind bars soon, buddy. Oh, here's that. You got to admit, it's funny because it's making fun of him and they're going down. Well, he already went down, but yeah. And then it says R. Kelly, music by R. Kelly. Where is it? Right here, soundtrack by R. Kelly. The rest, they have the same. Because that says Morgan Freeman. It says the Shawshank Redemption serious one. All right. I don't know who these two are. Do you guys? I have no idea. Why did I save that picture? I don't know. Here's Sean, and then I don't even know who these people are. Do you guys? I'm sure they're probably R&B artists, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I swear I had pictures of like the family, though. I wanted to show you. Oh, here's some. All the ones with Harry and William. Somebody like just pulled them out. But it's almost like he's just using their names for his benefit. You know what I'm saying? It's like they did what? They were at the same party together once. I don't know for sure if, you know, I don't think I'm thinking that they're like involved in the trafficking. I think they were just at a party, this benefit, and then pictures got taken, and then Puff Sean is using them as like, what do you call it? Clout or like legitimacy, they said, you know, like, oh, well, they're involved, so this is legit. But who knows? I guess sometimes, yeah, we're surprised at what we learn about people, but as far as any proof, we'll see, I guess, what they come up with, you know? All right, so now that we don't have any pictures of them, but I guess I could just Google it. Not a big problem. I just thought I had some saved, but give me 1 minute. Don't leave, guys. I just wanted to put some faces with Sean Combs family with the. Okay, so here's some. All right. So we have he has 7 kids. So the 2 oldest, that's the one that was seen in pictures and the one that was named more. But there's 2 of the sons were detained. And watching some of the news and crime shows, some of them were saying that they think that 2 of them could be implicated. Definitely him, because he was the one that was named in that document for sure. Well, there was 2 named in the document, but he was the one that I think was mostly picked out. And I don't know what the other one. All right, so we have who's this? Wait, what woman is that one? That one is this one was Kim. I'm just trying to find a couple pictures. Diddy raised Kim Porter's son, Quincy. So this was the son that he adopted as his own. It was Kim's son. Remember I said I think he has the pair of twins with Kim, and I think he has a son with him. I think he has a son with her, and then he has the adopted son. Let's see. So that's it says Quincy has followed his adopted dad's rapping footsteps. So those are his 3 sons. I'm guessing, right? Diddy shares son Justin with Misa Hilton. Justin is that one. And that's with Misa. That was from before Kim. And then I swear he has a son with Kim. Justin was the first member of Combs' family to graduate from college. Wow, he threw it all away probably. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see how much. One second. I was just listening to that to see if I don't know, dude. There's like a music and it's not on YouTube, so I'm really afraid that I'll just play it though without the sound if you guys don't mind, because I don't want to have to, not have this video taken down because this music. Hold on. All right, I'm going to play it without the music. It's basically they're wishing him like a happy Father's Day, the kids, and they're like, "Oh, I love you so, so much. Happy Father's Day." And it's just like his kids like talking about how great he is. It says celebration with 6 of his 7 kids. She's saying happy Father's Day. Thank you, Elizabeth. Welcome. Thank you. But really I wanted to find his different wives or girlfriends. And then like at least one of, I think there's a couple that are into the rap, R&B or whatever. Of course, I mean, why wouldn't you be, I guess, if your dad does that? But man, he followed them. He led his kids wrong. Now he might have led 2 of his sons right in prison. What a good father. I think Justin for sure might go to prison, but I don't know. The other one, it doesn't seem like it was as implicated. But the one was drugging underage people. I mean, what the heck? Yeah, that's illegal. I mean, that's a freaking crime. If I don't know how much time, I have to look up like charges, but there could be more than that is charges, so I don't even know how to, it would be more than that, I'm sure, because I think he was into the other stuff too. Okay, so this says Diddy's son Christian was born in 98. 98. And then, yeah, Kim. So he did have a son with her. So he had twins with her. He had a son with her and an adopted son with Kim. Okay. I guess I could just read this real quick. Watch. It'll give us kind of a look at their family. 7 children, is a father of sons Quincy, Justin, and Christian, as well as daughters Chance, Delilah, Jesse, and Love. He shared 4 of his little ones with Kim Porter before the actress died in 2018. He co-parents the other 3 with Misa Hilton, Sarah Chapman, and Dana Tran. So he's got 4 baby mamas. Although Diddy previously said he wanted to expand his family with his on-again, off-again girlfriend Cassie, whom he dated for 10 years, and that's the one we're going to read in a minute. The duo called it quits in 2018 before doing so. So before they actually had a family. Good. I'm so glad she didn't. 5 years later, Cassie made headlines for a disturbing lawsuit accusing the rapper of trafficking RAPE, and repeated physical abuse, which he vehemently denied in November 2023. After the former couple settled, Diddy was hit with multiple SA claims, which his spokesperson called fabricated. He welcomed his children with 4 different women. Here's all his kids. So they're all his except one adopted one. In 2024, Diddy's Miami, Los Angeles home was raided by Homeland Security in connection to trafficking investigation. Photos seemingly showing his son Justin and King being put in handcuffs. Diddy, meanwhile, was spotted pacing at a Florida airport. As his legal battle plays out, meet Diddy's blended family. We got Quincy Taylor Brown. That's Kim's son that he adopted, basically. Porter and ex-boyfriend Al B. Wait, what does that say? AIB? Wait, Sure's son. Quincy was 3 years old when the model began dating Diddy in 94. The coming home rapper adopted Quincy, with the then teen writing an open letter in 2008 that Diddy is the person he looks up to and appreciates as a father figure. He is the one who helped mold me into the person I am today, and I will always try to live up to his expectations, Quincy wrote at the time. He has always been supportive of me, and I will forever love and respect him. And it says he followed his rapping footsteps, so he's a rapper. While Quincy dissed his biological father at the time, the duo later reconciled and even worked together to release a song, I Can Tell You, in 2017. In addition to continuing his rapping career with his EP, This Is For You, Quincy has pursued acting, talent managing, and modeling over the years. Quincy called Porter his fashion muse in 2019, saying he remained inspired by his late mother's style and confidence, with different looks after death from at age 47. Oh, it says pneumonia, lobar pneumonia. I don't know. This is, well, it says Diddy shares son with Justin. I don't know if that's him when he's younger. Diddy welcomed his first child's son, Justin, in December 1993 with Hilton. While the former couple split, they amicably, I can't say it right now. Man, I need some water because I'm going to have to read this. I got to get refreshed to read this next document. What was I going to say? Hold on a second. Dang it. Oh, okay. In 2023, Justin was arrested for driving under the influence after running a red light in Beverly Hills. Here's Christian. Diddy's son Christian was born in 98. So he was reportedly sentenced to 3 years of probation in 2023. So is he on probation? Yeah, he's probably still on probation, right? Because he accepted a plea deal. So 98, they had their first son or their first child together, him and Kim, Christian, they had. The singer who performs under the name King Combs took the stage with Diddy at the MTV Video Music Awards in September 2023. Watching the father-son duo perform together was a dream of Porter's, Diddy told Entertainment Tonight at the time. So that's, yeah, so Christian goes by King. Okay. Here's picture. The song, wait, it says, the late model was Christian's biggest fan and would be super proud of him, he shared with Billboard in December 22. The songwriter noted, my pop said from the jump he wasn't going to help me give me no producer help, writer help, because he didn't want me to ever have to learn to lean on him or depend on him. Christian has worked with Teyana Taylor and more artists over the years. He is best known for his Can't Stop, Won't Stop collaboration with Kodak Black. Diddy's friend Chapman gave birth to daughter Chance in July 2006. Why is that? Oh, it says Diddy welcomed Chance with Sarah Chapman while dating Porter. What? So wait, he had a kid with somebody else while he was dating Porter. Yeah, he did, didn't he? So it looks like she's acting has helped me evolve more as a person. It helped me step out of my comfort zone. So it looks like she must act. Growing up, we've always been around different artists in the studio with our dad, even though don't want to pursue music right now. Just seeing his work ethic and persistence has definitely been a big contributor to the drive I have. Chance has also dabbled in modeling with her sisters. Porter and Diddy's twins were born in December 2006. After Diddy and Porter welcomed twins, the on-again, off-again couple ended their romance. There were no ill feelings between the exes while co-parenting, Porter told Essence in 2007, explaining we're friends. He still calls me every day and we talk. So Love is his youngest, it looks like, right? I'm trying to figure out who's the mother of Love. It must be her, but what's her name? Oh, Dana Train. Yeah, Diddy surprised his Twitter followers by introducing his seventh child, a baby girl named Love, in December 2022. The Grammy winner, who was in the relationship with Young Miami at the time, did not identify Love's mother, but she was later confirmed to be trans. What? Oh, that's her name. I was like, what? So wait. So Young Miami, he was in a relationship with Young Miami. Oh, okay. So I didn't realize that. So when Young Miami's cousins were harassing Jones, he was dating Young Miami. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Did you guys? I don't even know who Young Miami is, to be honest, though. But it says, so wait. It sounds like, did he have another baby while he was dating somebody else with somebody else again? It looks like. Anyway, so yeah, that's that. I guess I'll just have to type in Cassie if you guys want to see what she looks like. Because it bring up other people here. But at least we got a little look at who the family is, right? So let me just get a quick picture of her because that's who we're going to be reading up on. And then we'll read it. Here, she's really pretty. She looks a lot younger than him. Wonder how old she is. You know who she looks like? She looks like and I know this girl because me and Randy, oh Lord, when we were in Colorado, we watched, it was because of him. I mean, I like the Disney shows, but like at night we had watched them all and he would not let me, like he wanted to keep watching them. It was funny. He was like, can we watch something else? But he wanted to, fall asleep to the Disney shows. Like, what's the one? It was a dancing one that this girl that she looks like, but now she's like a big movie star. But that's how I ever saw her because I used to watch her show. Not Cassandra, but who she looks like to me. Oh my God, what's her name? She started on Disney and then she started with movies. And she reminds me, does anybody know who I'm talking about? Hold on. Somebody's going to get it. You got the chat always helps me. Here, let me show you a couple more pictures, and then it might come to you because she looks not in that picture. I'm trying to find a picture. She looks a lot like the girl I'm thinking of. Hold on. It was like a dance show. It was her. They were kids. It was Disney, so they were like teenagers. It was two girls were the main stars in it, and it was about dancing, and it had her, and then the other girl was a redhead. Zendaya, or however Zendaya. Yes, does she not look like her? Look, she looks very similar. Don't you think? I mean, she has that look right here. Look at that. Do you guys think she looks like her? No, it's Zendaya. Yeah. Hey, Brittany. No, but I'm not thinking of Dancing with the Stars. It was a Disney show that we used to watch. So it would have been on like about 10 years ago. It was like Dance something. It was on Disney. Because I was so familiar with all the Disney shows because, like I said, we watched them every night as we slept. So I had seen the shows repeat over and over because that's what Randy wanted to watch. Hold on. I want to get the name of it for some reason. Hold on. Zendaya Disney show. It had that other redhead on it. You guys will probably know her once I come up with her name. She was on a couple movies. She was on the Adam Sandler movie. Dance show Disney. Shake It Up. It was called Shake It Up. And it had, hold on, the redhead. Bella Thorne. Her and Bella Thorne was like the two main dancers on it. Okay. All right, so let's read the document. Trigger warning, guys. I just have to give it because some people, are triggered by certain things, and this could be, this could be one of the things that people could be triggered by. All right, let me bring it up. So that was those pictures that look like Zendaya. That's Cassandra. So this is her lawsuit right here that we're going to be reading. I guess I should have showed a couple more pictures. I just kind of like flew through those. Oh, look, wait, hold on real quick before I start. This is her. Oh, she has it private. Shoo. Her Instagram, I was going to bring it up, but it's freaking private. I guess I don't blame her, but if she's like a public figure, why would it be private? Wait a minute. Wouldn't you want to keep that public? But yeah, right here. I guess I don't know her music. I guess she's a singer, but that's who we're going to be talking about. Doesn't she look? Let me see how old she is because she looks a lot younger than him. Her name's Cassandra Ventura. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'll do it backwards, but it'll pick it up. 37. So she's 37. How old's Puff Daddy? I bet you 50s. So she's 37. He's 54. Okay, I was going to say she did look a lot younger. So not even 20 years, but yeah, you could see it. I thought she looks even younger than 37 to me, to be honest. Let's just look at a couple pictures with them, because this is what it's going to be about. See if they look happy together, or see how miserable they look together, or whatever. I'm sure there's a beginning where they probably were happy together, but Zendaya, she looks so much like her right there. Do you guys say Daya or Daya? Zendaya or Zendaya? I don't even know. I've heard it said both ways. I don't know what the correct way is. That's her. So she R&B singer suing Sean Combs. I mean, they look so serious in all their pictures. I don't think I've seen her smile. Oh, here we go. Really pretty girl. Oh, here's another smile. Okay. Usher. And them two. Says report. Diddy believes Cassie cheated with trainer he hired. Okay. Look how, he looks bad there. Aubrey O'Day stands by Cassie. So, of course, you're going to have him calling her a liar. But with his history, things that have been said, I believe it. I do. But, I'd like to hear both sides. But we know he's a manipulator and he's going to lie. You know what I'm saying about things? So how do we even trust him? I want to see how long. A decade together. So they were together 10 years. They would take time, a little bit of time apart and then reuniting. This is the latest picture of him on Instagram is from May 11th. This? A shot of them all dressed up for the Met Gala a week prior. So this is a week. Wait, the latest picture. It's hard to say whether there's breakup, which reportedly occurred a few months ago. So this is from 2018. Never mind. All right, I'm going to start it. I just wanted to kind of get visuals. So when we read it, we kind of see, what they look like together. Kind of, it's hard to tell. You can't really tell by what they show, or when they're out in public, how happy they are. All right, let me take some water. It's weird because I don't know why I say it like that. I would catch myself and I have to correct and try to stop myself. I'm like, let me take some water. I've been saying that, but it's not like something I used to say. I just started doing it. I don't know why it keeps coming out like like when I'm talking on the live. Let me take some water instead of drink water. I don't know why I started saying it. All right, let me take these out. You ready? Let's do it. All right, so this was filed, like they were saying before, it just this past November 23. And there's trigger warning. This document contains I took my, oh my God, it's such a habit. I took my earphones out because I don't need them. And then out of habit, I put these in. Wow. Okay. The document contains highly graphic information of sexual nature, including SA. I'll zoom in now. Don't worry. Nope. That's a little one too far. Okay. So this is Cassandra Ventura, Sean Combs versus Sean Combs, Bad Boy Entertainment, Bad Boy Records, Epic Records, Combs Enterprises, LLC, Doe Corps. Actually, hold on. Let me just make sure if there is an address. I'll remove it. No, the other one just started off wherever all the people were located, but a lot of it was business, businesses anyway, but it doesn't look like there is any on this. All right. Let's do it. So, plaintiff Cassandra Ventura, Miss Ventura, hereby alleges as and for her complaint against defendant Sean Combs, Mr. Combs, Bad Boy Entertainment, Bad Boy Records, Epic Records, Combs Enterprises, LLC, and Doe Corporations 1 through 10, together defendant corporations, and together with Mr. Combs defendants as follows. Okay, preliminary statement. Defendant Sean Combs is a rapper and record executive popularly known by his stage names as Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, or Diddy. Mr. Combs came to fame in the early 90s with his record label Bad Boy Records. He rose to prominence in the music entertainment industry over the decades and is regularly referred to as hip-hop mogul. 2022, Mr. Combs received a Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards. During his acceptance speech, Mr. Combs stated, "I hate to give a special shout out. Thank you, love, to the people that was really there for me." He named a number of people before adding, "and also Cassie for holding me up down in the dark times." Wait, I said that wrong. For holding me down in the dark times. Wow, why did it hold me up? That just came. Up's not even in there, and I don't know why my brain did that. But anyway, holding me down in the dark times. Love. Okay. The truth, however, is that Cassie, Miss Cassandra Ventura, was held down by Mr. Combs and endured over a decade of his violent behavior and disturbed demands. For Miss Ventura, the dark times were those she spent trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and once again, trafficking. Among other violent and unlawful acts, Mr. Combs AR'd Miss Ventura in her own home after she tried to leave him, often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on Miss Ventura, resulting in bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding, blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically interested in Miss Ventura, forced Miss Ventura to engage in acts with male workers while masturbating and filming the encounters. Wow. If he forced her. Ran out of his apartment with a firearm in pursuit of a rival industry executive whom he learned was nearby. Demanded that Miss Ventura to carry his firearm in her purse just to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous he is. And introduced Miss Ventura to a lifestyle of excessive alcohol and substance abuse and required her to procure illicit prescriptions to satisfy his own addictions. Miss Ventura met Mr. Combs in 2005 when she was 19 years old and he was 37 years old. He signed her to his label Bad Boy Records, and within a few years lured Miss Ventura into an ostentatious, fast-paced, drug-fueled lifestyle and into a romantic relationship with him, her boss, one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry, and a vicious, cruel, and controlling man nearly 2 decades her senior. Mr. Combs asserted complete control over Miss Ventura's personal and professional life, thereby ensuring her inability to escape his hold. He provided unprecedented avenues for success for the inspiring artist, but in return, demanded obedience, loyalty, and silence. Throughout their relationship, Mr. Combs was prone to uncontrollable rage and frequently beat Miss Ventura savagely. These beatings were witnessed by Mr. Combs' staff and employees of Bad Boy Entertainment and Mr. Combs' related businesses, but no one dared to speak up against their frightening and ferocious boss. Following these episodes of horrific abuse, Mr. Combs would immediately attempt to hide Miss Ventura and the evidence of his violent rage. He often showered her with gifts following incidents of physical violence, a typical pattern of behavior by serial abusers. Yeah, blew up a car, Katie. Isn't that crazy? There's actually audio that I ran across that's supposed to be that. But see, why I'm a little bit leery to play those, because it's like I can't confirm. I guess we could play him like the sex with Meek Mill and then the blowing up. I don't know. It could be somebody just lying and putting it out there. And that's why I'm like, I don't know. Like, it could be anything, It could be any explosion, or the sex could be just people making the noises. How do I know that it's legit that? So, but anyway. Yeah. So, where are we at? Where did I leave off? Holy Girl, did I read this right here? And I guess in addition to the physical assaults, Mr. Combs frequently reminded Miss Ventura of his ability to cause serious harm, whether by requiring her to carry his gun in her purse or by blowing up the car of a musician that was romantically interested in Miss Ventura. Adding insult to injury, Mr. Combs used illegal substances and threats of violence to force Miss Ventura into repeated, unwanted sexual encounters with male sex workers. Over the years that Mr. Combs abused Miss Ventura physically and sexually, she again and again tried to escape his tight hold over her life. Every time she hid, Mr. Combs' vast network of corporations and affiliated entities found her. And those who worked for Mr. Combs' companies implored her to return to him. Many went as far as to explicitly state that her failure to return to Mr. Combs would hinder her success in the entertainment industry. Oh, let me take this down. Sorry. Wow. When she believed that she had finally separated from her longtime abuser, she joined Mr. Combs for a dinner, after which he forced her into her home and raped her. Wow. While she repeatedly said no and tried to push him away. Miss Ventura has now fully escaped Mr. Combs, but the harm that the assaults and SA he caused her to experience for nearly a decade will forever haunt her. She has required intensive medical and psychological care to recover from the trauma she lived through. She cannot, however, continue to live in silence about what she endured. Mr. Combs remains immensely powerful and immensely dangerous. Miss Ventura therefore seeks justice for the decade of her life that Mr. Combs took away from her with threats of violence, excessive use of drugs, physical and psychological abuse, and sexual slavery. And she was only 19 when she met him. That's an abuse of age, power, everything. I mean, do you see how that was not fair? Like, she didn't stand a chance. She did not stand a chance. According to Miss Ventura, accordingly, Miss Ventura brings this action seeking injunctive, declaratory, and monetary relief against defendants in violation of federal trafficking laws, the New York State Human Rights Law, the New York City Human Rights Law, Gender Motivated Violence Act, New York Service for Victims of Human Trafficking, SA and Cover Up Accountability Act, and Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Jurisdiction and venue. The court has jurisdiction pursuant to, as this action asserts violations and therefore raises federal questions regarding the deprivation of plaintiffs' rights. The court has supplemental jurisdiction over plaintiffs' related claims arising under state and city law pursuant. Okay. I gotta take a first sip quick. Said it right. Parties. Plaintiff Cassandra Ventura is a resident of the states of California and Connecticut and was employed by defendants Bad Boy Records, LLC, and Bad Boy Entertainment and related entities. Among them, Doe Corporations 1 through 10. From 2006 to 2019, at all relevant times herein, Ms. Ventura met the definition of an employee of defendants under all relevant statutes. Defendant Sean Combs, upon information and belief, resides within the state of California. At all relevant times herein, Mr. Combs met the definition of an employer of plaintiff under all relevant statutes. Defendant Bad Boy Entertainment is a music, media, and entertainment company founded by defendant Sean Combs, which includes the record label defendant Bad Boy Records, LLC. At all relevant times, defendant was an employer of plaintiff within the meaning of all applicable statutes. Defendant Bad Boys Records, LLC is a Delaware limited liability company with a principal place of business located in New York, New York. At all relevant times, defendant was an employer of plaintiff within the meaning of all applicable statutes. Defendant Epic Records is a New York-based record label owned by Sony Music Entertainment, a subsidiary of Sony Corporation of America. At all relevant times, defendant was an employer of plaintiff within the meaning of applicable statutes. Defendant Combs Enterprise, LLC is a New York limited liability company. At all relevant times, defendant was an employer of plaintiff within the meaning of applicable statutes. And the same thing with the defendant Doe. Okay, factual allegations. Teenaged Miss Ventura meets middle-aged Mr. Combs as her career begins. Miss Ventura met Mr. Combs in late 2005 or early 2006 after Mr. Combs heard Miss Ventura's first single playing in a club and expressed interest in signing her to his label, Bad Boy Records. At the time, Miss Ventura was 19 years old. Mr. Combs was 37 years. So he's what, 18 years older than her, right? Within months, in February 2006, Miss Ventura signed a 10-album deal with Mr. Combs' record label. We had a 10-album. Wow. Miss Ventura's album Cassie was released in 2006, debuting at number 4 on the U.S. Billboard 200. To promote the album, Miss Ventura made television appearances on MTV's Total Request Live and BET's 106 in Park. Miss Ventura suffered from significant performance anxiety during these appearances, and press outlets were highly critical of Miss Ventura's performances on these shows. I remember that Total Request Live. Whoa, I feel like it's been forever since that's been on. Oh my Lord, makes me feel old. So remember, maybe it was, I think it was probably because I didn't watch it up until it was on. Like when I watched it, I think I was in high school, or it was in like, I feel like the 90s when I was watching it. Anyway, so her album was released in 2006. Okay, so Mr. Combs, however, sought to rehabilitate his newly signed talent, telling MTV News, "You could hear the nervousness in her voice. And to be honest, I kind of smiled at it because it made me really appreciate what I really love about her. She's a regular person. It just made me appreciate that she got nervous, and it was kind of cute to me. But to be honest, you've got to understand that success for her is coming out of nowhere. It's just so huge, and sometimes everybody handles it differently." While clearly paternalistic in noting that it was cute to him how regular Miss Ventura appeared, Mr. Combs' comments rang true to some extent. Upon signing with Bad Boy Records, Miss Ventura was quickly thrust into the spotlight and was unfamiliar with how to navigate her new celebrity status. Mr. Combs' recognition and glorification of Miss Ventura's naivety, say that right. My God, hold on, guys, I'm itching. I feel like I got my window open and I feel like I got like, oh my God. Sorry. Well, itchy. It's freaking me out because so my niece is here. She's been here since this weekend, and there was like an outbreak of lice in her daycare. And so the first day that she came here was that day that there was a couple kids in her class that had it, but they wouldn't name who they were. So I didn't know, they didn't tell me. My brother and his wife, they didn't tell me. So when I first came, I give her a hug, and then I saw her looking through her hair. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then she told me, she was laughing. I thought that was so funny the way I said it, because I'm like, oh, that stuff bothers me. I mean, it's not like I just don't want to get it. I had it when I was a kid, I'm sure a lot of you guys, when you're a kid, that doesn't mean you're dirty. It's just, it spreads. Somebody has it. But anyway, so where am I going with this? I don't know. I'm just I just started itching, and that's where I thought, because this was last weekend. Wait, what is today? What day is today? Because it would have been Friday she came over. Okay, so Friday, she's staying all week with my mom and then her grandma. My brother lives in Columbus. So I'm nervous because at least Denise was like checking her hair, but now who's checking her hair to make sure? So anyway, yeah. So a couple of the kids in her class had it Friday when she went. Then she came here Friday. And then to eat. And then she went back to her other grandma's, and then she's been here the last couple of days. I've been kind of trying to keep my distance, but now that I'm itching, I'm getting freaked out. I know. Well, imagine me, like, and I feel bad because usually, like, I have her sitting on my lap, and she's just like cuddly, and she's so cute. And so, but now I'm like kind of keeping my distance. Like I'm talking to her, but it's like I'm not like giving her a hug. But I did at first because nobody told me. I like grabbed her, like, hey, and then when they told me, I'm like, I'm just gonna keep my distance, just until we know it's safe. But it's like my mom's been sleeping in the bed with her, so if she does have it, my mom's probably gonna get it, and I live with my mom too, so I don't know. Oh, I hope not. I don't want to. Okay. I know it's not my back, but my head started itching and then my back. I thought I saw like a bug, but I think it was a gnat because I don't think I would see a lice flying. I thought I just saw something. And just all these thoughts just entered my head in that minute. And as I was reading, all right. You don't think? That's why my mom's like, adults don't usually get them, but sometimes adults do get them, Petty. I mean, you've seen like movies or like you've heard of cases. Sometimes adults do. Not as bad. It's more prone, you're more to get it when you're a kid because your hair's thinner and lighter. It's like a different, it's like my mom was trying to explain it. Like adults have like a thicker, I forget how she said it, but it is harder. They're not attracted as much to adults, but you still do have cases where adults do get it. Oh, shoot. 8 to 9 days? Really? Wait, what does that mean, Jeremiah? Oh, dang. So she could still have them? Oh, my Lord. Okay, I gotta continue reading. Oh, man. I thought, like, maybe we were on a good... Because it's been, this Friday will be a week since she was around it. But the thing is because my mom is just, it's no big deal. So she's probably not checking her head. I don't think Denise's parents are checking her head. So nobody's checking to make sure she doesn't have them because her mom's not here. They're in Columbus. So it's just like, I don't want to be there. My mom's not scared. I'm about to tell her, Mom, can you check to make sure? Because, I mean, I know. Yeah, sunshine. See, I know. They're not as likely, but you can. Yeah, but Misty, here's the thing. One of them would have to have jumped onto her head, so she would have to have one, right? But how do you know that one didn't, jump onto my head? You know what I'm saying? You don't know. Or what if a couple got onto her head? I get the incubation, but there's obviously one that had to get on there to lay the eggs, right? So maybe more than one. No, it's not over. Felicia, wow. You've been having like an attitude lately. I don't understand what your issue is. First of all, you pretended that you were new and you've never been here, which you've been here many of times. I don't get that tactic. And then you complained about my reading. Now you're like, oh, life's over. Yeah. Well, now I'm not going to waste time. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. So they could have. I forgot I had that epiphany. I'm done with that. I got to remind myself. See, I did good. I just reminded myself. Not going to do it. Okay. So let's. Oh, rewind. Okay, illegal. Okay, so they live in the cleanest areas. Well, exactly. I know. That's a thing. It doesn't mean about dirty. All right, let's continue. So now that you guys, I sidetracked us, but we are going to get back on track. Okay. Proved to set the groundwork for manipulative and coercive romantic and sexual relationship with Miss Ventura, a woman nearly 2 decades his junior. Grooming her, Within a year of signing with Bad Boy Records, Mr. Combs became deeply entrenched in Miss Ventura's life. Almost immediately, a certain possession and control over her, and inserted himself into all aspects of her career and personal life. In November 2006, Mr. Combs invited Miss Ventura to perform his song Come to Me, along with him at the MTV Europe Music Awards in Copenhagen, Denmark. After rehearsal for the performance, Mr. Combs walked around in a robe with a drink in his hand, flaunting his lavish party lifestyle to his label's newly signed artist. During his hair and makeup leading up to the performance, Miss Ventura's hairstylist and Mr. Combs' makeup artist told Miss Ventura that Mr. Combs was interested in Miss Ventura. So wait. Her hairstylist and his makeup artist told Miss Ventura that Mr. Combs was in. Okay. So, he probably had her, tell her. So then he tells her, and then Miss Ventura shrugged off the gossip and in fact expressed disgust given the large age gap between her and the president of her record label, emphasizing the age and power dynamic. Power dynamic. That's the word I was trying to think of. That's one of the, that's definitely. Oh, I should, huh? Okay. Emphasizing the age and power dynamic early on in their working relationship, Mr. Combs positioned himself as a father figure and protector of Miss Ventura. By way of example, after returning to New York after a trip to Las Vegas, during which she endured a brief hospital stay, Miss Ventura, who by then was fully healthy, went out to a club with her friends. When Mr. Combs saw her out, he reprimanded her, telling her to go home and take care of herself. At the time, Miss Ventura thought that her record label was looking out for her well-being and that Mr. Combs had her best interest in mind. Mr. Combs also ensured he was intertwined with Miss Ventura's personal and social life, for instance, by inviting himself to Miss Ventura's 21st birthday party in Las Vegas. That's what they do. Think about how they do that. Get into your life, intertwine, isolate. Ugh. He also brought along famous musicians and producers, thereby flaunting his celebrity status and influence in front of a young and impressionable Miss Ventura. Although Mr. Combs knew that Miss Ventura was in a relationship at the time, and even though he was publicly in a relationship with Kim Porter, Mr. Combs nevertheless pursued Miss Ventura. At an after party in a hotel suite following Miss Ventura's 21st birthday party, Mr. Combs pulled Miss Ventura into a bathroom and forcibly kissed her. Miss Ventura did not consent to this unwanted contact. She immediately ran out of the bathroom and in the hotel suite and cried. She told her best friend at the time about what had happened, but was too scared to tell anyone else. At the Video Music Award the following day, Miss Ventura's boyfriend at the time joined her and Mr. Combs at a table at the award ceremony. Wow, that awkward much? Mr. Combs became angry, telling Miss Ventura that the invitation to the award ceremony was only for her and not for her significant other. Ugh. Why does he make me so mad? It says 2, Mr. Combs lures Miss Ventura into a relationship. Despite her clear rejection of Mr. Combs' advances, Mr. Combs continued to demand Miss Ventura spend time with him, including for a weekend at Mr. Combs' residence in Miami and 4 nights out in New York. He doesn't take no for a freaking answer. On one particular night around September 2007, Mr. Combs insisted on taking Miss Ventura out. Miss Ventura acquiesced, fearing that rejecting Mr. Combs' request would have repercussions for her album deal with Mr. Combs and his company, Bad Boy Records. I mean, look, she's young, of course. I would think the same thing. You'd be scared. And he knows that. That's the thing. He's using that power dynamic, that he's using it. I hate that when people take advantage of that. It's just sick men and women. I guess anybody. It could be men or women in power that take advantage of that crap. Mr. Combs picked up Miss Ventura from her apartment in Manhattan in a blue luxury vehicle. Blue luxury vehicle. Okay. Miss Ventura was surprised that when she got into the car, Mr. Combs was already inebriated. He handed her a pill and told her to take it. When Miss Ventura asked what the pill was, Mr. Combs dismissed her and told her she would like it. She later learned the pill was ecstasy, something Miss Ventura had never tried before and did not want to try. This was the first time Mr. Combs got Miss Ventura high. Mr. Combs then proceeded to drive recklessly at a very high speeds down the west side highway of Manhattan. Miss Ventura was very scared but did not dare to object to Mr. Combs, who appeared drunk and high and agitated. Wow. Mr. Combs took Miss Ventura to an upscale lounge in downtown Manhattan, where he proceeded to get in an altercation with the security staff who would not permit Mr. Combs to enter, presumably because he was belligerent. Miss Ventura decided to go home, but the remainder of the night, Mr. Combs messaged Miss Ventura incessantly, complaining that he left him high and alone. I'm sure she left him high and alone. In early fall 2007, Mr. Combs flexed his power and influence when he paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party hosted by Miss Ventura. What? Wait, he paid? This fake posting allowed Miss Ventura to have an excuse to go to Miami, Florida, and get her away from her boyfriend by using the guise of a legitimate event that she had to attend. Miss Ventura was stunned at how easily Mr. Combs was able to recruit others to lie for him. Miss Ventura was uncomfortable with the fake flyer, but because the request to go to Miami was made by the owner of her record label and because she was scared to go against his wishes and face repercussions to her nascent career, Miss Ventura agreed to join Mr. Combs in Florida. During this trip to Miami, Mr. Combs provided Miss Ventura with copious amounts of drugs. She became more intoxicated than she had ever had before. Her intoxication lasted through the weekend trip as she wanted Mr. Combs to continue to support her career. Well, her intoxication lasted through the trip. As she wanted Mr. Combs to continue to support her career, she felt she could not refuse Mr. Combs urging her to take more drugs. After providing her with drugs, Mr. Combs had sexual intercourse with Miss Ventura during this trip. Within 2 years of meeting Mr. Combs, Miss Ventura found herself lured into an immediate circle of her boss, the owner of her record label, and one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry. Mr. Combs exerts control over Miss Ventura's career and personal life. From the very start of their relationship, Mr. Combs exerted his power and influence over Miss Ventura. This dynamic was fueled by their nearly 20-year age difference, as well as their relative positions in the entertainment industry, with Mr. Combs considered a music mogul and Miss Ventura at the very start of her career as an entertainer. Mr. Combs' aggressive and demanding approach to those he worked with made it impossible for anyone to challenge him. And Miss Ventura soon learned that Mr. Combs insisted on blind loyalty from everyone in his inner circle. Although Miss Ventura had saved up some earnings from her young modeling career, Mr. Combs' ostentatious display of wealth was intimidating to her. Bet. Mr. Combs paid for her things with wads of cash and would repeatedly tell Miss Ventura, "Don't worry about money, I have money." Yeah, all it comes at an expense. Nothing's for free. No. There's going to be a charge for that in other ways. Mr. Combs expensed lavish vacations for him and Miss Ventura. Oh, he expensed. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Purchased a car for her, paid for her apartment, provided her with extensive amounts of designer clothing. Around 2008 or 2009, Mr. Combs began to rent an apartment in Manhattan for Miss Ventura. The apartment was within walking distance of Mr. Combs' New York residence. Of course it would be. He's got to keep an eye on her, and he's going to be over there. Anyway, he first showed Miss Ventura the apartment by bringing her there along with her parents. Miss Ventura's parents were skeptical of the mogul's displays of wealth, but proud of their daughter's newfound success. Around 2010, Mr. Combs similarly paid for an apartment for Miss Ventura in Los Angeles, which was located about 5 minutes away from Mr. Combs' residence. He paid for many of her apartments in California and also purchased a Jaguar for her around 2013 and 2014. Although aspects of Miss Ventura's life were controlled by either Mr. Combs or his management companies. Oh, it's saying all aspects, sorry. Yep, that's what they do. Every event Miss Ventura attended, from the travel to the makeup and clothing, was paid for directly by Mr. Combs and his affiliated companies. Compounding this all-encompassing intrusion into her life, Mr. Combs secured his control over the young and impressionable Miss Ventura by introducing her to a drug-fueled lifestyle that kept her complacent and compliant. Mr. Combs first introduced Miss Ventura to opiates around 2008 and would often have pills and other drugs out in the open like candy. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs has been addicted to prescription painkillers and took ecstasy frequently. At first, Miss Ventura was given the prescriptions that Mr. Combs received from a doctor in Miami, Florida. Eventually, when Mr. Combs exhausted his supply of pills, he demanded that Miss Ventura procure prescriptions from this Miami doctor in her own name. Mr. Combs also became deeply involved in Miss Ventura's personal life, with his personal staff attending to Miss Ventura's day-to-day travel and other needs, including medical care. Wow. On multiple occasions, Mr. Combs had Miss Ventura's personal medical records sent directly to his email address. For instance, when Miss Ventura began experiencing memory loss, potentially due to excessive drug use and or head injuries caused by Mr. Combs' beatings as described below, her MRI results were provided directly to Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs also repeatedly arranged for his staff to drive Miss Ventura to certain doctor's appointments. I'm sure they sat in to make sure she didn't say anything too, right? You had them sit in to make sure she didn't tell doctors, how she really got these injuries or whatever. At least if there were instances for those. I don't know. I know they used to having her get drugs too. But in this way, Mr. Combs exerted ownership over Miss Ventura. As another example of the ways in which he manipulated Miss Ventura and ensured obedience early on in their relationship, he asked Miss Ventura what she called her grandfather. Whoa, don't even go there. What? When Mr. Ventura said that she referred to her grandfather as Pop Pop, Mr. Combs perversely insisted that Miss Ventura referred to him with that nickname. Oh my God, he's sick. Well, that was supposed to be Miss. See how they do have typos? Because this was supposed to be Miss. But that other one, it was like her typos there was more than one. That's, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, Papa. How sick is that? That's sick. He's insisting. That's like, he knows what he's doing. He's like grooming him and manipulating him, and he got really good at it, Sick. Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura's relationship becomes violent and abusive. What started as a whirlwind of celebrity meetings and drug and alcohol-fueled parties, however, quickly turned frightening and violent. Miss Ventura was also exposed to the intense violence that pervaded Mr. Combs' rise to fame. For example, on one occasion when Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura were using drugs together in his home, one of his security staff barged in and announced that Suge Knight, a longtime rival of Mr. Combs, was spotted at Mel's Drive-In Diner in Los Angeles. Mr. Combs began to get dressed, retrieved multiple guns from a safe, and ran out of his home to where he believed Mr. Knight was dining. Miss Ventura became terrified and began to cry. On at least 2 occasions, Mr. Combs demanded that Miss Ventura hold Mr. Combs' gun in her purse. Miss Ventura had no familiarity with guns and was petrified that the firearm would accidentally go off in her purse. There was no clear reason why Mr. Combs required her to hold his guns, except to reinforce to his young girlfriend that he was violent, powerful, and dangerous. Over the next decade, multiple times each year, Mr. Combs would violently beat Miss Ventura, leaving bruises on her body. After every instance in which he beat Miss Ventura, Mr. Combs used his money and power to orchestrate extensive efforts to hide the evidence of his abuse. including by hiding Miss Ventura in hotels for days at a time to let her bruises heal. In one such instance, after a party with Jay-Z, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura repeatedly in an Escalade, including by kicking and hitting her. He forced her out of the vehicle on Fifth Avenue in New York City. She was eventually able to hail a cab and get to her apartment in Manhattan, where she cried in fear, realizing there was no one she could tell about what happened at the hands of his incredibly powerful man. She spent the subsequent 3 days hiding in her apartment. In January 2009, after Mr. Combs learned that Miss Ventura spoke to another music manager at a party in Los Angeles, he became enraged. She had hoped speaking to this manager would allow her to further grow her career and that Mr. Combs would be happy for her. But instead, he became extremely angry and pulled her out of the club where the party was taking place. In the car, leaving the club, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle and stomping her face. I hate him. Mr. Combs' security staff, Roger Bonds, tried to stop the beating, but was unable to de-escalate the situation. Wow. When the car arrived at Mr. Combs' residence, Miss Ventura attempted to run away, but Mr. Combs followed her and proceeded to again kick her in the face. Miss Ventura was bleeding profusely and was ushered into Mr. Combs' home, where she began to throw up from the violent assault. Upon recognizing the damage he had done and the physical evidence of his abuse, Mr. Combs panicked and forced his staff to bring Miss Ventura to a hotel suite at the London Hotel in Los Angeles, where she was required to stay for a week. During this stay, as her injuries from the beating healed, Miss Ventura began to fully realize that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew about and witnessed his assault, but also that these witnesses were not willing to do anything meaningful to stop Mr. Combs' behavior. She recognized that she was powerless and that reporting Mr. Combs to the authorities would not alter Mr. Combs' status or influence, but would merely give Mr. Combs another excuse to hurt her. And a lot of these victims, they feel that way and they're afraid. So I know, some people are like, well, why did she stay? But they are, because listen, he is paying for her apartments. He knows where to find her. That's her boss. So in order for her to even survive and make money, you know what I'm saying? She's like so trapped right now. It's so messed up. While in the hotel, she asked to go home to her parents, but Mr. Combs wouldn't let her leave. She lied to her mother when asked about an online gossip forum that reported the assault. Mr. Combs proceeded to instruct his assistant to purchase excessive amounts of gifts for Miss Ventura, which were delivered to the hotel room where she remained trapped. Miss Ventura was terrified, isolated, and unable to see a pathway out of Mr. Combs' abusive hold on her life. She found herself becoming numb to the abuse she was experiencing and became entirely beholden to Mr. Combs' demands. She began to blindly follow his instructions out of fear of again being on the receiving end of a vicious beating. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes, Jennifer. Ugh, it's disgusting. Yeah, Laura. But I don't know. Maybe he didn't abuse her. Just because it doesn't mean that he necessarily abused every one of his relationships. That isn't always the case. So, like, if Jennifer comes out and says, oh, he didn't touch me, it doesn't mean that she's lying, But I don't know what Jennifer would say. We'll see if she has I think she's going to stay away from it and not say anything, to be honest. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, so by Mr. Combs' own admission, his relationship with Miss Ventura was like Bobby and Whitney. A clear acknowledgement of the unequal power dynamic and excessive domestic violence that permeated their relationship. From the outside looking in, Miss Ventura had heard others refer to her relationship with Mr. Combs as akin to Ike and Tina. Her volatile and abusive partner, who also owned her label and therefore held her future success in his hands, had fully exerted control over every aspect of her life. And that was the plan. You know, that's why. So the fact that he's buying her apartment and doing this, it's because he's trying to exert complete control. It's not a gift. It's not a nice thing. It's to control everything. It's tricky though. Like, you know, when you're in the moment, you don't see that. Like, oh wow, he's gonna buy my apartment. Oh wow, he's gonna do this. Oh, he's gonna take care of my career and make me. Oh wow, yeah. Now he controls everything, your whole life. Mr. Combs forces Miss Ventura into the trafficking. Within a few months of beginning a romantic relationship with 40-year-old Mr. Combs, the 20-year-old Miss Ventura felt beholden to his whims and demands. While in New York City, Mr. Combs told the Miss Ventura that he wanted to engage in a fantasy of his called voyeurism. Mr. Combs said that it would turn him on if he saw Miss Ventura with another. Oh wait, Jennifer, are you okay? I don't see what you said, but I hope you're okay. Yeah, he is. What's up, Brittany? Brittany. Hey, Laura Lou, what's up? And Mag, what's up? Silly Nilly, I love that name. Silly Nilly. Silly's my word. I use silly a lot. I love that. I don't know if silly is. I like that word, but silly Nilly. That's fun to say. Anyway, okay. So where are we at? Well, in New York City, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he wanted to. Oh, I already just read that. All right. The first time Mr. Combs hired a man and brought the man to his home in Los Angeles. So, he's saying the first time he hired a man. The man, Mr. Combs, and Miss Ventura wore masquerade masks and ingested drugs. Mr. Combs directed Miss Ventura to perform the SX with this man while Mr. Combs watched them. He masturbated while he directed Miss Ventura and the man to do specific sexual acts. The entire encounter lasted multiple days. Mr. Combs began to call the arrangement a freak-off, or FO. There we go. Did it explain it in the other one? I mean, I think by the way it was like talking about, I think we figured it out pretty much. But as far as where the name originated originally, it's from them. That okay. He would repeatedly tell Miss Ventura at a random moment that he wanted an FO. And Miss Ventura was eventually expected to facilitate the location and the hiring of the male S workers. Gosh darn it. At certain points during Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs' relationship, he would insist on an FO weekly. Mr. Combs would repeatedly tell Miss Ventura that this practice was our thing and our secret. FOs would often take place in hotel suites, including at the Trump International Hotel in Columbus Circle, Hermitage, Beverly Hills, the London Hotel in Los Angeles, the Intercontinental Century City, the Intercontinental Atlanta, New York, the One Hotel in New York, in Miami, the Mandarin Hotel in New York, the Fortin Blue, just a bunch of hotels. Beverly Hills Hotel, Shutters on the beach in Los Angeles. On one occasion around 2013, Mr. Combs had an FO set up at the Intercontinental Hotel in New York City, after which he was charged with tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Tony Fletcher, paid the invoice charged by the hotel. Miss Ventura was eventually instructed to use websites and escort services to find male S workers to participate the FOs. So wait, to use websites and escorts. Okay. Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura to search for large black. Wow. Okay. On the website. Sometimes Mr. Combs would pay to fly male workers to his location, including the multiple cities in the United States as well as abroad. He required Miss Ventura and his staff to help him make these arrangements. Mr. Combs' assistants would help to set up the FOs, including by setting up the hotel suites with baby oil and Astroglide. Mr. Combs always supplied Miss Ventura and the worker with copious amounts of drugs before and during the FOs. Miss Ventura was given ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and alcohol in excessive amounts during FOs, which allowed her to disassociate during these horrific encounters. It became commonplace to get IV fluids in the days after an FO to recover from excessive substances pushed upon her. Man. Wow. Because they said sometimes it could last days, right? So it could be days of just, oh, can you imagine? Days of it? And then, oh, poor girl, man. Miss Ventura was required to dress up in lingerie for an FO, and Mr. Combs insisted she wear white nail polish to contrast her nails with the skin of the black men he hired to have sex with her. During the FO, Mr. Combs would instruct Miss Ventura to pour excessive amounts of oil all over herself. Oh, I'm out of coffee. Mr. Combs would then instruct Miss Ventura and the workers to speak to each other, and then would specifically tell Miss Ventura where to touch the workers. Mr. Combs would say things like, grab that big, and ask her how does it feel, as he directed her to perform for him. I hate him. How are you guys holding up? He's just oh. Yeah, right? Yeah. Wolfpack, you still here, girl? Teddy's still here. What other mods do we got? Is Soul still here? Are you guys holding it up? Just you two? Thank you. Mr. Combs would then instruct Miss Ventura and the workers to speak to each other, and then would specifically tell Miss Ventura where to touch. Did I just read that? Oh, I just read that. Okay. Like, wait a minute. Oh, Lordy. During the FOs, in addition to directing Miss Ventura and masturbating, Mr. Combs would use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film Miss Ventura having sex with the hired sex. So think about this. He's recording this and her compromising positions, and like, so he could blackmail her. Like, you don't do what I want, I'll release that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure she was so messed up and intoxicated. I'm sure the things he had her do and the fact that she's using illegal drugs and all this stuff he could use to blackmail her. It's sick. Anyway, he treated the forced encounter as a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. While Miss Ventura quickly deleted any photographs or videos of the acts if they were taken on her phone, Mr. Combs repeatedly made clear that he retained many videos of Miss Ventura during FOs. Even when she deleted the videos, Mr. Combs would tell Miss Ventura that he was able to recover deleted videos from her devices. On one occasion, he sat next to her on a flight and made her watch a video she thought she had deleted, reinforcing her inability to escape and the immense power he held over her. Mr. Combs would pay the male workers a few $1,000s in cash for their services. During some FOs, Mr. Combs would become extremely intoxicated and would hit Miss Ventura in front of the male workers. Wow. Maybe some of those will come be a witness in her defense. Miss Ventura was repulsed by Mr. Combs' demands, but between the physical beating and recognizing his incredible power and incredible temper, Miss Ventura became petrified of her partner and boss and felt she could not say no. He even would present her with lavish gifts prior to or in the middle of the FOs, seemingly acknowledging the ways in which these forced sexual encounters constituted work for Miss Ventura, and that he needed to compensate her for this work. At one point, he had given her so many designer bracelets for FOs, and immediately following his brutal beatings, that she felt that she was shackled by his presence. Man. Frequently, her anxiety before an FO would become so great that she would become physically ill. sometimes to the point of vomiting. While kneeling over the toilet, Mr. Combs would shame her into performing for him. Eventually forcing her to get up and proceed with the encounter. She knew firsthand that telling Mr. Combs that she did not want to engage in FOs was met with anger and violence. In addition, any suggestion that Miss Ventura would refuse the FO or otherwise report Mr. Combs' abuse was met with ultimatums by Mr. Combs, who would say that Miss Ventura could not go to the police because she had a lot to lose. Around August 2015, for example, in the middle of a surprise birthday dinner for Miss Ventura's 29th birthday, Mr. Combs insisted that Miss Ventura leave the party and go to a hotel for an FO. Oh, you gotta be kidding. In the middle of a surprise birthday dinner for her birthday. When she expressed that she did not want to go, Mr. Combs had Miss Ventura cornered by his security staff in order to force her to leave with him. After this FO, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura went back to the hotel room that Miss Ventura was staying in, where some of Miss Ventura's friends were already hanging out. Mr. Combs was severely intoxicated, and at one point during the night, picked up one of Miss Ventura's friends like a child and dangled a friend over the balcony of the 17th floor hotel suite. Are you freaking kidding me? Wow, I hope that if she was a witness, she testifies, or this is messed up. Miss Ventura and her friends were scared by Mr. Combs' erratic behavior, but Miss Ventura was heavily sedated because of the drugs she took to participate in the FO, and therefore was unable to respond to Mr. Combs' terrifying behavior. The FO became work for Miss Ventura, and despite her protestations, Mr. Combs insisted on these intricately staged and forced sexual encounters between Miss Ventura and various male sex workers. I wonder if it's like, was all these protected? Like, what about like diseases and stuff? I hope they made sure. Hope he didn't make her. I can't stand him. Sorry, I gotta get the blood flowing here. Okay, Miss Ventura tries to escape Mr. Combs' abuse. Anytime she tried to create distance between her and Mr. Combs, he used his networks to find her and convince her to return to his abuse. On multiple occasions, Mr. Combs sent his employees to lure Miss Ventura back. 2011, during a rough patch in Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura's relationship, Miss Ventura had a brief relationship with musician Kid Cudi. Is that how you say it, right? Kid Cudi? I don't even know any of his music, or he's an artist, right? I've seen the name before, but I honestly don't even know what he looks like. When Mr. Combs returned from a trip, he demanded another FO of Miss Ventura. She acquiesced. Wait, hold on, let me see. In 2011, they had a rough patch. She had a brief relationship with Kid Cudi. And then, so where does this, okay, she returns. Oh, was she still with, I guess she's still with Combs, right? So he demanded. During this FO, Mr. Combs found Miss Ventura's phone and found emails between her and Kid Cudi. Mr. Combs became enraged and proceeded to place a manual corkscrew between his fingers and lunged at Miss Ventura. Wow. He's such a jealous type, too. So jealous. He has to have all complete control. Miss Ventura ran away to stay at Kid Cudi's home to escape Mr. Combs' wrath. Soon thereafter, one of Mr. Combs' staff members told Miss Ventura that he needed to just talk to Mr. Combs, even though Mr. Combs was enraged. Feeling like she could not escape Mr. Combs and his network of enforcers, Miss Ventura returned to Mr. Combs. He hit her several times and then kicked her in the back as she tried to run out the door. Gosh. She went to her parents' home in Connecticut, where her mother took pictures of the bruises. Good. Proof. Mr. Combs had left on Miss Ventura's body. In February 2012, during Paris Fashion Week, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cootie's car and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cootie was home with his friends when it happened. Around that time, Kid Cootie's car exploded in his driveway. Wow. But wait, question, was it meant to be like Kid Cootie be in the car, and was it meant to like kill him, or was it just meant to like scare him, or he knew that it wasn't going to be, he wasn't going to go in, or what the heck? Because was he trying to kill him? Miss Ventura was terrified as she began to fully comprehend what Mr. Combs was both willing and able to do to those he believed had slighted him. In 2015, Miss Ventura spoke to a popular music manager at an after party in a hotel suite in Las Vegas. Mr. Combs saw her speaking to this manager and sternly told her to step into the bedroom adjoining the suite. In the bedroom, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura severely. She ran from corner to corner of the room trying to avoid Mr. Combs' beating and kicking. When she tried to lock herself in the bathroom, he pushed through and punched and kicked her while she curled up under the toilet. Her screams were drowned out by the loud music playing in the outside area of the hotel suite. When Mr. Combs' head of security and assistant saw Miss Ventura after the assault, they began to cry. Miss Ventura had 2 black eyes, a burst and bruised lip, and a huge welt on her forehead. Upon seeing the results of this vicious attack, Mr. Combs immediately took steps to conceal his wrongdoing. He forced Miss Ventura to stay at his home in Holmby Hills along with one of his sons. While there, Mr. Combs FaceTimed Miss Ventura and stated, "You got to go up and put more makeup on. My son can't see you like that." Oh, she did put makeup on per Mr. Combs' demands. Miss Ventura felt that she had no choice but to obey her abuser. Even though security guards, assistants, and friends saw the situation she was in, no one dared to help her or speak up on her behalf. She therefore had no choice but to remain subservient. Later in 2015, while shooting a movie in Cape Town, South Africa, Miss Ventura began a flirtatious relationship with an actor. She spent New Year's Eve with this actor, but Mr. Combs found out. Mr. Combs called the actor and threatened him. The actor proceeded to call Miss Ventura and tell her, "You really need to call Mr. Combs." In or about March 2016, during an FO at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles, Mr. Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. After he fell asleep, Miss Ventura tried to leave the hotel room, but as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed her and then took a glass vase in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran to the elevator to escape. She managed to get into the elevator, and when she got to the lobby, quickly took a cab to her apartment. Yeah, but she's not even safe at her apartment. Upon realizing that her running away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her and completely stuck in his vicious cycle of abuse, Miss Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. When she returned, hotel security staff urged her to get back into the cab and go to her apartment, suggesting that they had seen the security footage showing Mr. Combs beating Miss Ventura and throwing a glass at her in the hallway. Man, I hope they have all this as evidence. I hope. He needs to go down. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs paid the Intercontinental Security $50,000 for the hallway security footage from that evening. Wait a minute. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs... After this, Miss Ventura left her home in Comstock and went to hide away at a friend's home in Florida. James Cruz, president of Bad Boy Management, tracked Miss Ventura down and told her that her single would not be released if she did not answer Mr. Combs' phone calls. A woman who worked at Sony Music reached out to her with similar ultimatum concerning her record. Incredibly, Mr. Combs even convinced one of his attorneys to call Miss Ventura at this time. This lawyer told Miss Ventura that it's in your best interest to call Mr. Combs back. Each time Miss Ventura tried to run away, Mr. Combs and his powerful network would force her back to him. Mr. Combs' tight hold over her life had irreparably damaged her friendships. Around 2018, when Miss Ventura was with her friend Carrie Morgan in her house, Mr. Combs used his key to Miss Ventura's house and came in unannounced. Wait, Mr. Combs used. Oh, yeah. He and Miss Morgan had an altercation during which Mr. Combs threw a hanger at Miss Morgan. Upon information and belief, the incident resulted in a settlement between Mr. Combs and Miss Morgan, and Miss Ventura ended up paying Miss Morgan's additional funds in an attempt to resolve the dispute between her close friend and her abusive and controlling boyfriend. The relationship between Miss Ventura and Miss Morgan has been strained since this time. Seeing the extreme measures Mr. Combs took to keep a tight hold on Miss Ventura and isolate her from her support network, and having experienced in repercussions of rejecting his demands, Miss Ventura felt that saying no to Mr. Combs will cost her something: her family, her friends, her career, or even her life. Oh. Mr. Combs, RAPE, Miss Ventura. This is ridiculous. I hate him. Rebecca, welcome. Thank you for joining. Oh, that was an hour ago. I hope you're still here. I didn't get to thank you. Thank you. Rebecca Guerin, are you still here? Man, this is hard to read. Stacy, thank you. Welcome, Stacy Evans. Dang it. This is hard, though. This is crazy. How horrible his guy is, man. Hey, Becky Boo, Becky Boo. So many enablers around these people, too. Yes. Yes, I know, Elizabeth Berry. It's crazy. Linda Vergata. Hello. Jennifer Gorgeous. Is that how you pronounce your name? Gorgeous or Gorgeous? I'm just going to say gorgeous. All right. Sorry, I had to take a little break there. Whew. It's getting heavy. All right. By 2017 and 2018, Miss Ventura became desperate to leave Mr. Combs and his abuse of her. She recognized that if she stayed with him, she would never be able to have a successful career or ever be physically and mentally safe. She therefore became determined to completely break away from Mr. Combs and his cycle of abuse and made a concerted effort to avoid him. Good. In September 2018, she joined Mr. Combs for a dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, California, for what she believed would be a discussion about concluding their relationship for good. After dinner, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura returned to Miss Ventura's home, which was paid for by Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs forced himself into her apartment and tried to kiss Miss Ventura. She told him to stop and attempted to push him away. Mr. Combs then forcibly pulled off Miss Ventura's clothing and unbuckled his belt, and he proceeded to do that. Yeah. Wow. While she repeatedly said no and tried to push him away. Soon thereafter, Miss Ventura took steps to completely separate herself from her longtime abuser, including by leaving home that he paid for and returning the car he purchased for her. Is there a statute of limitations on RAPE? I don't know. I have to look that up because this was 2018. And then she made this. She finally, legally went through the legal aspects. What is this? Is 2023. So that would be 5 years after. Do you know? Hold on. Let me look this up. Just real quick. Because I'm so curious if there is. I should know this, I feel like. I know there's none in murder. But why is my freaking keyboard not working now? Of course it's not. There is. Patty, what is it? My keyboard's... Oh, there it is. I'm going to look it up. $3 to 30 years. I just typed it in. For R or SA. It varies from state to state. So wait, what state is this in? Because it's... What state did he do that? Hold on. That was in New York. Where was she? Hold on. California. The R would be in California. Let me see. Years ago. Okay, it says in January, California expanded its statute of limitations for SA claims, which permits survivors to file legal claims for SA that happened years ago. Good. That's good. Okay. Let's see the details because I'm curious because that would be 5 years after. I hope she could still get them. Well, now it's going on 6, but she made the claim 5 years, so it would count then, you know? Let's see if she could. The date. Okay, wait. Okay, that's if it happens when you're. Wait. If you're under 18, you have till you turn 40. If you're under 18, within 5 years of discovering the psychological injury illness occurred at the age of the majority. Okay, but she was not. Hold on. Oh, shoot. It was 2018, right? Because this is saying, hold on. Oh, why? Look. This says, wait, why did that? If it occurred on or after January 1st, 2019. So, survivors to file a claim within 10 years from the date of the SA or within 3 years from finding out they were injured because of the SA. But that's if it happened after 2019, because that's probably when the law passed. So what about before, though? Dang it. Because that was 2018 it happened. Occurred on or after. Well, what's for the before? Why isn't it not saying that? This is making me mad. Because I want to know if she still can do it. You know? Wait. I guess it says depending on the SA that occurred, but this was RAPE. That's the, most extreme, basically. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just, it actually was, I feel like that would be longer, right? Because it's saying it depending on the assault. Well, that's pretty bad. It sounds like that she went, but I don't know why it's not saying if it was before 2018. Am I missing it? I don't know. It's saying years ago, so maybe you could do it. Because 5 years isn't a lot. I bet you she could still do it because that's not a lot. If it happened after, she would have 10 years. Or, of course, the whole injury clause. That's a little tricky. But I don't know. All right. I think she has a chance. I do. All right, let's go back. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, soon thereafter, Miss Ventura took steps to completely separate herself from her longtime abuser, including by leaving the home that he paid for and returning the car he purchased for her. Despite moving away, Miss Ventura's address was posted online in early 2019, leading to the fears for her safety. Miss Ventura, who was under immense duress during the months after Mr. Combs fired her, took all steps possible to entirely remove herself from her abuser's ambit, including by entering into contracts to end her record deal with Bad Boys Entertainment. Good for you. So 8, Mr. Combs' sexual and physical abuse of Miss Ventura has caused her lifelong harm. As a result of the immense trauma Miss Ventura endured over over a decade with Mr. Combs, she has suffered and continues to suffer from immense emotional distress. Following her escape from the cycle of abuse and as trafficking she endured, she struggled with the physical and mental manifestations of her trauma. The birth of her 2 children, however, allowed her a new lease on life and gave her purpose. She credits her children with saving her from the trauma that had consumed over a decade of her life. Except for the months when she was pregnant with her children, Miss Ventura struggled with her addictions to drugs and alcohol, addictions that were established and fueled by Mr. Combs. She turned to substances to drown out the memories of her abuse. Without being intoxicated, she suffered from horrific nightmares of the forced acts that Mr. Combs demanded she participate in during regularly scheduled FOs, and of the physical beatings that she endured throughout her relationship. She had difficulty eating or sleeping, and her relationships with her family suffered. During this time, she frequently had thoughts of ending her life. That's a shame. Well, he's just a bad guy. Diana 71. Nope, not late. Just on time. But no, you could yeah, I mean, we started 5 hours ago, but I would just listen live and then maybe go back after it ends. So you could be here live with us. Okay, so where are we at? Oh. Wow. So she had difficulty eating? Wait, where are we at? Yeah, difficulty eating or sleeping, and her relationships with her family suffered. During this time, she frequently had thoughts of ending her life. To rebuild her life and her career, Miss Ventura needed to completely reinvent herself. She checked herself into inpatient treatment at a rehabilitation center, where she first confronted the extent of the trauma she lives with. She has required intensive therapy and other medical care to recover from Mr. Combs' abuse, and she will forever live with the physical and psychological repercussions of the over a decade of violence, fear, exploitation, and she endured. Although Miss Ventura was unable to speak up against the years of abuse she endured at the hands of Mr. Combs, she has since been able to rebuild her life and confront her trauma. Thanks to the passage of New York's Adult Survivors Act and California's SA Abuse Accountability and Cover-Up Act, she is now ready and able to also confront her abuser and to hold him and those who enabled his abuse accountable for their actions. Yes, you go. Bring him down. So first calls of action is this is going to be the stuff that we'll probably skip through. Let's see. The trafficking plaintiff realleges that every allegation in all preceding paragraphs is fully set forth. Okay. It talks about all the laws and it just kind of repeats everything. He put her through, but it breaks it down into what laws, calls of actions and the laws that it pertains and stuff. So, financially otherwise benefited as okay. I don't think we need to read most of it. Let's see. The second one is violation of the New York Services for Victim Human Trafficking. I can't even believe what she had to go through. There's the prayer for relief. For a money judgment representing compensatory, I can't say that right now. Wow. Damages including consequential damages, lost wages, earning, and all sums of money together with interest on these amounts according to proof. For a money judgment for mental pain and anguish and severe emotional distress according to proof. For punitive and exemplary damages according to proof. For attorney's fees, pre-judgment, post-judgment. But yeah, okay. Oh, that was short. Yeah, I hope she gets, he needs to go down. So the other ones, we'll do a part 2. I'm not done. I want to play a couple of videos, but the other documents, there's more documents, but we'll be done with the documents today and we could do a part 2 and read them. I'll kind of see if I can find any more too and kind of go through these and pick out things. because these next ones, I feel like there's going to be a lot that I could skip over. So hold on one second. Let me bring up a couple of the Oh, look. This I get a note. It says your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Try sharing your screen again, restart your browser if this continues to be a problem. So that's what happens. After so much time, it loses the screen share audio. So that's why if I would go, I had my audio shared because I reshared it. But now if I would go play it again, it lost it again. Wonder why it does that. So let me reshare it because I'm going to play a video. Hold on. Don't tell me I'm going to have problems again with sharing my audio. It just fixed, and don't tell me it's going to start doing it again. Okay, it works at first, and then if I guess if too much time passes, it turns it off. Okay, so let's see what else I got here. Oh, I wanted to play here. There's a long crime video I wanted to play. Why is my head itching, guys? Oh my god. I'm more nervous because the incubation now. So that means like just because we haven't seen them, because what if there was just one? And we could have missed that, right? And then we haven't seen them because they haven't hatched yet, maybe. She might be like leaving eggs all around the house as she Oh my lord. Anyway. Oh, let me chat with some of you guys. Hey, Sunshine, Shimmy Dancers. And then we'll watch some videos, but let me chat you guys up here. Yeah, it's horrible. Thank you, Sunshine on a rainy day. Mark Smith, Houston, Texas as well. Here, let me change my background. We've had this on for 5 hours. Let's do another one. I don't know. I have a bunch of different ones. Look at this one. This one's got it all. It's relaxing. Let's watch this one. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know. Because he was dogging him before this. He called it out. He knew it was coming because he saw, he knew how he was. He saw this stuff. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I wish I could. He's down there with my grandma sleeping, and she'll get mad because once I say, like, we take turns, and it was my night, but that's why she came up. But once I just said, no, you can have him because I'm working, because she's too hard to explain. So I just said, you can keep him if he's already on your bed. So once I say that, it's like now if I go try to take him, she'll get mean with me. It's just, you don't understand. She's mean. I don't feel like going through it. All right, let me play that long crime video. 1 second. Oh, this is a good one. I didn't even watch it all, but I watched some of it. Let me know if you guys could hear the audio. Oh, I have to put mine on. Hold on a second. Okay. Really? You can't hear? Did it already go out again? I just, what the heck, dude? I just shared it. Are you sure? No, it's not muted. It wasn't muted. I could hear it. That's why I don't know if you guys could hear it, because I could hear it. So it went out again. Why is it keep now? I'm not even getting the note that it's out. Hold on a second. I wonder why it keeps doing that. That's making me mad. Let me try it again. Oh, here. Did my mic just get louder? I didn't realize that I could turn it up in the StreamYard, because everybody not complains, but tells me how my mic is way lower than the videos. Is my mic I know it's not the mic. I know it was the video, but I just realized I could turn my mic up. Did it get louder for you or no? I'm just curious if you notice a difference in the mic when I just turned it up. Yes or no? And then I'll try to reshare. Just give me 1 second. Is it too loud, Petty? Cool. I was able to turn it up in StreamYard. Oh, it's too loud? It's too loud or not? Let me know. Because a lot of the criticisms when I got this new mic is the mic is too low. So it's better. It's not too loud. Okay, cool. All right, so let me figure out this. Let me try to reshare my screen. Maybe because I put in my things, AirPods. Let's try. You have to tell me, because to me, I could hear it. So you're just going to have to tell me if you could hear it. Hold on. Let me share it again. It's saying it's share. Now let's see. This is sucking that it goes out. That means I have to keep redoing it. And I don't know why it's doing that. All right, here we go. Let me know.
I think we're about to see
It's
something
low, though.
on the level of Epstein, Weinstein to the power of 10.
From members of the royal family to Grammy and Academy Award winners, we're breaking down all the A-list celebrities named in court
Thanks,
docs against
Derpstein, and
Diddy,
thank you,
along with
bro.
some startling
877.
accusations.
I mean, first of all, that entire filing was just gasp worthy. I'm not seeing a scenario where he can escape liability, criminal liability.
Good.
He's been known for years as a renowned rapper, producer, and label executive who goes by the names P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, or his legal name, Sean Combs. Whatever name you want to call him, he's no stranger to legal troubles. Just this week, both Diddy's homes in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by Homeland Security. According to former prosecutor Melba Pearson, they're likely looking for some specific evidence.
The feds are doing raids at 3 different homes of P. Diddy, including his homes in California, in Florida, and in New York. And what I think they're looking for are videos. So basically, P. Diddy had a habit, allegedly, based on told to us through the filings by Cassandra Ventura. They have all said that.
And that's skipping. That's on Law and Crime. I was listening to that earlier. I'm like, why is it doing? I was listening on another device. So that's not me. That's just the way, for some reason, I think it's because the person that's talking, they're interviewing, has like bad service or something. It almost sounds like it keeps cutting out. So I'm not sure. Like, it almost sounds like somebody edited it and cut it too short or long. But I'm like thinking that I don't think they would have edited it. It doesn't sound like it's edited. So it just sounds like it's maybe her connection or something. But sorry. Look right there. Does she not Zendaya or Daya?
That the habit of liking to video either him abusing other people or forcing other people to abuse each other for his pleasure, and would record all of that. So I think those are some of the things that the feds are looking for. I think they're looking for other types of evidence to corroborate the statements that were made by Little Rod, by Cassie Ventura, and the other people have come forward saying that he did abuse them. So they're looking for corroborating evidence and basically the building blocks to put together what will end up being a massive, massive, massive criminal case
So far, Diddy hasn't been arrested, but he has already faced his fair share of legal issues. Last year, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who you probably know as singer Cassie, accused him of sex trafficking and sexual slavery. She alleged that Diddy raped her and beat her so severely that she was bruised. Cassie also alleged Diddy made her have sex with prostitutes and recorded it on video. She also says he forced her to carry a gun. Cassie sued him under New York's Adult Survivors Act and settled with Diddy outside of court just one day after the suit was filed. Joy Dickerson-Neal also filed suit against Diddy under the Adult Survivors Act, accusing him of drugging and sexually assaulting her back in 1991 when she was a college student at Syracuse University. Diddy was slammed with yet another lawsuit last month, this time brought on by music producer Rodney Jones, also known as Lil Rod. The 73-page lawsuit lays out dozens of allegations against Diddy, including that he forced Lil Rod to hire prostitutes and have sex with them. The court doc also claims Diddy himself assaulted Lil Rod, but that's not the only bombshell allegations revealed in the detailed documents. Lil Rod doesn't shy away from publicly naming other celebrities he says assaulted him.
I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one.
Let's start with the allegations against Academy Award-winning actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Lil Rod alleges Diddy was, quote, grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. when they were on Mr. Combs's yacht. There's actually photos of their interaction together too, which are laid out in those court documents. In the first pic, you see Diddy and Cuba talking with Diddy's arms on Cuba's. In the next pic, Cuba has his arm around Lil Rod and is smirking. Court docs go on to state, quote, Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones's legs, his inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks, and his shoulders. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away.
In the last couple of years, there were allegations against him for sexual assault. So now we had those prior allegations, and now we see him tied to this case as allegedly trying to, assault a Little Rod, assault others.
Back in 2019, Cuba was booked on misdemeanor charges of forcible touching and sexual abuse after he allegedly groped a woman in Times Square. By the next year, 3 women had come forward accusing him of non-consensual sexual touching. He eventually reached a deal with prosecutors that required 6 months of counseling but no jail time.
I'm getting the feeling where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Because now we have 2 different instances where you're accused of the same type of behavior, years apart. I think there's something there. And I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one, because he already saw definitely people moving away from him within Hollywood circles and other circles once those first sexual assault allegations came out. So at this point, I don't think he's going to get away with it a second time.
Is it possible that he could face charges based on these allegations that were brought forward by Lil Rod?
It is possible as well. Again, we've got the statute of limitations issue to deal with. So depending on the time frame of when this happened is, again, the Adult Survivors Act, which was the vehicle where many of these lawsuits came out, many of these civil lawsuits, came out, there was a finite amount of time for those suits to be filed. Time frame is going to be very, very important. What witnesses come forward, because again, this may not be a situation where DNA may be at play. This may be more of a situation of, hey, yes, I was there and I recall, Cuba Gooding Jr., putting his hands on Lil Rod, or I recall certain aspects. So it's going to be a very witness intensive type of case. And the question is, will the witnesses be willing to come forward?
Lil Rod's lawsuit also publicly named another celebrity linked to Diddy, Jennifer Lopez.
From the standpoint of the names of the celebrities that were tied to this, the fact that Jennifer Lopez was tied to this back when she was involved in or party to a shooting at a nightclub when she was dating Diddy, and is now alleged to have brought the gun with her to the scene and gave it to Diddy, and that's how the shooting occurred.
Lil Rod's team brings up J-Lo when establishing Diddy's history, writing his quote, Rico enterprise has existed for at least 20 years, dating back to the 1999 nightclub shooting in NYC, when Mr. Combs required his then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez to transport his illegal firearm into the NYC nightclub. The court docs allege Diddy forced his then artist Shine to assume responsibility for the shooting of several individuals. All this happened back on December 27, 1999, when a fight broke out at a nightclub. Diddy, J-Lo, and rapper Shine were all there, and according to former rapper Mark Curry, Diddy paid Shine $1 million to take the fall for the shooting and serve a 10-year prison sentence. Lil Rod's lawsuit now suggests it was J-Lo who brought the gun. The fact that she's named as somebody who was carrying a weapon, could that be incriminating for Jennifer Lopez?
It can be, but with a huge caveat, right? If I'm not mistaken, that shooting did not result in a death. I know that somebody was harmed, but I don't believe anyone was killed. Because of that, you had the statute of limitations to deal with, which is basically a prolonged amount of a certain amount of time that a prosecutor has to be able to bring charges against someone. And it varies from state to state. But the one thing is consistent is that there is no statute of limitations on murder. So if P. Diddy had actually killed this person, or the person died as a result of their injuries, now J-Lo could be brought into the mix as a co-defendant because of the fact that the person has passed away. But if the person is alive, and maybe they had serious injuries or whatever the case may be, statute of limitations would run. And it is highly likely at this juncture that statute of limitations have expired. Therefore, she does not have any criminal liability. But the reputational damage might be a different story, because now she's branding herself as something very different than who she was back then. Back then, she was very much Jenny from the block. She was, dating a variety of hip hop artists. She was very much in that world. Now she's married to Ben Affleck. She's trying to, portray herself in a different manner. So now her past is going to come back to haunt her, and we don't know what that's going to mean for her future in terms of movie deals, music deals, or anything like that. So I think for her, it might be more reputational damage than criminal liability.
Pearson says it's possible Jennifer Lopez could file some sort of defamation suit, but it's not likely.
She could, but at the end of the day, when it comes to defamation and those types of cases, truth is an absolute defense. So if he has some sort of receipts to basically prove that, hey, I was right there, I saw her the same way in the filings, you saw a number of different screenshots and pictures that he submitted to support the different points that he was making. If he has some pictures to substantiate that she was carrying the gun, it's going to be very hard for her to say in good conscience in a court of law that, this wasn't true, he's made this up, and now as a result, I've lost, money, I've lost opportunities and things like that. There's going to be too much evidence out there connecting her to this that is going to be very hard for a jury to come back and say, yeah, he's making all of this up.
But it's not just artists that Lil Rod named either. He specifically mentioned Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, in his court documents. It reads in part, quote, Mr. Combs was known for throwing the best parties, affiliation with and or sponsorship of Mr. Combs' sex trafficking parties garnered legitimacy and access to political figures, artists, musicians, and international dignitaries like British Royal Prince Harry. Why even name Prince Harry? There's no allegations against him or anything, but why bring him up?
I think it may have been a move to bring more credibility to the filing and say that, basically he being Diddy, was using his fame, fortune, and influence to insulate himself. So he was able to legitimize some of the activities he was doing by having these lavish parties, bringing all these A-list celebrities, but somewhere in a back room or somewhere in another wing, horrible things were happening. So the fact that Prince Harry was there does not necessarily mean he was participating in what was happening. And just because you were at a party doesn't mean you know what's happening in every inch of the house. I mean, if you think about it, if the party's being thrown in a mansion, there are various floors and wings. So it is completely possible that he was there and did not participate. Now, if you had said Prince Andrew, especially as a result of the allegations that came out in connection with the Epstein case, that they were close and that they traveled together, and there was a person that alleged that he had sexually assaulted her while she was underage, that would be a different story. But Prince Harry and the way that it was mentioned seemed to be very, again, just sort of trying to bring legitimacy and talk about these were the people that Diddy surrounded himself by to protect himself.
So Prince Harry has no formal accusations against him, but the name association could cause damage to his reputation. Even so, Pearson says it's not likely he files any sort of defamation suit.
It's possible that Prince Harry may be able to preserve his reputation. But again, just in light of everything him and the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, have been through, I truly really hope that, he's able to completely distance himself, maybe make a statement, because again, since he's not necessarily under the umbrella of the royal family directly, so in other words, Buckingham Palace would not be releasing a statement on his behalf. It would be him releasing a statement and saying, yes, I went to X party, but no, I never engaged in any inappropriate behavior or other details that he may see fit to share. So that's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see on that one. But again, since it was such a minuscule mention in the greater context of this filing, he may be okay.
Pearson compares Prince Harry's association with that of President Bill Clinton, who'd been seen with Jeffrey Epstein before his arrest.
And there didn't seem to be much said around him actually engaging in activities, more that he was present at the parties. So I don't recall seeing a lot of fallout on the part of President Clinton from that association.
Speaking of Epstein, Lil Rod's court docs draw a parallel between Diddy's alleged crimes and Jeffrey Epstein's. Epstein died by suicide back in 2019 when he faced numerous charges of sexual assault over the course of multiple years. His longtime companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, was charged and found guilty of sex trafficking in relation to her time with Epstein. She's currently serving out a lengthy prison sentence. Lil Rod compares Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Cahorum, to Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she
that's how
ordered
you say
sex
it.
workers and prostitutes for Mr.
Oh.
Combs and ordered and distributed
You're saying Karam.
GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms to Mr. Combs and his celebrity guests who were present on his rented yacht and in his homes in LA, NYC, and Miami.
Under these cases, when you have these high-profile people that have been using people over years, these cases happen without a handler. R. Kelly had a handler. Epstein had a handler. Weinstein had a handler. Everybody has, in those scenarios of those powerful people, powerful men that are abusing other people, they have someone that does their dirty work. And it's usually not only just one person, it's several people who may have different duties. So again, seeing this woman being his handler, being the person to get him drugs, being the person to procure sex workers for him, being the person to basically be on cleanup duty in case of, covering up or silencing people that might want to come forward, that's not unusual. And she is also going to bear the brunt of criminal liability, just like Ghislaine Maxwell did, and basically had to take the entire brunt of the criminal justice system alone because of the fact that, Epstein committed suicide and was not able to be held accountable. And
according to Pearson, Diddy and many of his associates will likely face federal charges, but it's not totally clear when. And what do you think a timetable would look like for all of that? I know that there's a lot of evidence to gather over many years, but is it possible that a federal indictment could be just around the corner?
I would hesitate to say just around the corner, because with all of the experience I've had with these office approaches cases, they do not move until they have you fully like they have you dead to rights, basically. So they are going to take their time. They're going to collect all the evidence. They're going to speak to as many witnesses as they can. They're going to follow every single trail, every single lead that they can before they go to an indictment. There can be continuous.
Oh, thank you, Sonny Money. That's really sweet of you. Aw. Says zavgirl, have a great night. You always look really pretty. Aw. Hey, Kathy Chapman. That's so cute. That's a cute little compliment. You compare this to a royal family. Yeah, compare this to the royal family. Will do the Sam? What do you mean, Miss Spirit? What do you mean? You said maybe Diddy will do the Sam? What is that? I don't understand what that means. Do the Sam? Do the Sam. I don't know what you mean. Explain it.
There can be other things that can delay the case. But once you file that charging document, the clock starts ticking. So that, when I was a prosecutor, I always advised my detectives, anybody that I was training, that you get all the evidence you can up front, and then you file charges.
So when is it possible that we would actually see him being arrested or facing any of these indictments? Could it be months down the line?
I feel that it would be months down the line. I would not be surprised if it was before the end of this year. Because again, this is going to be a massive investigation involving at least 3 states, much as we saw in the Epstein case, where he was bringing underage girls to.
They better keep an eye on him, though, because if he is feeling that, he's going to go down for probably a long time, if he knows, see, here's the thing, he probably knows if there was evidence in the house. Of course, I think there could be a situation where he thinks maybe he got rid of it all, but he wasn't able to because they're able to retrieve things, because people could retrieve things when you delete them. Sometimes they're able to get them. But if it's a case where he knows that he wasn't able to get rid of it, and he knows there's things that incriminate him, and then he knows he could be going down for a long time, like, he might take off to another country instead of do like major time. Look at what's his name, the guy from that 70s show. Look how long he got, his life, basically. So if he thinks that he has nothing to lose, he might take off. So they better keep a good eye on him. They said he has no travel restrictions, but I think they should have some travel restrictions on him. I know they want to, here's the thing. I know their whole point is they want to act like, oh, no, not a big deal. You're fine. We're not arresting you. You know what I'm saying? To make him feel like, so he doesn't take off and he doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So he does talk, he doesn't take off. So they might want to make him feel that way before they charge him. So, they don't lose him. But there's a risk in that, because then you give him freedom and he might just take off. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, dude. I think they should keep an eye. They're probably saying he doesn't have restrictions, but they're probably watching him. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure. But if he leaves the country, then they better make that kind of a restriction. You can't leave the country, because once he leaves the country, they have no power to watch him. Well, Petty, question though. Here's the thing. If they're telling him he has no restrictions, then he can just leave the country and then they can't track him anymore. You see what I'm saying? So once he leaves the country, they have no jurisdiction. So then what would they do? You know what I'm saying? I think they need to restrict him from leaving the country at least. Oh, Jennifer, yay! Yeah, money. People are blinded by money. They don't think about like people that don't really, different governments or different people in power. They don't care. You know what? You have this and that. Yeah, come on in. Sure, there's countries out there that would, but I just hope he thinks like that. I hope his narcissism gets the best of him and he thinks he's not going down. He's too smart for it. He's too powerful. He got it all covered. He's got the best lawyers and he got it all figured out. I hope he has that mentality, thinking, you know how they narcissist type think that ego, you know what? I'm good. I'm not going to go down. I can fool them. I could get one over on him. I got the power to. And then hopefully he thinks that so he doesn't leave. And then bam, not fooling anybody. Anyway. Dubai, a laugh a day. Yeah, you're right, probably. Yeah, yep. Justice A to Z, how are you? Love saves lives. Yeah, it does. Did you add that to your name recently? I don't remember that on your name. I like it, but I just noticed. All right, let's finish this.
Caribbean. And there have been some allegations of things happening on planes, things happening on trips. So there may be additional locations that may need to be searched and additional witnesses that may need to be spoken to in order to get a full picture for what charges would be appropriate and what would be the best path forward with this case.
And it's possible Diddy serves a lengthy prison sentence for all this if he were to be convicted in criminal court. If this does happen, that P. Diddy is indicted. I know in R. Kelly, we saw quite a large sentence for him. What could P. Diddy be facing if he is convicted of eventual indictments?
Yeah, well, it all depends on what charges are brought and how many counts of each charge is brought, right? Because for each charge is usually one victim or survivor attached to that charge. So if the U.S. Attorney's Office is able to pull together 15 survivors, right, and they're willing to come forward and testify, you may see 15 counts. So the question will be, if he's convicted, will all those counts run concurrently, meaning at the same time, or would they all be consecutive? And if it's consecutive, he could be looking at life plus, right? If they're run concurrently, again, depending on the universe of what is charged, you know, he's going to be looking at a prison sentence if convicted. There's going to be no way around that.
Is there any possibility that he walks away clean from this, that everything is dropped and he faces no charges or any prison time?
Not impossible. I mean, anything is possible. But I don't see that happening. I see him kind of going the path of R. Kelly, where again, for so many decades, he was able to act with impunity and just, you know, with harming so many, you know, young women. But eventually he had to pay the piper. And eventually he ended up with a prison sentence. So I don't even know how long he got. From what's been publicly available, from reading Little Rod's filing, from reading and hearing about the horrible things that Cassie Ventura endured during her nearly a decade relationship with him that started when she was a young woman.
20 years.
I'm not seeing a scenario where he can escape liability.
I think Puff will get way more than that
because I'm not seeing it. It's possible, but I'm not seeing it.
Because R. Kelly was just like a single entity doing this. Puff Daddy has like all these conspiracy, you know, he has like so much. I think Puff Daddy will get way more than R. Kelly. R. Kelly got 20 years. I think Sean Combs, I think he'll do way more. I think he'll do life if they get him. And he should have realized that nobody's unstoppable. Look at Epstein, had all the political power backing him up. Nope. Look what happened to him. So I mean, I don't understand why he just thought he was unstoppable, huh? What do you think? He's bigger or better? Oh no, it's not going to happen to me. Here's the thing, because all the stuff he kept getting away with. So each time he got away with something, maybe he became thought in his head more powerful and more, you know, immortal, or not immortal. What's the name? I said the wrong word, but it's kind of like immortal, but invincible. Oh Lordy. Let me see what else is I gonna play? Let's see here. I played most of those that I wanted to play. Let me see what I got here. You know what, let's just actually do this. Hold on 1 second. Just want to see something real quick. Is that him? No. I just was going to his Instagram just to see. Is this his official Instagram page? You know, other people create accounts. No, he would have more than that, right? Wouldn't he have more than 1,200 followers? What's his official account? Tell me if you guys could hear this.
Breaking Halloween news. Last year, after
Can you hear it? I don't know if the audio went out again.
Black Joker, I got a bunch of emails from the studio telling me to not be the Joker anymore, that I was breaching the trademark. And so
I know that's what I'm thinking. I'm hoping he's too narcissistic and thinks that, oh, he's not going to get caught. He's too smart. He did everything right. Nobody's going to. I hope, because then he won't run.
Talking about sending me this 6 full papers. I'm not even going to show the business on the papers.
Can't be though.
Tell me not to be the Joker. I want to tell you, you win. I'm not going to be
way
the Joker.
More than that, right?
Just because your ass had enough time to fuck up my motherfucking Halloween. Now watch.
I don't know what his
Breaking Halloween.
What's his okay, 389. He is what? It can't be. Let's see. What do I maybe I'll put in Sean Combs. There's no way he only has that. Right, here we go. I was gonna say, wait, okay, this is his real account. Because we're 20.2 million. Yeah, that's a big difference. Look, enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, when is this posted? I want to see though. December 6th, 23 maybe. I have sat silent. Oh, because this would have been after the Cassie filing. That's probably why it says, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. But here's the thing. Once people are brave enough to come out and they have law enforcement finally doing something, other people are going to come forward. Cassie and Rodney are not going to be the only ones. People are going to feel safe enough to come out now. And I think, though, once he's arrested, that's when people will feel real safe. I feel like after the arrest, there'll even be more because people will be like, okay, can't hurt me. He's arrested. You know, just my opinion. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think people are going to turn their back because they saw that it was wrong. They know it. They're probably scared to say anything. You know, he's probably got so many people he screwed over that were so scared to ever say anything that are going to come out. All right, hold on. I got to make sure if I play something, it's not going to be like copyrighted. That's why I want to see if any music. Hold on. I'm going through some of them to see which ones doesn't have music. I don't know. I don't even. There's his son. He led his kids down the wrong path. And it sucks because do you blame his kids? That's all they knew. That was who was teaching them how to be a man and how to be a human. Okay. So you almost is like, I mean, of course you got to blame them to a degree, but it's like, dang it, that's all they knew. That's their dad who they looked up to. If he was doing it, you know, of course, I mean, you would know what right from wrong, hopefully, but you would see your dad. I don't know. I mean, it would be tough. It would be very confusing, you know, because you would know some of the stuff like drugging an underage person. I mean, you know, that's illegal. You know, that's wrong. But yeah, you're seeing your dad who everybody's looking up to, and he's so powerful and he's successful, and that's what he's doing, and he's getting away with it. And people are seeming to like him because what they're seeing is everybody's looking up and everybody's admiring him and you know, bowing down to him and liking him and wanting to do business with him. And it's just like, it's probably so confusing because it's like, you know, that's not right, but you know, it's probably this thing that, I mean, it'd be difficult. It'd be difficult, I feel. I'm not saying they're not to blame. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just understanding how difficult it would be to be that person and, you know, see your dad doing that. And then you know, and even there could be pressure too. Think about that. There could even be pressure, like he pressured Cassie, you know, like pressure to like, you know, as far as drugging him. I'm not giving him excuses, but you know, we like to kind of just understand everything and try to figure out, you know, from every aspect and every perspective. So, I mean, if you think about it, like, even if he would tell his dad, like, no, I don't think so. And then the pressure, like, oh, what, you wimp, come on. Or, you know, you could see like the pressure and then, you know, not wanting to disappoint your dad. I mean, but who knows? Did he hit his kids? Was there actual even more to it, where there was abuse? I mean, there was going to be abuse of this manipulation. If you're teaching your kids to do that, then there's already this abuse and manipulation on a like deep level. But was there like physical abuse to his kids too? You know, I don't know. I guess we'll learn. I mean, as all this comes out, we're probably going to learn a lot about all that. But I mean, that's tough. It's really tough to know, you know, to how to feel like, I mean, I want to be mad at them. I think they're horrible, but then it's like to try to understand from their perspective, like imagine growing up like that and not realizing. I know most people are going to point their finger and be like, they're spoiled. They had everything they want, you know, spoiled kids. Yeah, I can see that side, but also that's the only life that they know. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I've never been in a life like that, so I don't know what it's like and how, you know, how some people say, you know, money isn't everything. Once you have all the money, you have different problems. You know, if you're like really rich, it brings on like a set of different problems. But they're still like under their dad's roof, kids. I don't know how old did they say his sons were there? I mean, I guess they're adults, but you know, just growing up like that. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I'm not please, nobody misunderstand what I'm saying. No excuse. It's horrible. It's disgusting. They're adults. They are adults and they should have known better. But I'm just trying to like not make an excuse. I do think they need to be punished for it. The sons, I mean, I do think that they need to be, you know, charged. But I'm just saying the legal aspect, I'm just looking at it as trying to, psychological, just trying to kind of understand what that life would have been like and how that would have been probably tricky and confusing on, you know, seeing one thing, but knowing that that's wrong, but seeing your dad who you look up to and who's doing great and you think he's doing great because, you know what I'm saying? Just be tricky at that age. But then I feel like, you know, you give them as adults to have a little bit more time as adults. I think that they would, as they're becoming who they are in their adult life, I think that they would give them a different perspective once they get a little bit older. Because I still think they're pretty young. Let me see, how old did they say they were? Because I think they're not past, they're in their 20s or, right? Hold on, let me see. But I think, like I said, you get in your 30s or 40s and you would be able to kind of like have experiences and more wisdom and then be able to be like, wait, I know what that all was like. You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to see it differently. But when you're like 18, 19, 20, I still think it's a little tricky. Let me see. I forget how old they said they were. the two sons, the oldest sons. Hold on. Well, dang it. Hold on. So the Quincy, but I didn't hear anything about Quincy being involved. He's the one, the adopted son. He's 32. Justin's 30. No freaking excuse. Never mind. I thought he was like 19, 20, 21. He's 30. Can that be right? Yeah, he's at that age, and he was the one named a lot in there. No, he should have already had that perspective then. Wow, I didn't realize he was that old. He looks younger. I would guess like 20. I was thinking 19 or 20. Christian's 25. What was the other one that was named? I don't think it was. Hold on, let me go back in that document. I know Justin for sure. He's 30, but let me see the other ones. Yeah, that makes me even. Yeah, he should have had that perspective already. And if he was still drugging, yeah. Yep. You're going to be a bad person just like your dad. It's too late. I feel like. I know that's horrible. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's mean to say, but yeah, once you're 30, you're still freaking doing that. No. There's no hope for you. Well, you know what I'm saying, guys. I don't mean to be like a. It's going to be hard. Hold on, let me just type in. Just give me a minute, guys. Okay, so Justin, and maybe Justin was the only one that's actually the defendant. I mean, I know they might have named him in here, but as far as the defendant, Justin is one of the defendants. The one it's again. Look, see. But the other one, I heard his other son's not named as far as a defendant, but wasn't there another son that was just named, when they were talking about the stuff, I thought? Let me see. Why did I think when they were saying like the nicknames of how they go by, I thought there was more, but maybe not. I know they said both of them because they were at one of the properties and they detained both of them while they did the search. But they said that's kind of normal for when they do like the warrants and a raid like that. They would detain them. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I think it's just Justin is the one we gotta focus on. But yeah, 30 years old. Nope. I'm kind of looking at thinking of the stuff I said because I was thinking a 20-year-old when I was talking about that. So he's freaking drugging underage. But still, I mean, growing up, we probably had a he's a product of his upbringing. He learned from his dad. You can't deny that. But he probably had a confusing, crazy, like as far as morally fight, like I don't know. It depends, though. He could have just had that, like, I don't know, narcissistic type where he didn't even think that. It depends on how much, what would you call that? Like how he thought, like how he felt, and how if he had like a good moral compass, like just a natural one. Some people don't have it. If you're a psychopath, I'm not saying there's no way to tell from this. Oh, he's a psychopath. No, we don't have enough information, but I'm just saying there's always a possibility, right? If he is, he wouldn't. But if he isn't, I don't know. If, some people have it innately, just have that, but he might not have got much of it from his upbringing. It's just, wow, this is crazy. Just wait, though. I feel like the people are going to come out. We're going to be hearing. But I don't know. It might be a little while because people might still be nervous, I mean, there might be a few, but like, dude, he's probably screwed so many people that want to that bit their tongue, and that he's damaged them beyond their whole life. And they're probably thinking, was it worth it? Was this career worth how I feel as a person? And, you know, it probably isn't. Because you hear like once you get there, it's like, you have everything, and then you got a whole new set of problems. It's just not, for the most part, it's not what, like when you hear people talk about it, it's not what you think it is. You know what I'm saying? People that like get really everything that they want, like for a career, like music career, and they get like to the top. It's like, I guess it depends though. I bet you some people that really love their, like, let's say a music, they really love their art. Like if it's a music or acting, and they love it passionately because they love doing it as an artist, I bet you then it's good. But it's like, I feel like a lot of people, it's almost best to stay like independent and not have like a big record label or whatever controlling you and taking all the fun out. And then all your hard work, they're getting all the money for all the work you do. They make way more the money than the artist does. It's ridiculous. But now with the way social media is, it's much more easier to be independent and to do it on your own, because you have a platform. You could, you know what I'm saying? You could advertise, you could get it out there by social media. So a lot of people could do it now, which is good. I think it's good for artists because they don't have to depend on, the big companies to take all their money, to rob them. It's ridiculous how they did that. But I feel like it's changing, Other artists have a chance now. And they're, everybody calling them out. People know, so they're not. Nope. Even if they do signs like, nope, we're not. No, I want this control, and this control. I'm not signing, not going with you guys. So they give them more. I feel like, hopefully, there's priced. I mean, there's still crappy deals, of course. Anyway, I don't know. What do you guys? I could just type in. Well, let me see. Everything is like music. It's got like the music behind it, which I would love to play, but with YouTube, the copyright stuff with music, you could play like 2 seconds and you get copyright. So it's not even worth it. So I might have to just, that's why I had some of the videos prepared, because I had like notes like mute this when I play. Well, I missed a couple, but to do it just improv kind of thing, I don't know if it's going to be smart, because I'm going to have to listen to it myself before I play it. Let's just see if there's anything new though. Hold on, I'll just type in his name and see if anything new comes up. Still the same old stuff. Yeah. Whoa, look how young. Oh, that's the video we just watched. But look, there's a picture. Cuba, oh, look how young he looks. I can't point to it because it goes away. Cuba Gooding Jr. Look how young he looks in that. In the yellow shirt. Do you see that? Dang, he looks young. Well, there's a new, let's see this. Hold on. Yeah, I might just call it a night, guys. I have more documents, but like I said, I'm going to do that in part 2. But as far as videos, I'll try to get another group of videos to play for when we read the other documents, and then I'll chat with you guys for a minute. But I'm probably not going to play. I'll do my wind down with you guys. Wind down time. But as far as the content for the case I'm done. We're just doing wind down. So if you guys don't like that part, you're more than welcome to leave. But some people do like it. I like it's kind of my favorite part. Just to talk about whatever with you guys. Is it good? Oh wait, that's old. Hold on. I was at an old comment about my mic. You did? Wait, Misty. You did? Wait, you Puff Daddy? You went to his concerts? I never liked him. There was one song I remember back in, I used to jam out with my sister to it. The main song, like his, I feel like it was one of his first big hits. The every breath you take, or how does it go? You know what I'm talking about. It's like, I think it's what blew him up, right? Like musically, it's the first one I ever remember. It was the first time I ever heard of him when they played it. But I think that's the only song I could say I know that's Puff Daddy that I liked. I don't even know any of his music, but I did like that song. It was good, but not because of him. It was more because of the melody, the main, the chorus. But I mean, I guess his part, I mean, it's what I think of with the song, so it's hard to take that part away, but I feel like I like the main chorus the most. Oh, I love Tom McDonald. I hope I'm not saying too much there, but I like him a lot. His lyrics are freaking give me chills. And I'm not a big rap person. Like, I do like some rap. Like, I like growing up, Tupac. Tupac growing up was the only rapper that could give me chills, like listening to by the lyrics. And it's weird because it wasn't because I related to him on a personal level. It was because I could feel how he related to him on a personal level that gave me chills. You know how sometimes you get chills because of somehow you relate, but with him, I couldn't relate to that. I mean, some of the stuff, I mean, I guess, in a way, I guess I could, but it was more because you could feel how he was really relating and connecting with the song that it gave me chills. So I absolutely love Tupac. Like I said, it would probably be the only, growing up, Tupac would be the only rapper I listened to. And then Eminem, when Eminem came around, I loved him. He gives me chills. Like, his lyrics are freaking amazing. And Tom McDonald, dude, every song gives me chills when I listen to his music. Tom McDonald, that guy is like, that rap I relate to, like on a personal level, because Tom McDonald talks about what's going on with our country and stuff in our world, really. So it's very relatable. But when rap started off, it was like I wasn't in that lifestyle, so it's like it was hard to relate to the stuff, and I didn't feel like the rappers were sincere. So the reason why I might not have been related to what Tupac was saying on a personal level, I still loved it, and I got that feeling where I was like, oh, it made me feel good because it felt real. But the other rappers, it didn't feel real. It felt like they were just making up stuff that was ridiculous, and it didn't feel like there was any connection with them to what they were saying. So it's just like, I never connected, because it was like, what are you even talking about? It means it's like superficial stuff, and I don't even believe that you're meaning what you're saying. You're just saying what you think sounds cool and what you should, you know what I'm saying? But with Tupac, it was like, it connected, man, on more than one level. But now, like, the rap, since it's evolved, it's not, how it first started, it was more like, gangs and shooting and, like the main stuff that people talked about in raps. It is what it is. That's how it started off. It was like but it's evolved. So now people are using the art, the rap, the what do you call it? Like the musical style or whatever you call it. And they're putting like stuff you could relate to, because there's a bunch of different types. You know what I'm saying? So you could actually hear a rap song that you could relate to, because it's not always about what it used to be about, So yeah, it's not bad now if you could catch ones that you could relate to. Like I said, Tupac, awesome. Eminem, awesome. Tom McDonald, awesome. Tupac and Eminem was like growing up listening to Tom McDonald. I'm always up to date with his new song when he comes out. Usually he comes out with a new song on Friday, and he'll promote it, and then I always listen to it. I'm never disappointed. It's always really good. But yeah, besides that, I don't listen to too much rap. Trying to think who else. There are some underground like ones that when I was in Colorado that my friend Trenton got me hooked on. Remember that one I couldn't think? I was talking about it way back in a live and I couldn't think of it. I still haven't thought of it. Was anybody there at that live when I was talking about like there's like an underground, or I guess it'd be independent rapper that I got like hooked on in Colorado? And you guys were trying to help me. I could not think of his name. Well, yeah, I still haven't. But I didn't even look for it after the live. I don't think I even went out and tried to figure it out. But now it's so far from my memory. I don't know. He was really good, though. Really good. Talked about, like, important stuff, you know? Like, important life stuff, important just stuff rather than like stuff, you know, that I could relate to, rather than when rap first came out, I couldn't relate to any of it, the stuff, you know. Oh yeah, Seth. Hey Seth. Wait, hey, say hi to my son Seth. He's on the phone with me, please. Oh, hi Seth. But is he listening right now? Seth. But yeah, rap wasn't my point is rap isn't my like first choice of music at all. I've never been really into rap besides those few. My music was more like, you know, of course, 60s and 70s music, like rock and that from that era, loved it. You know, Grateful Dead, my like jam bands, we got a Grateful Dead, Fish, String Cheese Incident. Acoustic Hookahs was more of a local band that was my favorite local band here. They're from Ohio. Got Hookahville, and then Nelson Sledges. We used to go to hookah. But who else? I'm trying to think. Leftover Salmon, like that. I was like more jam band growing up. I still love them. I haven't listened to them in a while. String Cheese Incident. Who else? Trying to think. Why can't I think? I don't know. Yes, exactly. That's why it's like it's a relatable, you know? Like when rap started, it wasn't really relatable because I didn't grow up with guns and shooting people and hoes and you know what I'm saying? I didn't grow up that way, so it wasn't relatable. So nope. But now it is, because now people took that art form and now just people that have different experiences, they turned it into relating to them now. So now there's like a lot of rap, I would say, that's probably relatable. I don't know. I'm guessing, you know, not because I've heard it, but I'm guessing because how it's been out for so long. So I'm sure other people are talking about things relatable. But yeah, he's awesome. Definitely relatable. Like I feel it. I get chills. So good. I feel so much what he says is like, oh, I feel the same way as him. Just put it that way. So hopefully I don't lose some people. I don't bring up politics on my channel, but hopefully I try to be open and accepting of everybody. So hopefully you guys are accepting of me no matter what I believe in. You know what I'm saying? Because I know there's going to be people from believing different than what he talks about, which is fine, you know? I try not to talk about it because I don't want it to be like a determinant, because I feel like it gets people so fired up, and it could be like the ending of like, oh nope, you think that way, I'm done, you know? And it just like, I don't want it to be like that, so I choose not to bring it up, because I would never not like, you know what I'm saying? I would never be like, no, I'm done with you because you believe that. So, but I know there's people that are. So it gets people very emotional. But but don't get me wrong, I do feel very passionately about how I feel about it. But I don't feel like I'm judging somebody on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna you suck because you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna feel that way, but I do feel very passionately, and that's why Tom McDonald gives me chills, because he gets it. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Brittany. Oh, yay, Aaron. Well, that's good. Good. Yeah, don't worry. I don't talk about politics here. I never will. It's too divisive. That's all it does. It's too much. But, yeah. I don't either. We learned what a freak off is. I didn't ever heard of it. It's his made up freaking Sean Combs made up term. Ridiculous. But thank you, Brittany, and yes, Truth Seeker, and Wyatt Rye Swayus. Wyatt Rye Swayus. Wait, did you add the Swayus on your name? Was Swayus always on your name? Because I don't remember Swayus being on your name. Now I'm gonna wait till you comment, because I'm so curious if I just never noticed it. It can. I know. I hate it. I hate it. It can. Oh, Kathy. It definitely can. It's crazy how people can let that ruin relationships. And that's why it's yeah, we won't ever talk about it in here. So don't worry. It's not what this channel's about. This channel's a time to get away from all that, even though look, true crime, murder, but still, it's see, my thing is, if your channel is not about politics, because there's some channels that are, because of that, that's what it's about. If it's not, it's just best to keep it out, unless if that's what your channel is, which that's fine. If people have channels that are about politics, totally fine. Then talk about it. But if it's not, I would suggest just keep it out, because here's the thing: if your channel is about politics, you're going to gain a following that think like you. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to start building a following, and it's going to be people that align with your political beliefs, if that's what your channel's about. But if it's not, you're going to have people of both sides or all sides. So it's best just not to talk about it, because it's too emotional. It brings up a lot of emotion. Wait, hold on, Sways. Did you answer? It's my real name. Wait, but was Swayus on there the whole time though? Did you have, so it's Wyatt Rye Swayus, so that's your last name. Was Swayus always on your YouTube channel though? On your name? Dang it. Somehow, sometimes when I read a name, sometimes I only see when I'm seeing it, only the first part of the name really sticks with me sometimes. Because that's happened before, where there's I forget the name now. I don't know if some of you guys were probably in here when it happened, where it's like, whoa, I only remember this part. And it's I don't know, just some things. And sometimes it's the photo that sticks with me. And sometimes I don't even know what the photo is. And it's just the name, or it's weird how we remember things, huh? Yeah, see? Yeah. So, yeah, I agree. What do you mean? Zav, does it not show the flag for you? What show the flag? What do you mean? Does it not show the flag? Yeah, see? Swayus I never got it. But what do you mean flag? You got me looking everywhere to see what your flag after my name. No. What do you mean flag? I don't see a flag. His name is Wyatt Rye Swayus. What? Oh, so your last name's Sway, and it's supposed to be U.S. flag? I don't see U.S. flag. Are you guys messing with me? Because look, Petty just added or tagged him, and look what she wrote. No, I don't see it. Look, there's no U.S. flag. Look, you could see what it. Let me see what YouTube. I'm looking at StreamYard. So what is it different on YouTube? Hold on. I gotta look at YouTube. You guys got me. Sway. Okay. So hold on. This is crazy. I want to see what YouTube sounds or looks like. No. But on YouTube. Oh wait. Dude. Hold on. I'm taking a screenshot because you guys are probably like, it's on the screen. So on YouTube, when I put it on the screen, you can see the US flag, but not on my screen on StreamYard. So I'm always looking at StreamYard, so I don't see it on YouTube. And another thing is on the YouTube, the text, you could just see a little US that's in different writing than the Sway, the Wyatt Ray Sway, and then the US is like a lighter. Well, you guys see it on the YouTube, but on my StreamYard, they're all the same. All the lettering is the same. So he looks like Wyatt Ray Swayus, and it's all the same, like, consistency. But on YouTube, it's a little bit different. But I'm going to screenshot so you guys see. Hold on. You guys got to see. Because I want to show you what I'm seeing on my side. On StreamYard. And this is what I mainly look at my chat with. Once in a while, I'll put up YouTube's, but mainly since I'm on StreamYard and I share my screen and I put up the comments, I have to be on StreamYard to put up highlight the comments. So I'm always just looking at it on StreamYard, or it doesn't make sense. All right, hold on. Let me find the screenshot real quick. I'll show you. All right, yeah, look. Hold on. Okay, this is a screenshot. You can see my face is froze. Okay, this is what I see when I put it up on my screen. It just has, there's no US flag. This actually is, well, let's see. Oh, it's the same as on this YouTube too. Okay. And then on here, look. Or Wyatt Rye Swayus. Swayus. So now I know though. That's funny. Wow. Huh. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're probably like, what the heck? Oh, sorry, I'm just reading some comments. Memory by association. Thank you, Marina. Oh, I'm glad you're catching it. Oh, hey, Jay. Michael Jackson took to the grave with him. Oh yeah, yeah. Mess up my name. I kept. Oh, I know. So I've been. Oh, really. So yeah. So you guys, I saw somebody ask about the calls. Yeah, I'll be getting that last batch of calls from. It'll be after the sentence and before the transfer of Paul. They sent it out yesterday, so I should be getting it any time. But I want to at least listen through first to make sure. I might not even. I don't know how many calls, because last time they at least sent me. And it showed how many calls it was going to be, but this invoice didn't show. So I don't know. But that'll be the last batch of calls for this case, because the prison system there doesn't release them. So we can end it, as far as unless if something comes up. But for that case, it'll probably be ending. Oh, but I still want to do the live watching Paul's testimony with you. So I'll do the calls, do the testimony, and then that'll probably be pretty much the end of that case. I have a couple cases on the back burner. I got files I got to share, but this came up and I had to jump on it because, dude, I've been following this personally. Like, I followed all this P. Diddy and all the accounts of, like, not even only Sean, but also just all the other people involved and stuff for years. I've been keeping up with this stuff, watching it, on my off time. So when this merged with like true crime, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to put the other stuff on a back burner I don't know why I say that. That sounds like something my grandma would say or something. I don't know where I got that phrase. I've been using it a lot today, but, and yeah, so I got couple cases I want to share with stuff, and then like I said, that'll end the Shonda and Paul case, unless if new updates. I'll always keep up with any new updates. But yeah, I'm anxious to get the calls though. Dang it. I wonder, he's so shocked. I wonder who he calls and who they're gonna be. I wish they said how many calls so I at least knew what to look forward to. But yeah. Oh, Chad Daybell. I haven't. Wow. Yeah, I forgot about him. There's so many trials. Yeah. Plus, I got 2 coming up where I want to talk about, but there could be other things that, when the trials come, or, true crime, there's always something going on. I'm about to have my mom cut it, Misty, though. It's getting too long, and with summer coming up, my mom's been cutting my hair since I moved home from Colorado. And before that, I was cutting my own hair. Just put in a ponytail, whoosh, chop it, and then any parts I miss, because when you do that, you'll still have, like, sometimes you can get it where you don't have much, but a lot of the times you'll have the bottom layer a lot longer, because it depends on how you pull it up in the bottom layer. So sometimes you'll have to cut some. Randy would help cut the bottom layer. But yeah, I love Boston boys. Hey, yes, I still want to do that. Yes, that's what I said. We got to do the calls when those come in, and then I want to watch the Paul's testimony with you guys. Yes, and then that'll probably end. I have another the calls where I had to. Well, I'll explain that later when I have that done. But then that video will be a pre-record. But yeah, pretty much coming to an end. There'll still be a few more videos, but yeah, that was a pretty big deep dive, huh? We covered that. I don't know. Was that a couple months into that? It kept me so busy. I didn't even have time to do, like, to get into another case, because you really don't when I'm just one person. And when you do like a deep dive, it's like there's so, especially if you have a lot, like we had all the calls and stuff, it's like sometimes you don't have time to do anything else. I did sneak remember I snuck a Hannah Rachel Collins, because I had that stuff I got in from like 5 months. But besides that, I think it was all that case for like a couple months. Red Rum, hey, downstairs. Yeah. A wolf cut. I don't know what a wolf cut is. That sounds serious. Elevated, I hope. I don't know, because like I wish I knew how many. So like I don't want to get like all like excited and then it's like one call or something. I mean I wish that it said. I don't understand why it didn't say like the other invoice. You know? It makes me nervous. Is there even gonna be a call? Well, there has to be, because that's what I was paying for. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I just don't. I hope it's not disappointing, you know? That we're all like, ooh, this is going to be good. And then there's like one call or something. I don't know. I'm always like the type where I want to like expect the worst, but not in a negative way. It's almost like because then I won't be disappointed. I'll just be surprised. So I try to kind of do that sometimes. But some people look at that as like, well, that's negative then. But it's not really. It's like I want to prepare myself. I know this is a little bit different, but like, you know, prepare yourself for, you know, in case if it is bad. You know what I think though? I think that I started doing that from my experiences. I think that came out of things. So many different things happened, like big traumatic deaths and just big things happened, or health stuff that happened where I wasn't expecting it. And then it was hard to manage. You know what I'm saying? It was like hard. I mean, I always got through it, but it was like, I didn't like that feeling of like not expecting and then something happened like that. And I didn't like that. I just repeated myself, but I didn't like that feeling. And it was so overwhelming that it was like, now I set up everything because of, you know, what I've learned and been through. I want to set up things where it's like, I don't have to go through that overwhelming thing, even though of course I'm still going to be, but you know what I'm saying? I try to like limit that. So then when it does happen, I'm not like, like I can't, it's too much. So I just say, you know what? I'm expecting the worst. And then, you know, I won't, you know, it won't be that hard to take. It will be less harder to take. And then if it's good, then it's like, ooh, big surprise, yay. And then it's a big surprise. Big again. Wait, what? I'll never not be big again too? I'll never not be big again too, 100%. What do you mean, flower power? What is that? I'll never not be big again. In what reference? I go to therapy and worked on this. Therapy is so healthy. Yeah, I've been to therapy. I mean, it's helped. I was at the what do you call it? Like rehab, the outpatient rehab that I went to, like the addiction, substance abuse rehab or whatever. You had to go through therapy, and they had like, it was really intense. It started off like every day intense, and then it like, as you went past each thing, it got less and less. But like the first one was like group therapy. So you had one-on-one therapy and then group therapy every day. And it was like, you had to like sit in a table. And it was all like addicts because it was for substance abuse. And then once you graduated that, you had like a couple months of like everyday group therapy. And then you graduated, then you had art there. I got to do art therapy. But that was cool. As you're still doing the one-on-one therapy. But then, you know, I graduated from that. And then I don't know if graduated or whatever. I moved on from that. And then I got the one-on-one I still was doing. I think it was like once a week. And then it turned into like once a month, you know, just one-on-one therapy. And then like a few years ago, she's like, you're good. You graduated or whatever. I don't know if she called it graduated. Somebody must have called it graduated somewhere because I keep using that word. And they're like, you don't need it anymore. But if you think you do, you could always, you know, request it. So I guess I'm good. But I mean, I think, oh, and then when I started dating Juliet, she made me realize that I should get therapy for my OCD because she got to see it firsthand how it is real and it was affecting me. And she's like, wow, you should get therapy for that. You know, it's hard to see it here. Mine's more like the intrusive thought type OCD. It's not like a lot of physical stuff. There's a little bit, but it's not like wash my hands 10 times, light switch, you know, like the ones that's portrayed in movies and stuff. It's not. It's like more internal thoughts and things you got to do inside your head. But she saw, I mean, it's noticeable. You could see it. And she's like, whoa, like you should get help for that. So I tried. And I wanted this certain kind of therapy, and I requested it. 2 different people I tried to request. I forget what it was called now. I did research. I forget what it's called now, but I made sure I asked them, you do this kind of therapy, right? This is what I want. Oh, yeah, we'll do it. So the one I ended up picking and following through, she's like, yeah, we'll do it, but first we start off and get to know each other and you talk and, figure things out. And then we started talking and it just turned into like the regular freaking therapy that I've had already. It's like, no, I want something specific for my OCD. Yeah, of course I could use the other therapy, but you know what? Right now, this is what I want to work on. I want something specific for that. This is what I need it for. And it wasn't working out. And then I lost my insurance and I didn't want to, it was really expensive. And I'm like, first of all, maybe I would have kept talking to her if it was covered, but I'm not going to pay like a lot of money for stuff that's not what I was looking for. And so, yeah, I don't know why she said that's what we would do and we didn't do it. Didn't even do any of that. I was so mad. So I spent the first few things thinking, okay, this is what she does at first, just to get to know me, to figure out how to go about it. And then it never turned into it. It's like, what the heck, dude? That's what I want. So I don't know. And then the other place that I was going to go to, I told him my thing. I told him my concerns. It's like, I tried another therapist. This is what I wanted. They said it and it never happened. I liked her too. I really liked the therapist, but it was just not what I wanted. And so I was like, I made sure I was like, do you guys do this? Because this is what I want. And then, they said, yeah, no, we could do that. And then I just, like I said, I was going to come out of my pocket, but I thought it'd be worth it because I need the help. And, I think I got sidetracked and I don't know. Because it comes in waves. So I think what happened is it kind of got better on a good wave. And so Juliet wasn't like you know what I'm saying? It wasn't a thing where she was seeing it as much because it's ups and downs. Sometimes it's pretty good where you barely notice it or it barely bothers you. And then sometimes it's like so consuming of everything. It wastes hours of your day and it's like, oh. So I think it went on a good wave and then I just forgot about it. Or just didn't do it, didn't want to pay for it. And I'm like, oh, I'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to pay out of pocket. I'll be all right. And then until it gets bad again. And then you're like, oh, shoot. I forget what the therapy was called, though. I should look it up. Wait, I have all my answers? Or who are you talking to? No, I specifically asked. It probably is eating out. I have to look it up, but I did the research and I did specifically ask Guilty or Crime. Specific. I said, this is what I want. And when like I said, when I lost the insurance anyway, if I would have kept going with her, I probably would have been like, you know what? I'm pushing it. Then I lost it. And I'm like, I'm going to try the other one. I'm going to reach out to the other one because maybe they're better at it, And when they said, yeah. And then, like I said, I started getting better. So I just let it go because it would have came out of my pocket when I lost the insurance. But it would have been worth it. If it would help, it would be worth to pay, But yeah. Oh, interrogation files. Hey, we're still on. I'm still on. 7 hours later. Yeah, he's so gross and ungrateful too. Wait, who, Bram Stare? I know, right? Just talk to your son. Oh yeah, Flower Power. You said, hey Zeb, can I tell you something? Yeah, what's up? It's like a burn. Yes, I have been. I know, right? What case are you doing? Oh, I still have to check your email. I haven't been out to be able to check it. Hold on. Is it about that? I can check it now. Hold on. I keep getting a cigar email, cigar bans. I need to unsubscribe. Does anybody else have trouble? Like my one email that used to be my personal email, it's so flooded with all this crap. And I've unsubscribed from everything, but it will not stop. Does anybody else have that problem? I know it says it takes like a couple weeks, but it's not going away. So that email, I'm going to almost have to get rid of it. I cannot keep up with it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, look, if you no longer wish to do it, you do it, and then you still get it. You still freaking get it. Anyway, wow, ADD much. What was I doing over here? Why am I even checking my emails? Yeah, cigar brands. I don't smoke cigar. Own a cigar bans. What? I don't know. Oh, custom cigar. I don't even smoke anymore. And I never smoked cigars. Wow. Anyway. Oh, Wayfair? You remember that Wayfair conspiracy? Does anybody, you remember that? That was like last year, I think. Or maybe 2 years. I don't know how long ago it was. I have no concept of time sometimes. Sometimes I feel like it was like a year ago, and then it was like, oh, it was like 5 years ago. It's like, oh, I thought that was last year. Have you ever had that happen? Because that recently happened where I thought I said something like last year and it ended up being like 5 years ago. That makes you feel old. I mean, like, where did 5 years go where you thought it was just last year? Dang it. Anyway. You guys, I might... Oh, wait, Flower Power, did you answer? You said you had to ask me a question. Did you ever answer? Oh, yeah. Hold on. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, dude, my mom told me about that. That happened, I feel like I was on one of my churches, Juliet, and when I came home, she told me about that, right? Wasn't that like last year? And oh yeah, that's crazy. I'll listen to that when I get off interrogation pause. Is that the case you're doing? Wait, what do you mean unsubscribe? Are you trying to unsubscribe for me? I don't understand, Jules. I don't know what you're saying. Or are you talking to somebody else? Wait, did Flower Power ever ask me the question? Oh, did you ask it to me already or no? Oh, my God. See, I've been on too long. I have an excuse, even though I know I'm like this. I can't. I think, like I said, I've said it, it's from prolonged years of drug use. I think it's given me like ADD type symptoms. Research that. There is a thing that it can do that. I think because I feel like I never was like this growing up. I wasn't like an ADD kid. Like I was able to focus fine. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think I had it as a child. I guess I could have adult ADD, but I almost think that the drugs did it. I forget what they call it. Somebody actually told me that. And I was like, really? And they had me look it up. And it's really a freaking thing. Was anybody, it might be somebody in chat. Who told me that? Is anybody in chat the one that told me that? It was from my channel. I mean, so I don't know. I can't remember who told me. But yeah, it's a freaking thing. And I think that's what I have. It mimics what ADD is. I never used to be like this. I mean, yeah, for the last 10, 15, I mean, you know, I'm older now and I've been an addict for a long time, but I mean, like, I think it was brought on. I'd say maybe like it started coming like, man, no, maybe not 10, because I'm 42, right? Yeah, maybe in my 30s it started affecting me, but I feel like just in the last maybe 5 years it's gotten worse. Because as I stopped using, like, you know what I'm saying? Because if you're still getting high, you don't know what's what. Like, is the drugs making me do this or what? Because you're high. But like, I think I started noticing it after. Because you could always like, oh, that could be the meth, or you know. So it's hard to determine when you're using, but I think legitimately it started when I, got clean. And was able to see like all the effects of what it did to me without it, But anyway, I just have a cute idea if you open up phone lines. Oh. Well, email me what your idea is. And then, because I am going to end it right now. My legs, I feel like I need to walk around. But email me kind of an idea of what you mean. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe. Oh, hey, Brienne, where are you? I don't see you in here. Are you here? Or did you change your name? I just got your text, but I don't. Are you in the live? Hold on a second. You must have changed your name. I don't know. Good night, Kim, Kathy. Thank you guys. I had fun hanging out. I like the wind down time, just chatting about anything. Yeah, I mean, I could probably go, but I don't really do too much or go too much. I got Zeke here, so, but if it ever came to it, I think I would, think about it or get one. Yeah, so I could take him anywhere. Yeah, Jay, you missed. Well, it's too long. It's what, 7 hours? Most people probably. Well, you know what though? Because I watch like a lot of like, and you guys probably do too. I watch a very broad. You'd be surprised at some of the stuff I watch. And I was just watching something last night on how I always, but I think it's true crime. That's the thing. But how I'm always like, oh my God, 7 hours. But streaming, like with Twitch and Kick and stuff, streaming is like a long thing. Most people that are into streaming, they do stream 8, 10, 12 hours. That's like the norm. Streaming is like a thing where it's like they do it. Streaming is known for like streaming your life or streaming all day, or you know what I'm saying? Long streams. So when I like see that and I'm like, wait a minute. People are like, oh my God, I can't click on it 7 hours. And it's like a lot of people will stream 24 hours. It's a streaming thing. But then I think what it is I think with true crime, people don't. So when people are like into true crime and they see like a 7 hour live, it's like weird. But in the streaming genre, that's not really that long. It really isn't. Streaming is like, that's what they do. They stream long hours. But I guess true crime, it's not really a thing, maybe. I don't know. But it did make me feel good when I saw it. I'm like, you know what, see? People made me feel like, God, pathetic, screaming out loud. It's like, wait, no, that's a thing. That's what people do when they stream. But you know what? I've been doing good so far about the negativity or whatever. I really did. It wasn't like an epiphany where it was like something like a new thought, but it was really internalizing that thought that I was able to do this week. I hope I could keep it, but really realizing that, and I think it was some of the channels I'm watching too, not true crime, but seeing how like most people just avoid comments altogether. So it's because they can't not read them and like not have it affect them. So their thing is to not read them. But the thing with me is I want to interact. I like reading the comments, not the negative ones. I like reading the freaking nice comments or even good criticism, even if it's constructive, or just to be able to talk about our opinions on the cases. I like that. I don't want to have to not read them. So I have to like really be able to internalize this negative, the negative, because there's negative in all channels. So I was really able to really feel like, wait a minute, every freaking channel has people that don't like them. And I really realized that, like, for real, like, it's not anything that I'm lacking. Yeah, I have faults, but my faults and my, what's the opposite of fault? I can't even think. Like skills, but I'm trying to think of, but what I do have, some people don't have. And you know what I'm saying? My faults, maybe some people are better at, but that's why there's so many different channels, thousands of channels. Some people like this, some people like that. If I try to change, well, I already said it in the intro, if I try to change for the few people that don't like the way I do it, then I'd be fake. I wouldn't be myself. And why not? There are people that do like how I do it. So, like the calls, I like quit talking on them because I was like, shoot, I'm not even allowed to talk on these are pre-recorded. But you know what? No. Yeah. Oh, well, they'll just have to deal with it. If they're only there for the calls, oh, well, I'm here for you guys. I'm here for the people that actually, like hanging out and like how I do it and like my channel. So the other ones, oh, well, if they don't want to watch, then fine. But I really was able to like see that, like, it's not because I'm lacking. You know what I'm saying? I have what I have, and some people like it, some people don't. We're all human. We all have, things that some people don't like, some people do. And it's not anything against me. Everybody's going through it. Every creator has the people that are like, don't like how they do certain things. Every freaking creator. There's not one, and that's what I realized. There's not one freaking creator out there that doesn't have the same negative Nancy's. They might not be the same people, but the same type. People, this entitlement that they don't like the way they do this, and that, and they complain and criticize. You know what? Everybody has it. So I'm going to try to focus on the people that like put up with me, faults and all. Because I know sometimes the rambling might be, but who cares? They still enjoy it, and like it, because that's me. I can't help it. It's just me. I've tried to work on it. I'm trying to work on the OCD, and there is a part of OCD that I think does come into. There is certain parts of the OCD that probably does play out in my lives, right? But I would say more the ADD type symptoms that I have is more noticeable in my lives, because I try to, like, with the OCD, I'm able to kind of control it in my lives, but like in my life, it's harder because it's like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm able to just be like, I'll deal with that. I'm able to kind of put it off and wait till I get off. If I'm on a live or pre-record, I could edit it out, I edit it all out. So I do have those moments on pre-records, but lives, I'm pretty good. I mean, I might a little bit, but I'm able to just know that as soon as I get done, I could, if there is some, I could deal with it. But, personally, if you are with me, you definitely would see it when I have those bad moments. But it's the ADD. I mean, what are you going to do? I can't take the medicine, most of the ADD medicine, because of, different things, my addiction and stuff, issues. So I can't, because of what it is that they usually prescribe to help. I know that there's a couple reasons I can't take it, but the big thing is because I wouldn't be able to control it. Meth was one of my drugs, heroin and meth was one of them. Meth was the one that I like. Heroin was like basically my food, and meth was my fun, if that makes sense. So it's like, I'm not going to be able to take a lot of those stimulant, methamphetamine type ADD drugs, for a couple of reasons, but the one is the most obvious, yeah. So I just got to deal with it, and just focus on the people that are able to deal with it with me. And the other ones, they just have to sit through to get what they want, their calls. Oh, well. I can still cater to both in a way sometimes. I don't mind how I did it before, but I'm just going to ignore the negative stuff. Like how I did the pre-records and I didn't talk that much. I can still do it. Then I do the lives and talk. It's fine. But for the calls, it's all right. But anyway, I know what do I don't know how to celebrate. What can we do? I don't know. What do people normally do? I don't even know what it's a thing. I've never seen somebody get to that and whatever they do. I know. Well, I have seen people get the plaque and talk about it, but I don't know what did they do a certain celebration? Give me some ideas. What you mean? I don't know. What would you guys want to do? No, Brimstair, that's not the answer. Not the answer. That stuff is highly, 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 highly addictive. Trust me. For instance, with cocaine, at least for me, a couple days, 3, 4, tops, because you're so strung out and the come down is it's just so intense. Now, meth is still intense, but it's different. It's like I said, I don't know if you remember me telling you, I've been up, I swear it's 12 days. I gotta ask Randy. I think I made it 12. But regularly, week 8, you could just, and it's you don't, so it's just, my point is no, it's, that's why people get hooked, because it is intense, but it's not, it's that intense where you could keep doing it for weeks and stay up, and the come down isn't like the coke. So the come down on the cocaine, it's like a turn off from doing it too much, because it's so I don't know how to describe it. It's just, that's why meth gets a hold of you. It lasts longer. It's just a better, I feel like. So I would not, it's too addictive, Bramstair, I'm telling you. It's not worth your life just to lose weight. There's got to be other weight loss stuff, right? I wouldn't recommend it. No way. No way. Well, yeah, I could stay up weeks, definitely. I would stay up. I think regular, I'm pretty sure 12 days I made it. And then I think regular 7, 8, 9 days. I know it's probably hard to believe somebody could do that, but that drug can make you do it. It's crazy. You wouldn't think that your body could physically stay up that long, but somehow that drug, you're able to. Because you can't stay up that long on cocaine. You can't stay up 12 nights on cocaine. No way. I don't know. Maybe somebody could prove me wrong, but I couldn't. But meth, yeah. Yeah, you clog. Yep. Yeah, good point, Jay. Oh, anyway. Yeah, that's true. Somehow I was able to not have okay teeth. So I remember when I went into the rehab, Brenda was my nurse's name, and she's like, wow, you got really nice teeth. Because think about it, her patients are all drug addicts. So she's seeing people with really bad teeth, because meth messes your teeth. Other heroin makes you all drugs kind of mess up your teeth, but heroin, so meth definitely, and then the heroin makes you not care. You know what I'm saying? That's your hygiene is not as important. So a lot of people just don't even brush their teeth, or can't even afford teeth. You know what I'm saying? So she sees a lot of messed up teeth. And I remember when I was doing the interview, she's like, wow, you got really nice teeth. I'm like, oh, thanks. But then I was thinking, because she sees all her patients are their teeth, a lot of their teeth are probably messed up. But no, I don't have anything. I got all my teeth, knock on wood, and then the one that chipped because of popcorn kernel. It's like a half crown. It's like half tooth, half crown. But that just happened like last year. It's like in my very backest tooth. Whatever that is. Very backest tooth. I know there's names for your teeth. I don't know what the names are. I'm knocking on wood because I'm very superstitious. Oh, Lord, don't even talk about the picking. Yeah, the picking. So there's a couple of reasons for the picking on meth. There's a couple things. So first of all, some people do it because they have that like, but the main thing, at least why I picked and why when I talk to other people as we're using why they said they did is you feel like, see, I want to say feel like, but in the moment it was what it was. I'm telling you, you might think I'm crazy, but you would have meth literally coming out of your skin. So like you could have like these little bumps or whatever, and you pick it and there's like, it's meth. I mean, here's the thing though, like I know like we're up days, you're hallucinating but in the moment, that's what it was to me. I mean, maybe I was hallucinating it, but all of the other people I was doing is the same thing. Everybody picked it because they were picking out meth. Like it would like come through your skin and you could pick it off. And then of course you think that there's more probably stuff on you than there is, but it would just be like, yeah, it was weird. And like I used to, there was a point, because sometimes it's like you're an addict and sometimes you can't get more. So I never did it, but there was a point I was like, what if I tried to like reuse that? I never did, but it seemed like it was meth. It was like, it was just coming out of your skin. It was crazy. Did anybody else have that? I know I'm not the only one because people I was partying with, I was doing the same thing, but does anybody else have that experience here? Anybody else used to use it? Yeah, it was crazy. So you just like pick it out, but then you go overboard because you think there's more to it when you're picking. So then you pick more than what you need to, and it just turns into this whole thing. So that's one thing. Another thing is it does literally eat your skin. They say if you look it up, it's really bad for your skin. So meth is known to like eat away your skin. So that's another reason. So you get sores and you pick and stuff. So that's another reason you can. Mine was more because it was like the stuff, like it was like, I know it's weird, like bumps, like almost, and you like squeeze it and it looks like it's like meth coming out. And then it does this thing with your feet too. My one roommate, what was her name? Oh my god, I could picture her face. It was Trent's girlfriend, Ash. Was that Ash? Oh my lordy. I picture her face. I can't think of her name. And I've had so many experiences with her. She lived with me. Holy crap, what is her name? I don't know, but her feet started like swelling up and just being really weird and peeling, like chunks of skin peeling off. So it was getting so bad she had to go to the doctor. And when she went, and she had insurance, so she was able to go. And she went and she was honest, one of those people that are honest, saying, yeah, I use meth, I use this, because wanted an honest opinion. And they said, yeah, meth does something to your feet. It really like something about feet. It focuses on feet a lot. There was feet and there's another body part, but feet was one of them. For some reason, they see that where it makes them swell up. It makes the skin peel off easier at the feet somehow. Yeah, so mine started swelling a little bit because of it, and then the skin too peeling off at my feet. And I'm not one. I know some people's feet they do that, but my feet usually are soft and they're just nice and soft and not, you know what I'm saying? So actually, I know for sure with the meth, but yeah, it focuses on feet for some reason. I don't know. I know people are going to judge me about that. I don't do it anymore. But wait, when I said about it coming out your skin, are people going to think I'm gross now? You just said gross. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you're not. I was like, are you grossed out? Well, I don't know. You said gross. Oh, do you have Jerry? Is that Jerry? It's kind of blurry, but it looks like Jerry. Is that a picture of Jerry on your profile? It looks like Jerry with a guitar, but it's so small. I don't know if I don't know if I'm seeing that right. Is that what it is? I just noticed that. I don't know why I never. That's the thing. Here's the thing with profile pictures. Sometimes, like I focus on it and I see it every time. And when it first comes, like, oh, what's that? And then sometimes, like, flower power. Never even saw that. And just now looking at it. How long have you had that? Just now decided to look at it? Don't know. I guess with your name, my always focused on your name, not the picture. But how long have you had that picture? Did you just have it, or have you had that? And I'm just now noticing that's Jerry. That's crazy. Because I'm a big fan. You know what I'm saying? Grateful Dead. Like, how did I not notice that? Or did you just put it up? Yeah. Oh, Xanax. You could actually die from the withdrawals off of Xanax. Benzos. It's, yeah, no joke. Oh, I've had my share of those too. I've had the thing about Xanax, I've had like different experiences. Like when I first tried it compared to my later years, how it made me feel was like completely different. But drugs will do that. I've had that with different drugs where it's like a whole different feeling. It's like, when I was in my 20s and I did it, it felt like this. Now it feels like this, totally different. And then now another 5 years, it feels like this. Totally different every time. It's crazy. But yeah. Oh, Ativan. Okay, yeah. I've had Ativan. I've actually had a prescription of that. And then, of course, taken it for recreational. But Xanax is the strongest of the benzos. Valium is on the lower, Xanax, Valium, and then Klonopin is on the higher level. What else? Wait, hold on. I used to know all the thing. Well, because I was actually at pharmacy tech too, but I knew some of that stuff way before because of recreational, using them. But I don't know. All right, I better go. Oh, what song? Flower Power. Wait, did you say you had it? Flower Power, did you have that the whole time? Did you answer? Because I gotta know if I just missed it the whole time you had it. Am I froze? Wait, what? Yeah, right. Oh yeah, you black out with those drugs, like the benzos. You just black out. You forget periods, like little chunks. It's like, whoa, I have no memory of that. Especially if you fall asleep. Let's say you take it and then you fall asleep and you wake up, you're like, wait, where am I? What? Huh? What happened? Like if you just even like fall asleep for like an hour and you're like, eh? Like what state am I in? Like it's so weird. I actually I like that feeling because I'm an addict. So that feeling felt good to me. But yeah, it could be scary for some people. Definitely. But yeah, I've tried everything basically. I feel like. Anyway, I'm gonna go though. I gotta walk around, guys. But why do you what is this froze talk? Am I can you guys see me? Wait, Wyatt, what are you on? Oh, as a prescription, how much are you taking? And are you taking it every day? And how long have you taken it and how much? I'm just curious. When I get them, Mr. M, I don't even have them yet. They were sent out yesterday. So I guess whenever I get them and listen to them, I don't have them yet. But wait, yeah, drinking on benzos is really dangerous. But why? What milligram and how often and how long have you taken it? You can always wean yourself down. They just have you wean down. I mean, withdrawals, you'll still experience a little bit of withdrawals, but you can mellow it out by weaning yourself down. And you could, yeah, you could take away the risk of the, you know how I said you could die from withdrawals of benzos because you have to wean yourself down. As long as you wean yourself down, you're not going to die. You'll still have some, withdrawals, but it'll make it less. Just go real slowly when you're ready to go off. But how much are you taking? 1 milligram. So you're basically doing a bar a night, huh? Do you get bars? Yeah, you would probably want to wean it down to like 1 milligram, then half a milligram, then a quarter of a milligram. So if those of you guys don't know, benzos are very, you know how some milligrams is like, you could have for real high milligrams and it's fine, and some is just like real little bit and it's a lot. So benzos are one of those drugs that's low is a lot. So 2 milligrams is a lot. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Not for like an addict, but 2 milligrams is a bar like that, if you're first time taking it, you'd probably only take like a quarter. You could take like a quarter of a milligram, and still feel it. If you were just starting, you'd probably start on a quarter or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. So yeah, 2 milligrams. So, yeah, I would wean yourself down. But I mean, if your doctor's saying take it, but before you come off, definitely wean yourself down, because 2 milligrams, you don't want to just even come off at 2. I would wean down to 1 for a couple weeks, then go down to a half a milligram for a month, maybe, even if you want to make it as easy as good, and then go down to a quarter of a milligram. That's what I would do. I know. No, I know. But here's the thing, Jay. Working in a pharmacy, it's supposed to, but that's not how it's prescribed. A lot of the times it is prescribed every day. My grandma, Rita, she's dead now, but my grandma in her 90s was prescribed Xanax to sleep, was taking it every day. It is supposed to be as needed for panic attacks. That's what it was made for. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a short-term anxiety medicine, but that's not how doctors are prescribing it. Some doctors do not prescribe it like that. They prescribe it as an everyday thing, and maybe they start off by thinking, oh, we'll just do it short time. And then they just keep it going because the patient keeps asking, and then it turns into years they're taking it. So doesn't always work the way it's supposed to go. Is not always the way it goes. But don't worry. It depends. Are you ready to come off of it? But I'm not a doctor, so you need to talk to your doctor. That was just like my personal thing, but I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I would ask your doctor, hey, I want to come off. How would you suggest? But he should, if your doctor is willing to keep prescribing it, he should let you be able to come off as slow as you want. So you just be like, I want to make it as painless as possible, and I want to come off of it very slow. So then you should be good. You'll be able to be all right. Just come off very slow. But I would talk to him because I'm not a doctor. So I can't give you, that was just personal opinion. But you'd have to I would talk to your doctor. Yeah, but I'm saying, ask him to wean you down, or I guess you could just do it on your own. I mean, hey, you can't go wrong if you're going extra slow, because a doctor would probably do it like a week. Maybe they would do them. I don't know how long they do it, but if you have time and he's prescribing it to you, just do it yourself if you want. Because if you come down really slow, but I would still at least mention it, because I don't think if you mention the doctor, he's not going to be like, well, no, I think you should stay on it. I think if you're like, hey, I want to come off of it, I think he would let you. But if for some reason he says, okay, just quit taking it, then no, get a second opinion, or don't ever do that. That's not good advice. But here's the thing. Some doctors surprise me sometimes. Working in the pharmacy, we used to be like, we would have to call the doctors and be like, you can't prescribe this, or what's going on? Like drugs are not their specialty. That's really the pharmacy specializes in the drugs. Doctors, you realize that they're kind of dumb when it comes to drugs from working in the pharmacy. Anybody else working in the pharmacy, you could relate what I'm talking about. Not all of them, but sometimes you're like, huh? Nah. Like the pharmacist has to try to tell them, well, no, this should be like this. Yeah, but yeah, just go down really slow, Wyatt. You can't hurt, the slower, the less painful. But that's only if you're ready. Are you ready to come off of it? Yeah, you could do it. I mean, here's the thing. If you're able to keep getting it and you're able to do it that slow, then do it as slow as possible. Because if the alternative is you just keep taking it because you're so afraid to come off of it, then take your time and just do it really slow. Because the alternative is you just taking it. So at least you're actually going down and then eventually you're going to be off. That's what I would do. If you're really like starting to worry, like, I don't know if I like this, I would just start doing it. And then worst case scenario, let's say you get down to like a quarter, like a half of a quarter or something. You go down that small because you can even start breaking them. If if you get down to the smallest, cutting them in half, they have pill cutters. Let's say you get down to, so low, but you're like, and you try to come on. You're like, I'm not ready to come off. Then, hey, take a small, tiny dose and just it's better than you taking the 3 right now. And then just keep taking that till you're ready to fully make that last step. But then at least you're down to the very, very, very small amount, because if you're already contemplating it and worrying about it, I think you're probably, I feel like you're ready. I feel like you've thought about it a lot already, considering you brought it up. You're probably ready. I bet it's something that might help you stop worrying. Oh, well, I see. Yeah, because you build up a tolerance, dude. Benzos are like one of the highest tolerance building drugs. That's why they're dangerous too. And you build up, look that up. Tolerance for benzos are quick building. You build it up so quick. That's what you're experiencing. But that's why it should just be as needed. It shouldn't be a long term. That's one of the reasons. I mean, that's not the main reason, but that is one of the reasons, because your tolerance building is so quick. I mean, you always need more. You need more because you build it up too quick. Yeah, I think you might be better off weaning yourself down and trying to find something else for sleep, because Xanax isn't supposed to be for a sleep medicine. That's not it's supposed to be for panic attacks. But I know doctors prescribe it for sleep, but they shouldn't. They really shouldn't. Anyway. But there are other sleep medicines, but it's way less side effects than Xanax. But I would really start thinking about it and just do it yourself. Since you're going to do it so slow, you'll be fine. Just go down really slow. I mean, it's just something to think about. Just think about it. But I feel like it's something that's on your mind. No, melatonin. Yes, melatonin works. Dude, I just started taking melatonin. I take it like once every couple weeks when I can't sleep. But the trick with melatonin is you got to catch it in that half hour or you're done. I mean, you can't sleep then. You got to take it when you're ready within a half hour. Go to sleep once you start feeling it kick in. Because if you don't and you bypass that period, you're up then. Then it like keeps you up, at least for me. Yeah, but it definitely it gets you tired. I mean, it's natural, I would. Oh yeah, and weed. I mean, if that's something that you like to do. But see, here's the thing, Kathy. Weed, not for everybody, will make them tired. Some people just have that thing where they just get paranoid so it depends. That's kind of going to be depending on the person, but it definitely could be. It could help depending on if, the person. But melatonin would pretty much help with anybody as long as you close your eyes. As soon as you start feeling it, close your eyes. Yeah. Go make sure you're laying in bed before you take it. I always did that. I'm already in bed. Take it. I actually would make sure, because I like to watch a little YouTube before I go to bed. So I wouldn't even take it right when I would lay down and make sure I watch everything I kind of wanted to watch. Maybe like half hour left of a show I wanted to watch, and then I take it. Because I don't want to like be like, I want to watch some more. And then I force myself. And then I pass that point and I'm up all night. Yeah, definitely Iraq. It was a good one. If you're into the Sean Combs stuff going on, we go through all the two of the documents, some videos. If you're into that case, definitely rewind it. We're just doing our wind down. Really? I never had nightmares on it. I think that might be more. I don't think that's a huge common thing. I mean, I wouldn't be like, oh, why I don't try it because of that. I would try it because a lot of people do take it and are fine. But I'm not saying that I'm sure it does give you horrible nightmares, and every drug might not work for everybody, so that sucks. Wow. Huh. I never heard that before. Wonder how many people it does give nightmares. I was going to recommend Ambien, but then there's so many. For the most part, working in the pharmacy, that was the most. Now remember, I worked in the pharmacy though. That was like 10 years ago now. So, but when I worked in the pharmacy, that was the most prescribed. Like we had our fast and then we had our fast where we had like the top 5 to 10 drugs that were the most prescribed. Ambien was one of those. It was one of the highest prescribed stuff for sleeping. I mean, everybody was on Ambien. So I would partly say it might be okay, but then you hear some people it reacts to, and there's some crazy stories with Ambien. So I don't know. I would try melatonin first, because if melatonin works, go with melatonin. Because, dude, I'm sure you guys have heard the Ambien stories. That stuff. Crazy. There's some crazy things it could do to people. Like why they're half sleep, half. Ugh. I guess it's more rare, but there's multiple stories, but anyway. All right, guys, I should end this, but I love the wind downs. I haven't done a proper wind down in a while. I feel like because I was so not burnt out, because I enjoyed doing the deep dive, but by the end, you get so into it, you're by the time you go live, you have already been going through all of it all day, and it's just, well, I guess I've been going through all the puff. But you know what I'm saying? It was just it was very heavy, so it was a lot of the times after my live, I just wanted to do a quick wind down and get off, because I was so. I took a couple days off. That did me good though. I feel refreshed. Just taking it. I did some shorts, but they were already things I had to upload. I just made into shorts. So that was nice. Just kind of relaxing. I feel nice and refreshed and ready to tackle another one. Oh, really, Kim? Yeah, so try melatonin Wyatt first. That's what I would do. Because if that works, it's natural, do it up. I think it'll work. Like I said, you just have to make sure once you start feeling that tiredness, just shut your eyes and go to sleep. And you'll be out good. You'll be out nice. And it's not one of those ones that even Benadryl. Benadryl's basically just the stuff that's in the Tylenol PMs, and it's oh my lord, the generic name. I know it. God, I can't think. Anyway, it's the same drug that's in the Tylenol PM, all the PMs or whatever. Sometimes I'll take that, but with melatonin, it was such a more cleaner sleep. When you wake up, you don't, at least for me, I didn't feel any effects. Not that you feel a lot from Benadryl, but sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you kind of feel heavy when you first wake up when you take Benadryl to sleep. But with melatonin, I never really, it was always a good sleep, I feel like. Are you? Whoa, don't take it then. But what about melatonin? I wasn't going to recommend Benadryl because I don't think Benadryl is good to take every night. I'm thinking of if you need something every night, melatonin is your key. Benadryl you don't want to take every night. That's just for temporary. But melatonin you can. You're not on blood thinners, are you? Because I wouldn't be able to take it every night because I'm on blood thinners. I'm not supposed to really, but once every couple weeks because it just interacts. So, I mean, you know, once in a while, but yeah, yep, Soul. Do you take it? You take it, right, Soul? Melatonin? I think we talked about it. Did nothing, but wait, how much did you take, first of all? Did you? Here's the thing. You can't, first of all, you're taking Xanax, right? So, were you taking that too? Number one. Number two, you're used to like feeling something probably with Xanax. Melatonin is natural. It's like a natural feeling. So you don't get like this big like feeling of like, it's hard to explain. It's not like you feel it, but it's like natural. But then it's like trying to tell them how to know when to close your eyes. Well, try this, Wyatt. Just try this. Take a melatonin. About 30 minutes after you take a melatonin, just shut your eyes and try to sleep. Don't wait to feel something. Don't be like, I'm not feeling it. I'm waiting to feel it before I shut your eyes. Just do it. Set a timer, 30 minutes. Unless, if you end up getting tired before that, go shut them before 30 minutes. I know, do it. I would do like 20 minutes. Just shut your eyes. Because it's not this big, intense feeling. It's just this natural feeling. And then it's just like it knocks you. I don't know. It's weird. It's like you close your eyes and you're just sleeping. I would just close your eyes and not wait for it and then see what happens. Just try it. But my concern now is because you're taking Xanax, it might not work. I don't know. Here's the thing. If you stop taking your Xanax, well, no, because you have to wean yourself down regardless. You're not going to stop taking it. No. I don't know how you're so used to taking that. And then if you start weaning yourself down, then you're going to be, oh, it's tricky, but I would just still try. But at least know for sure, like in the long run, once you fully get off of Xanax and go through, that you always have that to fall back on. And you just think the reason it might not be working now is because you're taking the Xanax and you're plus you're expecting that kind of a feeling, and I think once you get off, your body's like cleaner and you'll be able to feel it more maybe, or it'll work more. I don't know. Listen to me. I'm not no, I'm saying I'm just giving you like personal experience. But I don't know. But sometimes doctors sometimes scary because it's like you could have one doctor say one thing and then you have a doctor telling you the completely different thing. Or what about my one doctor? You told him what was it? Hold on. It was something where it was like, wait a minute. How are you not knowing this? I got to remember. It scared me. It was like, and I don't go to him anymore. Hold on. I got to remember the story. It was just ridiculous. Like, you gotta freaking be kidding me. I don't know. I'm too tired. Einstein. No, what? As soon as it wears off 3 times more pain. Yeah, no, I know. You're gonna go through it, to come down, but just think so. It won't be that bad. You wean yourself down, and then you'll be freed of it when you're done. I would definitely at least try to get down to a 0.5 milligram. I wouldn't keep taking 2 milligrams to sleep. No. At least try to wean down to a 0.5. If you still want to, if you still are like, I'm not ready to give it up, you got to I wouldn't recommend taking 2 for every day to sleep. 2 milligrams. Do you have bars or just the bars? Isn't it weird? It's weird because I don't know if it's like a mental thing, but you don't think it is, but bars always just hit different or whatever you call it. Like if you could have a 2 milligram pill compared to a bar, because they make Xanax, they make the bars, and then they also make 2 milligrams that's not the bars. You could have some, I don't know, some reason the bars are always better. And I don't know if it was mental and I didn't realize it, but if it was, it felt physical, like in my head, and even like all the people that, you know, partied, taking it recreational, everybody always preferred the bars. Everybody's looking for the bars. So I don't think it's just a mental thing. I think there's more to it, but they're always, you know, it always feels like they're a lot stronger and better. Yeah. You got the good stuff then, Wyatt. Yeah. Buzzpar. Randy used to take Buzzpar. I used to try them. Those suck. My grandma actually got prescribed. Oh, where's yours at? I just saw it. I put up the wrong one. Hold on. I put up the wrong comment. Where is it? Oh, no, because I commented to yours, Wyatt. Yes, mine are bars. I didn't put up the one comment, but I saw somebody else comment something right here. My grandma. So my mom's been, because my grandma's so anxious, anxiety. So my mom's like trying to get her something to calm down and get the doctor to prescribe something. So the first thing they prescribed is the Buzzpars. Tried them. I've tried them. They don't do nothing. I think they suck. But so she tried them, and my mom's like, it's not doing anything. So she took her off. Then they prescribed her like an antidepressant, you know, what was it? Hold on. And I forget which one it was, but she tried it on it for a while, and like, so my mom's just like, no, it's not going to work. I don't know, but yeah, Buzzpars. I know about Buzzpars. Why are you on Buzzpars? Do they help you? I mean, it probably could help some people. I don't know. I know for recreational uses, they sucked. Even taking like Randy was prescribed, and it's like sometimes, you know, you're out of what you need, and it's just like, this is all I have, so let's try to get a buzz, try to take like a handful of them. Nothing, they suck. You got even taking a lot, you don't really get anything. But wait, you're not taking them now, are you? All right, I am gonna go, guys. Whoa, yeah, you can't be giving that. You can't be doing that. Wow. Well, how old were the kids? Like, really young kid? First of all, you can't be giving any kids anything without the parents' consent. That's freaking ridiculous. And how old were they kids? You know, that's ridiculous. Bars are Xanax. It's a type. They're like the bars that you could break them into 4s. They're like the Xanax, and they come in like they're a bar, and they're 2 milligrams. And for some reason, those were like on the streets. That's what everybody wanted. But they make other 2 milligrams that don't come in the bar forms. And it's the brand too, you know, but the bars are always like the high demand. They're the best. But it's Xanax bars. So yeah, and they break so easily. So they have the little, so you could prescribe bars and they could break into, so they're 2 milligrams, so they could break into 0.5 milligrams because they break into 4, and they have the little indentations like where you could kind of just break them, you know. But I mean, we just took the bar, but you know what I'm saying, for like pharmaceutical medication properly taken them, you could actually prescribe those for people even taking, you know, 1 gram, 0.5 gram, because you could break them into 4s, but and have like, or you could break them into, you know, 2s, 1, you know, 1 milligram each, or 4s, 0.5 milligram for 1, you know, whatever. Either way, but oh yeah, Xanny bars. Oh, thanks, Linda. Oh, good. Yay. I love when people say this was awesome and had fun. Cool. Yeah. Jules is back. Zanny the nanny. Wait, Wait, where's Zanny the nanny? Why is that? Who is that? That's familiar to me, and I don't know why. What is that, Zanny the nanny? Is that something? I've seen that somewhere or something. Hold on, Zanny the nanny. Who's Zanny? You got to tell me where that came from. Oh. Yes. Wow. Yeah, yeah. And don't, yeah, no, nobody was thinking this. I just wanted to say, I'm not promoting any of this. I'm trying to help him get off of it, you know? Because I know the pain when you're like a slave to something and you don't want to be anymore, you know? And it's just like, but like I said, since you're being prescribed, you can wean yourself down as slow as you want. And any progress is progress, right? Take your time. Yeah, don't start. Like, no, I wouldn't recommend it at all. I mean, it's great for panic attacks as needed because it hits you really quick with 5 minutes. I mean, it's really quick. It's a fast acting because that's what it's for, panic attacks. I mean, maybe 10 minutes. I mean, it's quick. It's one of the quickest acting ones. But it's perfect for what it is, panic attacks. Because when you're having a panic attack, you don't want to wait an hour. You don't want to wait a half hour, you know? You want something quick, intense, take down that panic attacks. So it is good for what it is because people have panic attacks and can't breathe. I mean, it gets your heart's pounding. That you're at risk because your heart's pounding so fast. You can't breathe. You feel like you're going to pass out. I mean, there are some physical things. It's just like, so it's excellent for that, but it's being prescribed not correctly. And then it's addicting. So people like it. So then they start taking it, you know, not as directed too. But if you use it for what it's for as needed, it's actually great. You know, because we have a panic attack, you know, even if you have one once a week, it's okay. Once a week, you're not going to get, as long as you're able to control it and you take it once a week, that'd be fine. Some people have it like, you know, panic attacks once a month, a couple times a month, you know, you take it a couple times a month or even 3 times a month. You know what I'm saying? If you take it as needed, it's actually perfect for what it's for. It's like the perfect thing for a panic attack, but that's what it should be for. And then it's awesome. But, you know, a lot of us are human and it's hard to control that, but some people can. Some people could do it, you know. So yeah, lorazepam's a benzo. It's the same type feelings, but Xanax is just the strongest out of all of them. But yeah, I mean, it's the same type feeling. Xanax is the quickest acting and the strongest, and then it's the quickest, you know what I'm saying? And Valium is the slowest one and the longer lasting, but all the benzos, they kind of have a similar type feeling, but Xanax is just the strongest one out of all of them. Yeah, it's dangerous to just come off of it. But if you wean yourself off, you'll be good. You just have to wean it off. The slower, the better. All right, I'm going to go Jennifer. Okay. Yeah, that's more of a, I mean, that's a proper thing to take, like for, because you have the, you know, anxiety where people need something every day for anxiety, or you have the panic attacks. Panic attacks could also be, you could have something that you're taking for anxiety that you need every day, but you're not going to have a panic attack 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? You're most likely panic attacks are a specific type of thing where it's like, you'll know if you have one. I mean, you'll know. It's not just regular anxiety. I'm talking about a panic attack. You feel like you're freaking dying, like you literally, and it's so bad that even if you know you're like, it's a panic attack, your body tricks you into thinking you're dying. I mean, even though you kind of know it's a panic attack, but you still think you're dying because you're panicking. It's just, it's crazy. Yeah, I hate them. I remember the first time I had him after Larry died, my boyfriend died, in my arms. I was 21 when it happened. Like we were like laying in bed, and so I started getting panic attacks. Well, I didn't know there were panic attacks. I thought I was dying. I thought I had some kind of heart. Well, me just watching my boyfriend die, first person actually seen die, being so young. So yeah, I didn't realize, but I thought I had, oh, there's something wrong with my heart. You know, I swear I thought something was wrong with my heart because I would have these panic attacks. I thought I would get lightheaded, feel like I'm going to pass out. I was like, Mom, I moved home because I was living with him. So after he died, I ended up moving home back with my mom and dad. And I was like, dude, there's something wrong with my heart. Well, I go to my doctor and I tell my, doctor what I went through because I don't know why he asked, but, he knew that, my boyfriend just died. I moved home. He knew all that stuff. He should have kind of caught on this panic attacks, but he didn't. And what he did is he had me sent every heart specialist. I got an ultrasound on my heart. I had the tilt test on my heart. I had, what else? I don't know. I had all these heart tests, EKG. That's just, I had all these heart tests, because it's like, oh, so I'm thinking, oh my God, yeah, he's sending me to all these heart specialists and I think I'm dying. He does all the stuff. A heart monitor. I wore home a heart monitor for like a month. I had to wear a heart monitor, and whenever I felt the issue, I had to push it and then it would record it. At least I know nowadays it's probably more high tech, but back then you actually, when you felt it, you pushed it and then it recorded for him, right? So I went through months of thinking I had something wrong with my heart. I'm dying. What's going on? And I just had, and he kept trying to figure it out, sending me to all these specialists. And then I just had this like realization. I'm like, wait a minute. I think I'm having panic attacks. I'm like, Larry just died. I just had this traumatic experience. And it just this realization that was panic attacks because I never had one. At least, no, I never had a panic. I could say I never even had a panic attack. So I was like, I didn't know. And I freaking self-diagnosed myself. I mean, I feel like being a doctor, he should have been like, wait a minute, you just experienced it. Okay. And you're having these symptoms, I think you're having panic attacks, but no, he sent me to run all these tests. But you know what? I'm kind of glad because it kind of what is it called? I can't even think of the word, but it kind of excluded those like, okay, it's not this, it's not that. So it could give me a peace of mind. Because I guess if he did just be like panic attacks, I would still have that doubt, maybe like, well, I still want to get this checked. So I'm actually glad I got all that checked. But still, even after all that came back normal, it wasn't that he said, oh, it's a panic attack. It was like, I don't know what's going on. Instead of like realizing, okay, everything's good, so it's probably just a panic attack. No, I had to realize that. But I realized it, yeah. And then I've got, ever since then, I get them not regularly, like every day or even every week. I mean, sometimes it could be a stressful time of your life. You'll get them more often, but, sometimes I could get them, twice a week. That's rare, even like consecutive 1 week and the next week. Sometimes, I mean, it's happened, but most of the time it's only like once a month, a couple times a month. But not every, it's not a regular thing. It's just usually something that brings it on. Sometimes you realize what brings it on and sometimes you don't. The ones that you don't realize, it's like, why? Wait, why did that, where did that come from? Why did I just start panicking? And like, why would I, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. But sometimes you can, you'll be like, oh, I was probably worried about this or whatever. But yeah. So yeah. Got introduced to that pretty quick, what that was, but I'm glad I figured it out. With no help from my doctor, but anyway, oh, I never had that, Amber. Calm powder? Huh. No, Paxil. A lot of people take Paxil. Zoloft, okay. Oh, made me want to die. Oh, whoa. I've never taken antidepressants. I've had doctors, I guess not a ton of times. Just like when I first moved home, I had, when I was, the rehab place was like, wanted to put me on some kind of antidepressants or anti-anxiety type medicine, like that kind of stuff. And I was like, nope, I just want to deal with it myself. I don't want to be on it. Not that I have anything against anybody that does, but something about that, I always said I will never be on it. I don't know. I don't know. I just refused. In my head, it's like something that I knew I never wanted to be on. Go figure. It's like, I don't want to change my brain chemistry. I don't want to mess up anything, but yet I'm freaking doing all these illegal substances for years of my life that are way worse. That's how weird. You know what I'm saying? It make no sense. But a lot of people are like, I'm not the only one like that. I'm sure there's a lot of people. I don't know. But like, but anyway, and I got through it on my own. My channel helped though. My channel helped because I was like a big ball, like, you know, coming off. First of all, moving here with back with my parents, coming off the drugs, not having a job, not having anything, moving back in Colorado with one suitcase, basically. Not my life is like, I have nothing. I didn't even have a bedroom at the time because my brother was still living here. I was sleeping on the couch, which is fine, but it was like I had nothing. So it was like, and then she's like, wanted to prescribe. I'm like, no, I'm just going to try to work through it. And I'm glad I did. I did. And she's like, wow, no, you did, you know, good. My therapist, I mean, it's like, okay. So I was able to get through it without it, but I'm glad I did. But I don't have nothing against people that do. Don't get me wrong. I just never wanted to for some reason. I was like, you know what? I feel like I knew I could just do it on my own. I don't know. Just me. That was just my choice, but yeah, my channel helped, is what I was going to say. My channel definitely helped because it gave me something to like feel like I'm doing with my life and to be productive and to wake up every day and do. So this channel has definitely helped with my sobriety. It was a huge thing because I can't even imagine if I didn't have it. I don't know where I'd be right now. It was like a huge part of my recovery was doing my channel, which is pretty awesome if you think about it. Because it was the only thing I had. I had nothing. Like, I mean, I had my family, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I had nothing to even make me feel like no friends. I moved here. I've been living in Colorado almost 10 years, 9 years. You know what I'm saying? Plus, anybody I knew was associated with my drug life. I don't want to be associated with that. I can't be around that. So it's like, I had nothing. I had no friends, no job, no anything, no savings, no. And I started my channel and it kept me going. And look at me now, almost at 100,000. Oh, but I love it. It gives me like I just feel like I'm productive. It gives me something to do, to feel like I'm doing something with my life. I don't know. It might be silly. But now I got this going. Now I want to make some friends. I want to make some friends and go have some fun and like enjoy all the hard work. You know, it's coming. I want to go on a trip so bad soon, guys. Yeah. Somebody said that. Okay. Oh, she's a billionaire? Dude, I didn't know she was a billionaire. But somebody, thank you, AA. Oh, I bet you, AA. AA, are you watching now? I bet you AA's watching at the beginning. They're probably at that part. Watch. AA, if you're watching now, answer me. If not, you'll see this later. If you watch that long, you might turn off after the wind down. But I bet either at the way when we're trying to figure that out. But if you're watching now, somebody did say that they thought it was Chris Brown. I still wasn't sure, but oh, you are. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I thought this was okay. Okay, so it was Chris. Whoa, so do you remember what they said? That he had one of it was that he had sex with Combs. I'm pretty sure the one part said that that R&B singer. Now wait, which one is the R&B singer that played at the Super Bowl? Because I think that was somebody different. I think those were two different ones, right? But wonder, because you would think if it was the same one, they would describe it the same way. So that one had it described that way a couple times with the billionaire. And then they had that one where it said Grammy Award winning that played at the Super Bowl. So you would think if those were the same ones, they would be consistent, the same description. So I think there's another one too. I don't know. Because it said, the other one said Grammy winning and performed at the Super Bowl. That one said, I think Grammy winning and had a run-in with the law enforcement. And I don't know if it said Grammy. Did the Chris Brown one say Grammy winning? But it did say had a run-in with law enforcement with the Beijing billionaire or whatever. So yeah, so that doesn't surprise me because Chris Brown was young when he started. That was who brought him up, right? He was a young kid. He was really young, Chris Brown, when he started. Probably influenced by P. Diddy, probably looked up to him and was like, whoa, well, yeah. And just kind of like, oh, okay, this is what we do. P. Diddy probably convinced him and groomed him and convinced him this is normal. This is what we do here. I'm sure. It doesn't surprise me. So Chris Brown, Cuba Gooding Jr. surprised me. Chris Brown and Usher wouldn't surprise me because I've been watching this stuff and I knew that the rumors about Usher and Chris Brown, there's rumors, there's a lot of whispers and talks that's been going on about that. Plus, we know that they were young and he brought them up and helped them. So those two wouldn't surprise me because he took advantage of them when they were young. But the Cuba Gooding Jr., that did. And then we'll see. I bet you there'll be other ones that come out that it's like, whoa, didn't know about that. What do you guys think? Do you guys think Justin Bieber? I don't know, because he was like Puff Daddy said, or it's weird. Oh, guess what? Puff Daddy. I looked that up, how he got his name. They said like in high school, I think he was on a football team, and he used to like puff out his chest. So he got that. He got that nickname in high school. If Google was correct, they said he got it in high school because he used to puff out his chest. Doesn't surprise me that he does that. It seems like he still kind of does that. But do you think, yeah? I mean, I'm saying it's the sexual stuff, Becky Boo. You think Bieber and Puff? I don't know why I'm kind of not 100% that I feel like that them two got together. Why do I feel like, hold on, I'm thinking real quick. I was going to say, why do I feel like Puff Daddy went for more of the black men? But I could be wrong. I don't know why I got that feeling that he might not have went for a lot of the white men. He might prefer black men. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like if it comes out that him and Justin Bieber had a thing, like sexual thing, I think I would definitely be more surprised than I am with Chris Brown and Usher. Definitely. If I had to guess, I would say no. I don't think Justin Bieber and him did. I almost don't even know if he made advances to Justin Bieber. I could be totally wrong. Oh, really? Wait, Soul, what do you mean? What did you, what? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't think Eminem. Eminem didn't need Puff Daddy. Eminem's buddy was, what's his name? His mentor was the other, oh my God, I can't even think of his name. I could picture him. Why can't you guys, somebody will put it in chat. I know his name. I just can't think right now. I'm kind of wore out. I don't know. I don't think Eminem. I really don't. I don't think I feel like it'd be more people that kind of needed him to further their career. I don't think Eminem needed him because I think Eminem had, what's his name? Dr. Dre. I know there's been rumors about Dr. Dre, but I don't know. I don't think Eminem and Puff Daddy. I would say no. Just my opinion. That would be so surprising. But we'll see. I think we'll hear. We're going to hear some stuff, dude. You just wait. We'll hear. Some people are going to like totally distance themselves from him and cut him off, not talk to him, don't want, because a lot of these people are public image, their reputation. That's what sells. I mean, that's what pays their bills. So they know, ooh, stay away from him. Like they're going to distance, and all the people like sucking up. Oh, Now they're going to be like, nope, not talking to you. Cut, ghost, I'm done. You know, they're not going to want to associate. They're going to try to take down anything that they have of him, any pictures, any videos. No, nobody's going to be backing him. None of these celebs are going to come to his side. They're going to just distance. They're not stupid. The ones that depend on their bills for their reputation to pay the bills, like celebs and artists, no, he's not going to have anybody. Just the people like that he's paying that aren't famous. You know what I'm saying? That are just like the secure, you know, he could have them, lawyers and stuff that they're going to make billions of dollars defending him. Yeah. No. No, we watched that video. So that Justin was young. It was creepy, but he was creepy. Like what he said now after the fact that we know it is kind of creepy, but I don't know why. I just don't think, even if he tried, I don't think he would push it as hard with him. And if he did, I almost think that Justin would just be like, I don't know. The only connection that possibility is because Justin signed with Usher, and Usher is under, you know, well, Usher's not under him anymore. I mean, he has his own thing, but Puff Daddy was Usher's mentor. But I don't know. Why am I thinking that Justin? No, I could be wrong, but we watched that video, so it is. I mean, it's kind of creepy. I don't know. He made a joke. There was like a joke about like, oh, they wouldn't give me guardians, or how did he say? He said something like, well, I had legal guardianship of Usher when you were about that age, but I don't think, he's like, I got you. He gets something like, your butt's mine for 48 hours. I got you for 48 hours. But he didn't have legal guardianship, but he says, I got your butt for 48 hours. But he was saying he doesn't have legal guardianship of him. So I don't know. I guess we will see. I hope. I mean, I guess why do I hope not? I'm not like invested in Justin Bieber, but that would just surprise me. And I definitely don't think Eminem. I don't think he would even like it would. He's so talented. Like I think he just. I don't think he needed to be that desperate to do it. Like, and I don't think he would. Like, I think the way he is, and then being that desperate, I don't know. Watch, I'm gonna eat my words. Watch it come out later. Like, but I don't know. It's just my opinion. Like I said, maybe I'm just hoping not, because I really like Eminem. At least I like his music. As a person, I guess I don't know, but you know, so a lot of times when you like their music, you feel like you kind of know him, and you're like, well, yeah, he's cool, but I guess in reality, I mean, you really don't. But yeah, I like that, dude. And I'm not even a fan of Lil Wayne. Like, I don't really know much about Lil Wayne. But I loved that. I love that little. Are you talking about that clip we watched? It was like, dude, that's so awesome. You just like called him out like right beside you in a way where Puff Daddy's like, oh, you're just not. Wait, what do you say? You're just not built for the game or something. It's like, shut up. No, he's just not built like a freaking. Ugh, I don't even want to say it. But yeah, that gave me a little bit of respect. And I'm not saying I don't like I don't really know much about. I mean, I guess I've watched like little videos of different things. I'm trying to think, but I don't really know his music, I should say. I know more of his personal life because they had that Before There Were Stars, I think I watched, and then that VHS video, not VHS, VH1. Remember when they used to have the VH1 like behind the music? They would like pick an artist, and then it would be like almost like a mini little documentary of their life growing up, how they became famous, all that stuff. I used to love that show. And I watched I forget what they're called, but I watched Lil Wayne's. So I know a little bit, and I think I did a little bit of research on his life because it just intrigued me. But his music, I don't know. I feel like the music, I have no idea. But yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. or Dr. Dre. I mean, I know that, like I said, there are some rumors about not Dr. Dre and P. Diddy, but Dr. Dre and like being like that. But it's not about being gay. It's about being a predator and taking advantage and non-consensual crap and grooming younger kids. You know what I'm saying? That's what's messed up. So Behind the Music. Oh yeah, so I remember that, right? Okay, yeah. Wasn't that the best show? Because I love music. Like music is so important to me. So it's like those that was so good. It was always like, ooh, it doesn't even. The weird thing is it doesn't even matter who it was. It was always good. It was like I watched them all. I didn't care. It's like it was always interesting to me, even if I listened to their music or not. It was like they always made it really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The reason I brought that up is because my point was is that there was rumors that Dr. Dre might have like not be gay, but in the closet type gay, might have had relationships with guys. There's like some talk because I watched some of this stuff. Like I said, I've been watching this P. Diddy stuff for years, like listening to different people give little hints of, what goes on because I'm more into the conspiracy aspect of like, not, I don't even want to say conspiracy, but just what happens like to these powerful people, what's happening behind the scenes and all the like the evilness and just to learn about it and just hoping it gets called out, so that was one of them. That was one of the big people that there was a lot of crap going on. And so I don't know, I've lost my train of thought, but oh yeah, but watching some of those little things, there would be like little talks of maybe Dr. Dre. I don't even know if it's true, but some of the stuff, you know what I'm saying? Some stuff ends up being true, which the Sean Combs, there was so much of that stuff that it was like, there's got to be truth to it. I mean, there's so many people saying little things, almost like trying to expose it, but afraid, but just saying things. Cat Williams exposed it all a couple months ago on that show. I mean, that went viral. Everybody was talking about it. It was huge. And wow, he caught it. He said 2024. Like, what the heck? So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I would not either. Knowing now, like how every part of the music or entertainment, you said it right, entertainment, music, movies, the whole system is like, I would want to be there with them for like every part of it, but then you would want, you know what I'm saying? You want to have some privacy. So I would not push them. I would push, you know what I would do is if they want to be a musician, I would now with the way social media is, independent, do your own thing, produce your own music, learn, find an independent person to work with, do it yourself. Don't get, it's the smartest way to do it now. So now you can kind of do it yourself. But back then I would not have like try to push it. If I had kids, I wouldn't be like, yeah, that would, I mean, I guess if they really wanted to, I would try. Oh yeah, that's just, I'm sure there are some good stories that come out of it, but I feel like most of it's just traumatic, damaged people that aren't happy because of what they have to go through to make it up. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of people that are able to do it because of the way social media is, but yeah. All right, I better go. I keep saying that, but I got to walk around. I got to go to the bathroom. I haven't went to the bathroom in 8 hours. Yeah, I got to go. All right, guys. Thank you. I will see you soon, hopefully. I want to do part 2 of this. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow because I want to go get the documents together and kind of go through, try to at least skim through because I know the documents coming up. There's going to be a lot that we could skip because it's not just the way they are. I'm going to have to probably skip a lot. So I'll try to highlight but yeah, I want to at least do a part 2 of this for the Sean Combs. I don't even know what to call him. I don't even know what comes out of my mouth. Sometimes Puff Daddy, sometimes Pete. I want to just try to call him Sean Combs. But then of course, if there's new stuff coming out, I'll update. But if no new stuff comes out, then I still want to do one more going over some more of the documents. And then I'll start on the other cases. And then, yeah, but I feel like, what is today? What day? Because it's Thursday. I bet you Friday I'll have the Paul calls. Oh, we got to do the testimony of Paul's. When do you want to do that? Watch the testimony. We could maybe do that tomorrow. Today's so tomorrow's Thursday because it's 2:00. Okay, we could either do I don't know. It depends, like when I get the calls compared to, because we still want to watch that together. Paul's test. I haven't watched it since way back when it happened. Paul's testimony. So I think it'd be interesting to watch it again now, knowing all the stuff we learned, and then watching it. So we still got that too. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. If it's not tomorrow, then Friday, I'll for sure. I mean, I don't want to say for sure anything, but I'm sure probably. Oh, wait, this weekend's Easter. Dang. Yeah, Sunday I won't be able to have family come over, but yeah, hopefully this weekend sometime I'll see you guys. Yeah, I should. I'll either try to do it tomorrow or Friday, or even Saturday. I guess Easter's not until Sunday. Yeah, right. Elevated soul. Yep. Oh, Bucky Boo, Bucky Boo. All right, I know, Jules. I just got caught up. I'm the holder of P. I've just talked about it before. I can hold it so long because I have like this mind. I don't know, something I can control my mind. So it's not like I feel like I got to go. And I know it's not good for you. So don't worry. You don't have to tell me. I know it's bad. But I'll get the urge and then I could somehow block it out and just, I could hold it so long somehow. I know it's weird. Like I amaze everybody. But so sometimes it's just like I'll get that urge and then I'll block it out and then it just like kind of forget. So then I have to like make sure like, wait a minute, I better go because I'm able to just block it out so good. It's just a talent I got just to go. It's not a good, healthy talent. I don't recommend it. It's not good for you. All right, I'm going to go. Bye, guys. Oh, you can do it too? Well, Becky, it's not that I don't feel like I do. I feel like I have to pee, like it'll come, but then I'm able to block it out. So is it that you never feel like you have to pee or you're able to block it out? That's what I want to know real quick. And then I'm going to go. Because that's crazy. I got somebody else. Which one? Wait, you said yes, but which one? You got to write it out because I asked 2 questions. Okay, yeah, I got a pee sister or a pee blocker sister. Oh my God. Imagine if people just come in now and hear this, or imagine people that don't know me, have no background of me at all, and then come in and hear me talking about this. Oh my Lord. All right, Swindig, good night. Petty, Mods, good night. Soul, my little helper. Soul's of my little helper in the background. You've been helping out so much. I don't know yeah, you've been like huge. What's the word? I can't think of my words right now. I'm gonna say right now, but I never can. Hold on. What's the word? It's like I know what it means, but I can't. Not add. I don't know. A huge something to my channel. What would be good? Oh, interrogation files. You're still here. I still have to listen to that 911 call. Your email. I was on here. Is that wait? I don't think I ever saw your response. Did you say your new video is that person that left the kid in for 10 oh my God, I can't talk. That left her kid for 10 days? Is that what your new video is? Is that what you said? I gotta go make it over to your channel and binge it. You guys, interrogation files has like interrogations, and I definitely recommend checking it out, checking out his channel. It's really good. I have to go binge it. But known video something. Oh, okay. Wait. Is your new video up yet? Are you saying the new videos tomorrow? Or are you saying you have a new video, but the video on the babies tomorrow? 11 Eastern time. No, new video is something else tomorrow. The new video is being released tomorrow, unrelated to baby time. Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, cool. Well, I still have to catch up on some of your videos anyway, so I might head over there. I don't know how long I'll make it up because I'm tired, but asset, yes, that's the right word. I like that. I think that was one of the words I was actually thinking of. Asset, huge asset. Yes. Thank you, Becky Boo. All right, I gotta go. Bye, guys. See you in a day or two.